Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Cryo versus COVID-19 International Conference. The conference will begin in 5 minutes. While we're waiting for our speakers to arrive, leave comments telling us where you're from and where you're watching. The Cryo versus COVID-19 International Conference will begin in 2 minutes. We are very excited to have you guys here and see so many of you watching from around the world. Thank you for being with us.
And we are live. It's 9 o'clock on the East Coast, 3 p.m. in Rome, Berlin, and Paris, 6 a.m. on the West Coast. This is Cryo versus COVID-19, an online conference to help ourselves by connecting, sharing with each other, and collaborating across borders and competition, making new friends in the industry and beyond. We clearly take a glass half full perspective today. like the New York Times. Dramatic changes in behavior produce flicker of optimism. The glass half full perspective is very much needed, but it's also very much real for our industry. This is a growing industry with services that people enjoy and more will benefit from. Some of the things will be possible now that won't be possible just like a month ago, right? Thank you for all of you starting now and not wait. Yes, many things are unknown, but starting early and fast was more important for us than being perfect. We will make mistakes today, we will make mistakes in the days to come. But let's make the mistakes now, learn from them, because tomorrow and in a year from now, they will be table stakes for our industry and more widely. Thank you for being with us. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. My name is Mark Lemke. I'm the CEO of New York International. I have the honor, together with a team that I will introduce in a minute, to bring this conference to you. I'm in my home office in Connecticut. This is my do-it-yourself conference design, so it's a little bit different than in normal times. A quick reminder, this is a cryo industry conference, but it applies to many other industries and owners as well, owners who are struggling right now, so this is for you. Our speakers are experts in their field, and they all agreed to be concrete, actionable, personable, in time, and awesome. Simply capito, right? That's Italian for I got it. Concrete, actionable, personable, in time, awesome. Help them to be capito with commenting, sharing, connecting with them. Especially send us emails that we will post in our virtual conference board with suggestions for other resources. Your comments and questions might take a few minutes to show up, but we'll try to get to all of them. Talking about timing, we try to stick to the times in the agenda and will include short breaks throughout the day, but clearly content is more important. So here and there, timing and times will be a little different, but we will at the end chop that in parts so that you can always revisit them on your social media streams. Thank you for filling out the questionnaire. All the questionnaires have been sent to our speakers, and we hope to get through all of them. There will be a follow-up call gathering findings and next steps. So please share your ideas and issues widely so we can try to address them. Frankly, I've been learning so much in the past few days, trying to get this together with all of you, and I'm still learning today. So I invite you to learn with me and the team when we go through this all together, hopefully a little better. With that being said, I'd like to say thank you to our partners. This would not be possible without them. Allow me to mention them one by one. We have the Alliance of International Cryo Professionals run by Antra Getzov, a community of 1,500 industry professionals. Very helpful in the outreach, bringing the community together, and Antra will kick off very soon with a deep dive into the industry and the status right now. So thank you, Antra. US Cryotherapy, run by Kevin Kramer. Kevin is one of the principal founders of the industry in the US, having established the first retail treatment center in California in 2011. So thank you, Kevin. Longevity Suite, run by Dr. Massimo Golerzi, the industry leader in Italy. Thank you, Dr. Massimo. Restore Hyper Wellness and Cryotherapy, run by Jim Donnelly. With over 50 locations and another 100 planned, Restore Hyper Wellness and Cryotherapy has the largest operation in the US. Thank you, Jim. A special thank you to our underwriters, and I'd like to mention Enrico Klauer and Kata Heine. This would not be possible without them. One thing was important to them, so they said, this is not about MECOTEC. This is not about products. This is not about technology. This is about the industry. Also, we are all learning together, and there might be bumps in the road. And this is important to me. This is not on the partners and underwriters. This is entirely on me. Whatever goes wrong is not on them. Please keep that in mind. Lastly, before we start, let me bring up the team, experienced project managers who volunteered to do that and bring that to you. Let me introduce them one by one. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, let's start with the production team. Frank, how has this been different?
Hey, Mark, and team. Hi from Atlanta. Well, Mark, as you know, we have done a couple conferences, but this is different because we have a technical component more than ever to it. Everybody's tuning in from remote. The tools are out there. I think we had a chance to test it, to try it, and I'm excited to get started.
Great, thank you so much. How about you, Alban?
Hi from sunny Los Angeles. Well, yes, I'm just excited to bring this conference together, and hopefully this will help the industry.
Fantastic. Let me introduce you to the channel managers. These channel managers will be with you on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Let's go some one by one. Danita, you also led communication. How is this different now? We can't hear you.
Okay, hi. Hello from Midtown Manhattan. Great to be here. We're innovating on all fronts here. That's what really has been different. As fast as we can, and it's very exciting to have this great team come together, really coalesce. So it's a wonderful experience, and I hope we can inspire the Cryo community to really do the same thing.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you so much. Candice, you led the web development. I guess the web was pretty much the same, but the rest was fairly different, right?
Absolutely. Just putting everything together in such a short amount of time and wanting to be able to get this content and information out to so many people in this industry and small businesses was very important. So I wanted to make sure that that was incorporated through my work and the designs through the website.
Thank you so much. Carmen, you kept in touch with all the speakers, right? How was that?
That was actually a very positive experience. I think the fact that all of the speakers were so willing to be on board, and that's actually very, very positive, and being able to connect with them, like you said, like everybody is saying, in such a short amount of time, it was a great experience. So definitely positive.
All right, thank you. Quick shout out to Neil Parek and Steve Taylor, who have been helping us on the production here. Thank you so much, guys. Let's get started. Carmen, you will introduce Enrico, right? Tell us a little bit about him.
Yes, Mark. Enrico Klauer is the CEO and founder of MECOTEC and a pioneer and patent holding innovator in the cryotherapy business. He has spearheaded the development, manufacturing, and distribution of cryotherapy equipment over more than 20 years. He has sold and installed over 500 pure electric cryochambers worldwide, thereby introducing cryochambers to many different markets, including the US in 2010. Welcome, Enrico.
Hello, Enrico.
Hello.
Fantastic. Welcome. Good to see you. Enrico, how has this been for you? What has helped you going through this?
Welcome to everybody from Germany. So, Mark, frankly, I've been very busy adjusting MECOTEC, our team and customers, to the situation right now. So it's a lot for everyone, but I like to focus on the opportunities for call us as an industry.
Okay. Enrico, can you tell us a little bit how this started and why you started this?
The idea started when I got an email from Mario, my colleague in Italy, and he reported about the terrible situation in Milano. So, and like many businesses at MECOTEC, we wrote emails to the customers. We set up resource plans. We did Facebook interviews, helped each other, but we felt it's not enough. So I talked to my colleague in the US, Kate Heine, how we can help. Yeah, and this is the idea.
Yes, yes. Enrico, what do you think is the goal of the conference? What do you feel is something we should try to achieve?
Mark, we initiated the idea of this conference to bring everybody together in this hard time, share all information, share best practices, helping each other. It was clear to us that cannot be about MECOTEC. We believe nothing is so strong as the solidarity in these times.
And what do you like to see the industry doing now?
The good market with a good competition creates positive awareness for benefits of our offers. So there are a lot of misunderstandings and not enough awareness in the market. Only we can solve that. Now's the time for that.
I understand. And Enrico, what has MECOTEC specifically done, and what are you doing to achieve that?
We have to decide two things. First, connect the industry. Today is the result of that. Second, raise the industry standards with better operating models, better quality, service standards, and digital upgrades supporting marketing for our services.
And can you give us an example for that?
Yeah, sure. For example, we opening our own service center, for the US this summer. So Kater Heine and I are convinced that mission number 1 is supporting the industry. Mission number 2 and 3 is supporting the industry. Let me be clear. A strong industry is good for MECOTEC and good for everybody else, I believe. So Kater will go more in details at the end of the day, but I've already reached out to some of you asking to help us making the industry stronger.
Thank you so much, Enrico. Thank you for starting this. Thank you for starting us off today. Any final thoughts you'd like to share?
Yeah, sure, Mark. So some of the things we will do will take longer than others. Some will work, some won't. There will bumps in the road for sure. But today we are starting for us, for the industry and the people we can serve. We are proud and grateful for everyone's support in this time.
Enrico, on behalf of all of us, thank you so much for this initiative. I haven't seen anything else, any other industry doing this. So this is great that you are bringing an industry together that might create also a model for others. So thank you to you. Stay safe, and thank you to the whole MECOTEC team. Bye-bye.
Thanks to you.
Germany.
Bye.
Thank you. So we go right into the next session and get a view from two industry leaders in Europe and the US. A quick reminder, when you comment, let us know where you are so we know from where you're watching. It gives a real feeling of the community to come together. And feel free to share what has helped you in these last couple of days and weeks, and what others can learn and might learn from you. Carmen, please kick us off for setting the stage. An industry in a crisis has a silver lining.
Thank you, Mark. Yes. So our next guests are Kevin Kramer and Dr. Massimo Gualerzi, who will be setting the stage and discuss an industry in crisis has a silver lining. Kevin Kramer is one of the principal founders of the whole body cryotherapy industry in the United States, having established the first retail treatment center in California in 2011. He's the CEO of the brand US Cryotherapy, with corporate and franchise locations across the US. Dr. Massimo Gualerzi is a renowned cardiologist, author, and founder of the Longevity Suite, a medical spa chain located in northern Italy that focuses on a holistic anti-age treatment through cryo, sports, and nutrition. Welcome both, Kevin and Dr. Gualerzi.
Gentlemen, good afternoon, good morning. Kevin, this is very, very early for you.
Yes, it is. Good morning.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Dr. Massimo.
Good afternoon.
Kevin, you had your morning coffee already?
I did, thank you.
Good. And Dr. Massimo, you had your aperitivo?
No, I have already have lunch.
All right. Kevin, before we start, tell us a little bit what helped you and what was surprising for you these days.
Yeah, I think like anybody in a moment of crisis, the first reaction is fear and frustration, and I certainly went through that process. But then I think it gives you an opportunity to take a step back and look at short and long-term impact, and I'll be talking a little bit about that today. I think it's an opportunity to evaluate and potentially, as this resolves, figure out how to strengthen both the industry and your business.
Yes, thank you. Kevin, you prepared a couple of slides. Please go ahead, kick us off, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So keep in mind that this is from the perspective of what we currently do in the United States and how we're evaluating our business. But the way we're looking at it is that there's a silver lining in this process. To get to that point, you have to evaluate where we are currently. And so when you look across the country at this point, there are 80% plus of the centers that are closed down due to the labeling of non-essential businesses and the local and state legislation in terms of closing those businesses. So that has a major impact in terms of the operating revenues and meeting expense lines and the things that all of our listeners are going through as small business owners. But when you do that, then you start to look at what the alternatives are to move through this process and coming out. And so people are seeking the economic relief, and I think that there'll be continued information on that in terms of the disaster loans and the payroll protection programs, and we're certainly evaluating those things. And then the question becomes, which centers that were maybe underperforming don't, come out of this? Will there be closures? The social distancing that may be in place for a long period of time following this maybe are not as practical in our industry. I mean, certainly from our perspective, there are times where we have many more than 10 people gathered at a time at our locations. And so, all of those things you're going to look at. I've seen a number of economist reports that, in the services industry, 70% or less of your loyal user base may return. So how are you going to evaluate that? And then you have to start planning for when and how you'll reopen. And so we're starting to look at that aspect while also seeing this surge of people guerrilla marketing digitally right now. I can't tell you how many advertisements I get in email. I'm sure it happens with all you as well. And so how do you differentiate yourself? How do you create messaging that's authentic to your customers? And this may lead to new policies and procedures. There's a customer solution requirement here, and this is what every center around the country should be thinking about. So safety is paramount, not just safety in terms of personal protective equipment and the distancing, but also of the delivery of the technology and the service and the outcomes. And then you have your convenience factors, which is people want probably multiple touch services in most locations, but they want to reduce their time in the center to avoid crowd gathering. And you definitely need to start looking at the affordability and sustainability factors. The one fear is that we come out of this and owners are really at some point desperate to get that customer traffic back, and so you start seeing a lot of discounting of services. And I think that you really should evaluate what your value proposition and your price points are and try to maintain those, but create more of your brand awareness and loyalty user base to bring people back through the doors. Because for the most part across the industry, people have had very good outcomes and awareness, and we just need to continue to expand that. And potentially some adjustment to hours of operation. So my perspective when I look at it is, how many times in American history, global history, do you have an opportunity to press the reset button? And that relates to everything that you do organizationally. You look at your marketing, you look at your staffing by your centers and the customer service that you're delivering and the loyalty that you have from your customer base as well as your community partnerships. And you have to evaluate what's worked and what has not worked and maybe come up with new creative ideas. And so you look at the planning stages, and I laid it out into 60, 90, and 120 days in terms of how we'll evaluate this. We're currently going through all of the relief applications, and we'll have hopefully that available to us to come out of this. But then you need to evaluate, staffing and potential restructure and really what they were delivering when you were open prior to this crisis. and analyze your business. Again, what's worked well, what's not worked well, what's happening in the industry, and how do we move through this. Again, thinking very much about the price to value proposition. Then you look at 90 days, and again, I talked about authentic messaging and the loyal users. Those are really important. But then co-promotional opportunities. There are a lot of small businesses in every community that are going through exactly what we are in this industry. And so how do we focus on co-promotional opportunities, efforts to, share brand awareness and bring people back from the paradigm of fear to thinking a little bit more about what they can do to regain basically their normal routine, but do it in a healthy way. And I think that's really important. And then at the 120-day level, you want to look at, your top and bottom line evaluation. You want to look again at your hours of operation. And we may be moving more towards appointments versus drop-ins for a period of time. How manageable is that, and how do you operate? And then what's that look like from, a cash flow standpoint? So, there are a lot of things to be thinking about. This is the way that we evaluate it. And so I thought that it was important, and thank you for pulling this together to share all of that. A couple of thoughts on the industry in general and how we align a little bit more. There's been a lot of talk about this over the last few years. I'm not sure that there's been a ton of progress in moving towards the things that I believe are really necessary to create more validity for this industry in North America in particular. And that relates to the research. There's a lot of discussion about, and there's a lot of research that exists in Europe, but we need to do more in North America. We need standardization of equipment and safety. I think there's some variance there, and I think that needs to be all tightened up. I think, there's industry leadership, and Antra and what she's doing has a forum for people to share conversations and gather information. But from the industry standpoint, as it relates to lobbying initiatives, as it relates to standardization of safety and equipment and research, there very much could be an industry leadership panel that could be organized. And then what will happen in the future? Consolidation, possibly. Expansion for some, possibly. And it's really going to be dependent upon how we pull out of this as a small business community, but also as an industry. And then, finally, some of the organizations that need more information. So we've got the FDA in the U.S., and we have university and researchers, American Medical Association, and the National Institutes of Health, the services and healthcare industry, and lobbyists, and the national payers, right? So push for national payers. We all want to be considered more essential in the business practice standpoint, because what we do can help people recover faster and, protect and repair. And we think that should be essential, but it's unfortunate that the awareness level is not high enough to mandate that just yet. Maybe this gives us an opportunity to open our eyes a little to that. And then healthcare providers in the community and industry investors. So this is the last slide. And, there's possibility of some centers that will close. I've already seen some of that. Those that are able to weather the storm have that potential to reset. Consumer spending in the services industry might be depressed, but if you think about it on the other side, spending on alternative health and wellness may potentially rise from previous levels, and that's a huge opportunity and a silver lining. And industry alignment is a silver lining if we can get to that point, to create more of an essential status versus non-essential. And then businesses that are entrenched in their communities have those resources and should partner up coming out of the lockdown. So from a business standpoint, that's the way that we think about it. Again, thank you for hosting this. Enrico, Mark, thank you for adding me to it. I'll hand it off to Dr. Gualerzi now.
Massimo, before we start, what's the situation on the ground in Italy right now?
Yeah, in Italy was one of the first countries hit by COVID-19 after China. And now we start to see the second phase of the infection, because that decrease for 5 days to today, and also infection decrease. So we are hopeful that in 2 weeks we can see we can stop the lockdown and go out. And so this is a good period inside a bad period, but we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Now we can see something.
That's good. to what Kevin said, what's the perspective in Italy? And I may add that we will see you back here after lunch with a deep dive into what you are doing in Europe. But what is your perspective to kick us off on the industry right now?
Yes, we are drawing the future because we have now we are in front of a big change, a big chance and a big change. I think that, like Kevin said, that the only solution in this moment is science and culture, because I think that we stay alone. We have a bad communication. If we are not able to create a partnership between us, I think that this can be also the end for a lot of us. But this is a great opportunity, because I think in that moment, and also this meeting is saying that thing, I think in that moment we can join all together and we can start to have a common thought about cryotherapy and about protocol and how we have to say it to our client. Because one of the most dangerous things is to go out with a different message, different claim to our client. And I saw that in Europe, but also all around the world, cryotherapy is not feel in the same way. We started a new project that is a holistic project named Longevity. And I think that under the head of longevity, there are a lot of opportunity, because people want to be healthier but want to be younger. And after COVID, I think that our client want to be more strength, more powerful, and want to have a powerful immunitary system. And the cryotherapy is one of the best therapy to induce a powerful immunitary system and to stop inflammation. What we know about coronavirus is that there is two kind of situation. The 80% of the people have a big inflammation, have a big a strange response of their immunitary system, and the 20% have a strange response to this infection, and have a worse prognosis, and maybe also that can lead to a death. And these 20% are characterized to higher level of inflammation, and this due to bad lifestyle, bad sleep disorders, bad habits of diet habits, and no incorrect stress management. And what I think about cryotherapy is that cryotherapy is the good therapy for all these situations. So we have a great opportunity, because we have to say that the cryotherapy is the correct therapy for this kind of situation, that in this case make the prognosis be worse in a lot of people. So if we are able to say to our client that in our center we have the good therapy to cool down the inflammation, to stop inflammation, also in this moment to be part of the therapy, to not to have a bad reaction to COVID, I think that is the new era for our center. But the last thing I want to say is that we have also to create a kind of protocol about cryotherapy, because like all the therapy, cryotherapy is not enough alone to treat inflammation. So we have to put together some other things like diet, like detox, like movement, like stress balance. And we propose in our society to do this, and we create a protocol, and we are studying together with the University of Bologna, together with a scientific society of in Italy. We are studying scientifically this kind of thing, because we have to go out with a precise message to our client, supported by scientific session. And what I hope at the end of this period is that everybody that is working with the cryotherapy can join.
All right, we are
lost it in a scientific section to work all together to create protocol, scientific protocol, to go out with the purchase input to our client.
Thank you so much, Dr. Massimo. And I will bring in Kevin back in. Kevin, we talked a lot about essential, non-essential. Dr. Massimo talked about the situation in Italy. What do you think is needed to get a discussion about that going fast?
Yeah, well, I think there are a couple of pathways. I mean, I think certainly, the research pathway is extremely important, as Dr. Golarzi talked about. And I think we need to validate that from an FDA and scientific standpoint in the United States. But I think that there's also a possibility through lobbying efforts to go through legislation and talk, in particular in the payer space, about the benefits of whole body cryotherapy. The physiology is that it helps stimulate, the rush of endorphins, the release of modulating hormones and proteins. That can be very helpful in the protection and repair process. And I just don't think there's enough awareness about that at a national level, in particular the decision makers that would then categorize that as an essential category. I mean, I would have loved to have seen the industry advance to the point where we have that information out and it's accepted as such, so that we could have been helpful in this time of crisis with people protecting and repairing. We've done 1.5 million treatments since our inception, and 90% response rate in terms of people saying when they use it frequently, they're not getting sick as often. They feel much more protected. They sleep better. All the things that you're seeing industry wide. So those are huge factors during times of stress in terms of immune system function.
Yes, thank you. Before we move on, one final question to both of you. What has helped you going through this? A book, a series, an app, whatever. And then I would like to address the comment of Matthew in the UK. We will get to this a little later in the day with Jim Donnelly. He has his stores open because he was able to say and convince to the authorities that his businesses are essential in this moment. So maybe this is something to listen to that can be a lesson for all of us. But now, going back to the last question, a little bit from a personal perspective to you guys, what has helped you?
Go ahead. No, you go ahead first.
I haven't understand the question, sorry, because the voice is going away. So
we've been all stuck at home. Was there something surprising? Was there something that felt, oh, this has really helpful and you can recommend to others?
I recommend to stay in this moment. I recommend to stay for a couple of days, a couple of weeks again in Italy at home, and we are open. Our center is open. We can do cryotherapy in this moment because we have a medical center, and but I think that the most important thing is to cool down the infection and then we can restart. But we need again 2 weeks.
How about you, Kevin?
Yeah, I mean, from the overall crisis standpoint, I process things. I like to write them out. I question whether or not the information that we're getting through the press is accurate, and many of the other factors. So I wrote a manifesto, which actually was more of a rant, but that helped. But then when you look at the businesses, you just have to process, right? And so the reset possibility, the reimagining your business in terms of coming out of this. I did want to make one comment, and that's the essential versus non-essential, because that's, the media labeled it the essential, non-essential businesses. And I think people get a little bit sensitive about that. I think the reality is in most communities, you could probably have argued that it is an essential business and fight to stay open. But when you're sheltering in place and people aren't going out, the reality of it is that you're running a retail services business that's losing money, and you have a difficult time with employees and staffing and other things. So when the states or local governments mandate that they are essential businesses and list those things, from a reality standpoint, is it worth trying to fight that and remain open? It really becomes more of an industry acceptance, right? So that's the understanding of the value of whole body cryotherapy and the promotion of getting people in there during a crisis like this to help protect and repair. And we're just not there as an industry yet.
Yeah. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Dr. Massimo, we see you later after lunch, your evening time. We'll take a 3 minutes break and then kick off the next session. Thank you to you both.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
We have a 5-minute break. Thank you for staying with us, and don't forget to share through our different channels, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. In 2 minutes, please let us know where you're joining us from, whether it's Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us. We'll be back soon.
If you're just joining us, welcome to our Cryo versus COVID business conference, where an industry come together to help and share each other, and to really exchange resources, links. And for the links, please see our Trello conference board, where people can add things that has helped them in this time. Please, again, a reminder to tag, comment, and share. And I see so many. Crystal from Holland is watching us. Tom from Australia. Alex from Halle. Good morning, welcome. It must be very early from Australia even. Thank you guys for watching. Next is a deep dive into the state of the industry with Antra Getzov, Alia Elston, and Tara McCallie. Quick reminder, these are all cryotherapy owners, and if you're not in the cryotherapy, many of the learnings and findings Antra will talk about actually apply to other industries as well. All right, with that, Carmen, please kick us off.
Yes, thank you, Mark. It is a pleasure to introduce our next speakers, Antra Getzov and guests Alia Alston and Tara McCallie, who will tell us about the status of the industry. What? So what? Now what? Antra Getzov is the founder of the International Alliance for Cryotherapy Professionals. She was one of the cryotherapy pioneers in the US and has been involved in development of the industry since 2010. Alia Alston is one of the United States cryotherapy pioneers. She founded Icebox Studios in Atlanta, Georgia in early 2012 and has grown into a successful franchise business with more than 40 locations under development in multiple states and an additional 4 studios that are currently in operations. Tara McCallie is a licensed massage therapist for 13 years and the owner of the Body Spa and Cryotherapy in Rapid City, South Dakota. Owning her storefront business for 5 years, Tara has proven that with passion for wellness and true care for the employees and the local community, one can be successful regardless of the size of the city and the wealth of the population. Welcome, Antra, Alia, and Tara.
Hi. Hi, thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. Welcome, Antra. Welcome, Tara. Welcome, Alia. Antra, before I hand over to you, let me ask the same question. What has helped you that you think others can benefit from as well? I don't think, can you hear? Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Can you hear me now, Antra? All right, while we figure that out, let's give the same question to Tara and Alia. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Why don't you start and we get Antra connected?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. What has helped you during these days that you think can be helpful for others?
I have really learned within this crisis how important it is to be able to just take a step back, to look at your business and really look at where the holes are and how you can fill those holes so that when you do come back and you do reopen, you can reopen stronger and as a better business itself. And as a time to take it for rest for yourself, I think as business owners, we tend to go 100 miles an hour and we don't ever stop. So this has been a real lesson in being able to learn how to just take a break, step back and breathe so that you can evaluate everything that's going on around you so that you can take the steps that are necessary to evaluate and proceed forward.
How about you, Alia?
Yeah, I totally agree. We're really leveraging our downtime right now on finding different solutions to move forward with, planning, marketing, connecting with our community. we shut down our business immediately. And we did so because we wanted to really let our clientele know that their safety and our team safety was the most important thing. I mean, we all know that cryotherapy can boost your immune system, but it doesn't cure coronavirus. So we felt like we were more helpful to our community by keeping our clients home and our staff home. We also wanted our clients to not worry about the memberships. We're a membership-based business. So we froze everything immediately. And I think that really helped us not lose memberships. We lost very, very little. So, now is a time, like what Tara was saying, is really for us to evaluate, connect, educate, and pause a moment and see what we can do better.
Right. Thank you, Leah. Andra, can you hear us now? All right, not yet. So we'll try this. Again. But Leah, can you tell us a little bit more about the membership model you're running?
Yeah, so we're a simplified service business. Unlike a lot of cryotherapy places, we just do cryotherapy, and we do it really, really well. So simplified services, we don't have a large menu of things that we do. We offer 3 membership services. Probably about 60 to 70% of our business is membership. So it was really important to make our clients feel safe and confident that we weren't going to charge them. We just froze everything, and it ended up being a good decision. From what I've heard in the industry, a lot of people in different concepts lost almost 50% of their membership base.
Wow. How about you, Alina? Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Microphone's muted.
All right. Is it working now?
It looks like it is.
All right. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll hand over to you. We got already a little insight from Aliyah about the membership model. And Tara, do you run something similar?
Yes, I have my cryo business. We also do massage and infrared. We have our spa where we have our cryo sauna in the spa, and then we also have what we call our cryo rescue, which is our mobile unit that we take around to different businesses for education. We do different events, a lot of different volunteer type of events. We do a lot of things within our veterans community with that, where we actually donate a lot of our cryo to them as well. And we have a huge event coming up, the Sturgis Rally, that has over 800,000 bikers in our little town, and that's in August, so we do those events as well. We use mainly our mobile for educating and for getting the concept and the idea of cryotherapy and what it is out into our community.
Yeah. Before we hand over to Anja, there's a question from Paul, and I'll show this again. How do you know if you lost membership or not if the store is closed?
Well, our email and our phones are still working, so it's a lot of the communication that we have now with our stores closed obviously is over email and phones, and we hear it over and over again of just clients calling and thanking us for freezing their membership and not charging them. And so obviously we're closed, but we're still communicating with our guest.
All right, we have 30 minutes for the three of you. And Anja, if you're ready, I would like to hand over to you to give us a deep dive into the state of the industry right now. Is that okay?
Okay, I am ready.
All right.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So hello, everyone. Sorry for the hiccup. I am truly grateful for this opportunity to share some thoughts with you today. And since this is one of the first presentations of the day, and I have been in the industry since its inception in the United States 10 years ago, I'll begin with a quick review of how we got here and how it all looked before the crisis hit. I'll also share some ideas on what to do for your business now while in lockdown. And for this part, I'll go through some slides and remain behind the scenes, if that's okay. And then we will continue with Tara and Elia with some questions. Sounds good? So, all right, here is the outline of my presentation. I won't be talking much about the incubation years prior to 2010, but I'll touch upon the explosive growth of the industry in the last decade and the side effects of it. After that, we will jump right into the changes that the coronavirus crisis has brought upon us and focus mainly on what's ahead and how to get ready for it. Although theoretically we can talk about 40 years of cryotherapy, in practice it has been just a decade of massive development. We have a couple of true industry veterans among us, including MECOTEC, that's been around since 1990s and made the 2010s possible, but our industry is still very new and it has consequences, both good and bad. The actual breakthrough happened between 2011 and 2017 when the number of cryotherapy providers grew by 15,000%. The majority of the new locations were opened in the United States, riding the wave of increasing popularity among professional athletes and Hollywood stars. But this awareness boost returned to Europe as a boomerang, and now we have at least one cryotherapy center in 60 countries. So before the crisis, we were in a rapid growth phase of the industry, although still very niche. By the end of 2019, there were around 3,000 cryotherapy centers worldwide, about half of them in the United States. The projected growth rate was, for this decade, close to 10% annually and was thought to remain stable. With the growing demand, we also saw a surge of new equipment manufacturers in Europe, Americas, and Asia. If there were just a few choices 10 years ago, there are at least 20 now in cryosomers and cryochambers alone. Two more developments were increasing safety standards following the unfortunate deaths in Vegas in 2015, and new modalities of using cold like cryofacials and slimming devices, all promising and good. At the same time, the field was becoming increasingly difficult to navigate, especially for newcomers. The lack of standards and regulations, comprehensive databases, and industry unifying organizations were resulting in cases of mind-blowing ignorance and negligence, resulting in injuries and lawsuits, equipment-related fraud, some emerging entrepreneurs falling victims of badly overpriced offers and used car salesmen delivering faulty equipment and providing no post-sale services. With cryotherapy being an out-of-pocket expense for its users, combined with lack of awareness and education on both sides and FDA warnings about missing evidence of benefits, many cryotherapy business owners were failing. I personally know at least 24 centers that closed in the second half of 2019 alone, well before we knew of what was coming. The reasons of failing are even more relevant now, so I will quickly go through them before we add the curveball of the crisis to the picture. The first one is lack of clarity of what is being offered to whom. We have three distinctive markets we can serve: sports and fitness, health and pain, and increasingly so beauty and vitality. Each of these three requires a different business model and a different message. Athletes do not want to hear about cellulite. Ladies in pain feel intimidated by the presence of half-naked bodybuilders. Trying to appeal to everyone with a list of 20 benefits ends up confusing people and convincing no one. This is a very widespread issue, and we will get back to it a little later. Number two is money. The reason why so few franchises are failing compared to independent businesses is that they were qualified by the franchisor, plus they received expert help in choosing the location and the equipment, plus they were better trained. With the fixed costs high and the working capital reserve low, there is simply not enough time to survive until the business becomes profitable. The third one is focusing on leads more than on relationship building and retention. We will return to this one too. Next, I believe that the speedy rise of popularity and celebrity endorsement made cryotherapy look attractive to some people who should not have entered this industry in the first place. No matter how trendy the modality, wellness is never about get rich fast. Yes, the trendiness sparks curiosity, but the attention is short-lived unless the business owner sells solutions to people's problems rather than puts a menu of treatments in front of them. And in order to accept cryotherapy or any other wellness treatments as a solution, people need two things: guidance or thorough explanation why they need it, and trust in the service provider that only comes with authority. Cryotherapy is no equipment business, it's people's business. Getting into it should be similar to choosing to be a doctor. Succeeding requires passion for helping others, nonstop learning, and patience to build the practice one person at a time. There are many other ways to make more money faster. Talking about marketing, the main mistakes include first going after all potential audiences at once and missing the opportunity to really appeal to one group of people and build much closer relationships. Next, building all communications from the website to the offer based on treatments, not the results they are helping to achieve. By far too many locations offer a menu of services: cryotherapy, infrared sauna, compression, while much more effective approach would be marketing a pain relief package, healthy skin package, or performance and recovery membership. It adds clarity, it is easier to sell, and gives you an opportunity to bundle the services and sell larger packages. Switching the focus from treatments to their benefits also puts more weight on the value rather than price, improves the retention rate, and makes it easier for the clients to refer their friends. Last but not least, marketing communications tend to be built around promotions, forgetting about the need to nurture the established relationships and build authority through providing valuable advice. With all this being said, and the crisis added, it's easy to predict that only the businesses that embrace the role of becoming a true guide and partner through clients' health and wellness struggles will succeed. People will need more help than before, but many will also have less financial freedom and will drop the purchase options they do not see as essential. Only demonstrating the ability to solve their problems better than other service providers will lead to sustaining the business, aiming for the must-have rather than nice-to-have status, which will require a different approach and an extra effort. What comes into spotlight now is identifying ideal audience for who you are, where you are, and what you can offer, and proving them that you understand their pain and can relieve it better than anybody else. Becoming more intimate with the clients, meaning preparedness to listen and to customize more than ever before. Being able to present and deliver value, which means the results that the clients are expecting. Only then they will be coming back for more, even if you don't offer a discount. Getting more involved with the community, as the trend towards supporting local businesses that give will continue. And cleaning out the closet, meaning ditching everything that distracts you from being laser focused on relevance to your ideal client. This is the time to get rid of things that take too much time, appeal to too few people, or have too thin margins. So what to do now? Well, in lockdown, first, review and if necessary, redefine what game you're playing and stick to the rules. Imagine watching the sports game, the rules of which you are not understanding. For how long would it keep your attention and would you become a fan? That's how our clients feel when they see cellulite, arthritis, and boosting athletic performance all in one sentence. Once clear, transfer it to all your marketing collateral. Whom we help achieve what, how, is the first statement that must come to people's attention, whether they're visiting your website or your studio. A good test is giving your website to review to somebody who does not know your business. Ask them what they understood. Another useful exercise is printing out the website or taking a brochure and circling reds every I, we, us Then take a different color marker and circle every U. It will show the proportion of talking about yourself rather than the client. Once done, rewrite it so that the dominating message is you. And stop hiding behind photos of icebergs, snowy mountains, or models. Show who you are. Highlight your team. Tell the story of getting involved in this business, your pain, your passion in services people buy from people, not companies. Next, look at your first encounter with a new client. Dissect the process. Have you allocated time and responsibility to do a one-on-one interview and to find out what has brought the client to you? What are they trying to achieve? My dear colleague Salim Jamari calls it the doctor's approach. How would it feel coming to a doctor and being presented with a menu of services? This pill, X dollars, this injection, Y dollars. It's always the questions, assessment, measurements that come ahead of diagnosis and the prescription, right? The intake consultation may be your single biggest contributor to a good-sized transaction and a long-term relationship. Unfortunately, it's the single biggest hole where money goes down the drain, more often than not. Another valuable thing to do is to look at your marketing funnel. Where does your marketing time and money go? I see the lion's share spent on lead generation, appointment booking, and making the first step. What happens after is where real money is. The diagram depicts the old marketing funnel versus the new one, stressing that building relationships after conversion deserves at least as much attention as getting people through the door. Most locations, though, have too few clients. Their retention rate is a problem because there is no process in place for ensuring it. An experience I have only recently shared the statistic. Out of 7,500 people who have been through his door in 4 years, only 9% have visited more than 20 times. This number speaks volume. Do you have your numbers? Now, here's another set of options to become more focused and to deliver better client care and results. What is the first sign of a good restaurant? A short menu. Those who offer you 5 pages signal that many ingredients are probably from a can or frozen. Wellness centers are similar. There needs to be a core offer that appeals to the target audience and is profitable. And the menu needs to be segmented by application. Like restaurant will have meat dishes separated from vegetarian and vegan items, a cryotherapy center should offer options for health improvement, performance, and beauty, bundled and turned into dishes, packages, and memberships, not ingredient by ingredient. Last but not least is looking at the ways to become more relevant and add extra help to reach clients' goals. What could it be? Complementary health, wellness, or fitness advice in the form of articles, video tutorials, seminars, live classes, expert events, joint efforts with other businesses in the community, helpful products in store or online. There are so many options. Brainstorm with your team and look for examples in other industries. This is a great way to get thinking out of the box. The only principle to stick to is no supplemental option shall overshadow the core business. Like our backbone, it needs to remain straight and healthy. For free libraries, make sure you get access to the library of resources at cryoproductsunited.com. And this is a point when I would like to switch back to my distinguished guests, Ali and Tara, and we can continue with some questions and answers.
Just a quick comment. We shortened our break, so we have 20 minutes for you, and we will include a couple of comments from the audience. Antra, Aliatara, if you could address that as well, please.
Of course.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay. What are the reasons why most clients come to cryotherapy was one of the questions I just saw. Can you share your experiences? What are the main reasons why people come to you? Sarah?
We tend to, within my studio, we deal a lot more with pain management than anything else. We get a lot of people with arthritis, new surgeries, people who come in that have really tried absolutely everything that they can, and they can't seem to get their pain managed. A lot of the times we end up being their very last ditch effort because they're actually scared of cryotherapy. One of our big things is educating people so that they understand what it is, what the process is, and they don't have to have that fear when they come in. We have been very successful in helping in the pain management area. We've got clients who we've been able to help get completely off of a lot of their pain medications. We're really proud of that. We also work on animals as well, which is something that we started off earlier within our business as well. And that's actually brought in a lot of people. That's got us a lot of coverage nationally as well, which has been great. Other than our pain management side of things, I would say we get a lot of people on the other side, along with our athletes that are looking for ways to be able to recover a lot faster and be able to get that little bit of an extra edge on their game. We see everything from our high school athletes all the way up to our pro athletes that compete nationally as well.
How are you positioning yourself? What is your main message to the audience? Is it pain?
Yes, it is for us because of the other services we offer, such as massage therapy, infrared. We have the NormaTec compression therapy, body talk. It is an alternative means, a way to be able to step away from medications and find other alternative sources in order to manage that pain.
Thank you. Alia, you have a big interesting approach, different from most. I know that you are focusing mainly on cryotherapy. You don't offer like infrared or other things. It's cryo, period. How are you doing and how you are surviving in this trend towards like everything?
Andrea, you cut out just a little bit, but I'll try to answer your question. So we concentrate in 3 different categories, like Tara, sports, recovery, pain management, and beauty. Of course, it's a lot sexier to market to athletic recovery if it's weekend warriors or serious athletes or high schoolers. But really our offering is we try to pull in even the pain management. It's interesting, pain management for us, people usually don't walk in and tell us what's going on right away. It's something that we kind of find out as we build that relationship. They come in because they're active, they want to stay active. And then later we learn that they actually have, they've got arthritis or they have rheumatoid or some type of autoimmune diseases. So it's interesting. Our pain management business is growing rapidly. We started really, 10 years ago, I started the business focusing on just sports and worked for, some professional organizations, basketball, NFL, colleges. And it just morphed into more of pain management and beauty. It's amazing how many of us struggle with pain management if it's something little as, a herniated disc or a little bit of arthritis or something big like an autoimmune disorder.
So you don't feel like in a worse position because of not having infrared sun and other treatments to offer. Cryotherapy does the job, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say I'm a purist. So I don't think that cryotherapy is the only thing that will fix, right? We're very involved in our community. So we actually refer business to a center that would have infrared or stretch therapy or PT or, chiropractic. But we have done really well with just simplified services. It's easy on training for your staff. It's easy to educate your client. It's not complicated. And then we can laser focus in on exactly what our message is. I think our hardest thing with marketing and advertising is our 3 categories. So that's just how we are. I know I have friends in the business that do a lot of other things in their centers, but that's our thing. We stick to simplified services. We do cold and we do it well.
Okay. Let me ask both of you one question that I just saw on the screen from Rob, which was about what advice would you give to the centers that will be opening after the crisis? Because he said his opening was postponed by what is going on now. And I believe the success factors are largely the same as where your success factors were, where you started respectively in 2012 and 2014. But obviously the situation is going to be a little different. So what would your answer to Rob be?
So we are implementing, we've really used this downtime to leverage our marketing efforts on how we're going to reopen and our plan. So there's a couple things we're doing. One, we're doing a soft open. We're not doing a open the door, everybody's memberships are back on. We're actually going to do a soft opening and let people that are comfortable to come out and get our services to start coming back, right? And then as the environment is ready, then we'll do a complete opening. But we really want to do it in stages. The other thing is my team and I have been working on different policies and procedures. And really this was, none of us has ever done this before. So now we're like, okay, we have to come up with a plan, marketing, PR, how we take care of our employees, how we take care of our franchisees, how we communicate. If this ever happens again, it could be something else, right? We just have to be able to prepare and be ready for anything at this point. So different things like, technology is a great tool. We are now looking at when people come into the studio, our process is going to be a little bit different. We're not, 20 people can't walk in all at the same time. We're going to have to, right now we do one client every 15 minutes. So we're going to have to spread that out a little bit more. We're going to have to make sure we've got not only our staff protected, but also the guest must feel comfortable in the environment too. So, technology is great. You can get different solutions for your check-in, check-out system, teach your database, your guest how to use the app properly, things like that.
Mm-hmm. Tara, can I ask you the same question? I know that you have been approached also in order to copy paste your concept into a different location. What are you going to be doing differently, and what to do after the crisis?
Well, for us, from the very start of our conception, most important thing for us has been in building our relationships with both our clients, our staff, and other businesses, including our competitors, and making sure that we keep a perception of abundance out there with working with other businesses. Moving forward, we are going to really kind of stick with that as well. Our suppliers have been really important to us. We have a great relationship with them. One of the first things we're doing when we're opening is we are actually going to do an event for our community for giving back to all of our medical staff and our essential workers. Our nitrogen company is amazing, and they're actually going to donate the nitrogen to us so that we can offer free treatments to these folks that have been really in the trenches right now. The same as And so like I was talking about, we are really going to be concentrating on our safety as well and continuing to educate on safety the way that we have been, but making sure even more so that our clients do feel safe and that if they have any questions or concerns that we get on that right away. We are also every day during our downtime, we have been calling our clients and checking up on them, letting them know so that they know that we care. One of our big things within my business is I tell people that when they walk through our doors, they come in as a client and they leave family. And that if they leave with absolutely nothing else, that they know that somebody cares about them. And so we're following through with that by continuing our communication through phone calls with them, Facebook, doing a lot of self-help videos for them, things that they can do at home to help manage their pain when we're not available for them, and just let them know that we are still there. We're going to be there when we reopen, and that we're going to open up with more education, more tools for them, and that we're going to be right there next to their sides to help them get through all the steps after we all reopen our doors.
Okay. Dara is big in community building. That is something that I absolutely adore about your way of doing business. It's all about others. It's not about you. It's kind of the same thing that I was talking about as well. I spotted another question, which is a good question in our industry, from Sunbreeze. How do you get people to commit to cryotherapy long term? Alia, you are the cryotherapy queen, cryotherapy only queen. So this question is definitely.
So, we do different things at Icebox. We have something called the Jumpstart that I developed 10 years ago when I first got in. You would put somebody in the machine and, they're like, I think I feel something. This feels good. And then they walk away and you never see them again. So we actually have something called the Jumpstart that offers 2 sessions. And we train our staff to really focus on getting that second appointment in. We have a whole 3 to 5 days within a 7 to 10 day period. Our big thing is really the aha moment usually is on that second to third time that people come in. So it's really important. Our retention is something that is focused on all the time. We always talk retention. So that's how we get, I love cryotherapy. It literally saved my life. And I think also another thing is the passion. I think when you have your staff and yourself, I love being on the floor. Unfortunately, I haven't been on the floor for a couple years now, but it shows, it shows to guests coming in that when you educate, not sell, we got to educate. You have to tell them what they need to do. You can't just say, hey, here, this is what we offer. What do you want to do? It's like you said, Andra, it's really a prescription. And we have an order at Icebox that we tell our clientele.
Okay. That's really cool. There's something to add to what Alia said?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that we do that I love is we do offer my dogs are in the background, as we do offer a unlimited package. And the reason we offer this is because we really want people to know what cryotherapy can do for them and do for their body. It's a 30-day package. It is our best value. It gets them in, it gets them using it more on a regular basis. And usually we get people that will come in every single day using that as well. And their bodies just fall in love with it. And I don't think we've really probably maybe 1 out of every 5 clients choose not to re-up and do an unlimited, but they always go and they do one of our other smaller packages. So that's really been our way to introduce cryo to people. We don't ever offer first-time free sessions or really a discounted session. What I tend to find with that is that people will come in, they come in for the deal, they use the deal, and then you have nothing else to sell them. They leave, it's off their mind, they don't think about it, and they don't come back in. If you can offer them a package, you get them on a package right away, then you have them guaranteed that they're going to come in again and they're going to get the best results. So they're more than likely going to come in. If we do ever do a type of a free offer, it's usually with a buddy day. We tend to really look at the days historically that we are slower, which usually ends up being on a holiday, and we will put out for a buddy day where if you bring in a friend, it's buy one, get one free. With our equipment, if we can get people in closer together, we save on nitrogen and it reduces our price. So we really don't lose anything as far as a money value with that. And the client leaves feeling that they've got a huge value. They just shared a really awesome experience with their best friend or family member. And we always offer when they leave to be able to add that discount onto a package if they like to purchase it. So they're not leaving empty-handed. They're leaving with another session to come back with.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point. Like I've seen so many who get trapped early on into like promotion, discount, free session here, free session there. And at the end of the day, people stop coming in unless there are those discounts or free sessions, and you lose its value that is to be marketed and stressed all the time rather than the price benefits, right? I see Mark coming in. Mark, are we out of time?
Just one or two maybe last question, but you're getting a lot of praise and compliments here. That's really, really nice to see. And maybe we can show a couple of them, but people really like what you do. And so that's great to hear. Maybe one last question and then we wrap up.
Sure. There was one I just spotted, Corey, I believe. The question was about how do you get athletes through the door? I don't know if it was specifically about like high-level athletes or athletes in general, but that's a good question.
I could probably answer that. So a lot of people know that we worked for the NFL for many years and the NBA. They're a very small percentage of my business. I mean, I do have contracts. So my teams that are here in Atlanta, where we're in a big city, we have package deals for them and what have you. But as somebody that is, a franchise board teaching franchisees, my biggest advice would be to go out to your community and look at training facilities, get in contact with high school trainers, college trainers, educate, get them in the door. Cryo is one of the things that you can't show on a piece of paper and explain. You got to get them in the door, explain it to them, show them, get one of their athletes to come in and try it. I mean, it's all about spreading the news and getting involved in the community and showing the benefits of cryotherapy. But I can tell you it's a very small percentage of our business. It's a fun part of the business. I have great tickets, but other than that, it's really, we focus on the real people, the me's of the community. But yeah.
Maybe to wrap up, one last question from Chase. What are some useful strategies to retain loyalty and advocacy after successfully converting clients? Maybe one short answer from each of you.
Okay.
So for us, it's huge with, again, those relationships, making sure that we know what our clients' stories are and keeping that communication with them. If you build a relationship with that person and they trust you, they're going to continue to come in. If you can call them by their first name, that second day that they come in, their face is going to brighten up because you care. We also use a referral program. We give out cards that have, if you can put your name on the bottom of it and they can hand it out to people that they want to try cryotherapy. When that person comes in, that person gets 10% off. And then we send the person who gave the referral a coupon for 10% off as well. That has been really huge for my business.
It's all about relationships, right?
Yes.
Alia?
It's all about relationships. And I think that's where the successful cryo centers flourish, is if they focus on not a transactional business, but a relationship business. Yep. And I've been in the retail business for 20 years. So I understand the value of the one client and how important it is to keep them feeling extra special. So we do a lot of things. We don't discount very much at all in our center, in our studios. But some of the things that we do is we have a system where we can actually write notes for our clients. So we understand, you know, if they're training for a race, or if they just got off of medication, or if their daughter is getting married. I mean, any talking points that we can do, connect that belly to belly business for our staff is so important.
Okay, I'll let Mike stand. Sorry, Mark.
Yes, thank you so much. I mean, this is really what we're trying to do. This belly to belly, this virtual connections. Let's connect. Let's help each other, and let's see it this way. Let's connect this and help this one owner, not the one client, but the one owner this time, to help him or her be better and get better at her business. And if we achieve that today, I think it's definitely worth the effort, and all the others will definitely benefit as well. So thank you to the three of you, and we'll move on. Carmen, we have Marte with a short introduction, and then we'll take a break. Is that right?
That's correct, Mark. We actually have Marte. She's going to be giving us or indulging us with an intro of meditation. So everyone, please stay with us. During the break, we have an intro with Marte for meditation. She's the founder of the program 24 Minutes of Karma. She's a dedicated practitioner and instructor of mindfulness, meditation, and yoga. So we will be back.
Hey, Marte.
Hi.
Hey, where are you right now?
Say it again.
Where are you right now?
I'm actually in Germany. I'm on a small little island in the Baltic Sea.
Okay, great. So you give us a short introduction, what you will be doing for some of us here over lunch. And then we take a little break before we continue with digital power sessions. So Martin, go ahead, tell us a little bit what you do in your 25 minutes over lunch.
Great. So what we just heard was a lot of information, a lot of news, a lot of new information. So for allowing that to settle in, we need to take a break and actually settle our mind. What we're going to be doing during the lunch break is a mindfulness program that I've created. We just call it the 24 Minutes of Karma. It combines the three aspects of using mindful movement. So we're basically allowing us to get back into our body, to move our body a little bit. The second component is our breath. We are connecting to our breath so that we can create breath awareness, which especially these days, it's so important to have. And then the third component is a guided meditation. We're going to be moving into that as the last part.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We will see you over the lunch break. We take a quick break and be back in 5 minutes. So that is 10:32 my time. All right. See you then. And we'll continue with 3, which you should not miss. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you. So what we're going to be doing now is a brief introduction to meditation. As I said before, we're going to move into the full 24 minutes of karma later. So for now, I'm just going to explain you a little bit about the process of meditation. The way meditation works is we are basically focusing our attention. What happens usually is our attention is everywhere. We're distracted. We're a little bit all over the place, torn left and right. So meditation really allows us to find this focus. What we usually use for our meditation practice is an anchor. In this case, we're going to be using our breath. The breath is something that we all do, so it comes easy, it comes natural to all of us. And creating this awareness really allows us to give us something to hold on to basically, fix our attention to. So what happens then is once we have that connection to our breath, we might experience something like a calm state of mind, a connected state of mind, concentration. This can last, depending on your level, for a little longer, or it can just be a quick second before something else comes to distract you, to take your mind away from that focus. And then the moment that you notice that your mind has wandered, so you're becoming aware of your attention having taken off, having wandered, you'll just regain attention with your next breath, and you're going to start again. That is the whole idea of meditation. The important part about this is your attitude. And so usually our default mode, once our attention wanders, and once we notice that our attention wanders, is one of self-criticism, that we're becoming a little upset, a little angry. I knew my mind couldn't do it, it's way too busy. But we can change that. Instead of being this self-critic, we can actually become kinder towards ourselves, and we can be compassionate, and we can really look at this like, okay, this is interesting, my mind does that, and actually everybody's minds do that. And then we can let go of whatever took our attention away. We can refocus, we can find the next breath, and we can continue with our practice. And after all that, we're going to be practicing just that in a little bit.
It already helped me. Thank you so much. We move right into the next session, if that's okay. Let's keep moving on. Marta, thank you so much. We will see you later. All right. So next up is Sri Srinivasan. And this is something really special. So I'll ask Daniela to kick us off with Sri, please.
Thank you, Mark, and welcome to the whole community. It is now my great pleasure to introduce Sri Srinivasan. He will present his lesson for us, Social Marketing, the 10 Times Power session. I'm beyond excited to introduce Sri, really, true guru in the field. It's amazing to have him. Sri Srinivasan, renowned social media and digital innovation expert, is the inaugural Marshall R. Loeb Visiting Professor of Digital Innovation at Stony Brook University School of Journalism. Sri is a leading consultant, speaker, trainer for nonprofits, corporations, startups, and executives worldwide. And he was named one of Fast Company's 100 most creative people in the business in 2015. During the COVID-19 crisis, he has launched 2 global conversations. The Daily Show on social called, and I use the hashtag, ShriCovid-19 Call. And he has also a weekly radio program Saturdays from noon to 12 p.m. Eastern Time on WBAI 99.5 FM in New York City and WBAI globally. And also, not to mention, Sri has over 84,000 followers on Twitter. Welcome, Sri.
Hello, how are you?
Welcome. Thank you.
Doing great.
Being here. Sri, in the earlier session, we heard a lot about the opportunity now to get digital and get social media into play. So this is the right time to have you on. But allow me, before we start, to play a little ad bingo with you.
Okay.
We've been asking friends what has helped them during this time, and this has helped me. And maybe, as you're an expert, you can help everybody to find out what these apps that are helping me right now are.
So would you like to me to talk about them, or how would you like to?
Maybe identify them so people then can figure out themselves what's behind it. Maybe.
So let me just look. Just hold it up close. Let me see. So I think most of them, but let me see. Okay, first is something to do with Nike. It must be the Nike Running Club app.
Correct.
The New York Times, of course.
Correct.
Amazing.
Yes.
WhatsApp.
Correct.
Apple TV. N26 is a banking app, so that's pretty cool. That's what the young kids use, Mark. So you're impressing me now by showing me how young you are. That's pretty cool. And then FaceTime, Trello, Evernote, and then my favorite, Otter, O-T-T-E-R. Everybody needs to go to otter.ai right now or later and check it out, because it's an app that helps you transcribe your conversations. So let's say this particular session. So I'm actually going to go to Otter right now. I'm going to go to my Otter, and what it allows me to do is I go on Otter, and it will record my conversation and also create a transcript without having to worry about getting it exactly right. It works pretty well. It's about 90% accuracy, and I'm going to show you here as it's typing right now. Do you all see it? It's pretty good, isn't it? That's pretty good. All the emails are coming in. You can see that. And that's how that works. So that's called Otter, OTTER.ai. And then you can share that later. You can listen to specific audio clips of that. And it also breaks it up in a very easy manner. So I encourage you to check that out.
Right. So that being said, I encourage everybody to tag, share, comment, and ask a lot of questions to Sri. And one more thing, why I have Apple TV on here, you can see it. So I got rid of most of my cable boxes and got Apple TV, because it helps me to save money and enjoy almost the same programs as before. And it's actually a little easier and better to handle. With that being said, Sri, why don't you kick it off? I'll be in the background. I'll be here. We're feeding you with a lot of comments and questions, but please kick it off. One more thing to everybody out there, Sri and his team has helped us tremendously putting this on for you. And if you need help in any way with your business, with your digital transformation, with putting on something similar like this, please reach out to Sri. Sri, with that being said, over to you.
Thank you so much. What a generous introduction by Mark. One of the things that I have learned through this entire crisis is that relationships matter. People matter, right? Money matters, all those other things matter, but people matter. And the relationships and the connections you make and the ones that you've had already, they become stronger in a crisis. And that's an example with Mark. He's always very generous. And we've worked on so many projects for so many big and small organizations. And here we are having a chance to be with all of you. I want to make sure that you will also be able to see my screen, as I will be able to share and show you some of my thoughts as we go here. First thing is to tell you that when I worked at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, where I was the Chief Digital Officer, I was also the Chief Digital Officer of New York City and also of Columbia University. We used to always think about how can we be really good at helping people get as much out of everything that they are looking at and as well as they can. And one of the things that people would always ask me is, Sri, why don't you have more QR codes at the museum? And I said that Americans don't know how to use QR codes. And so you may say, then why do you have a QR code? I also heard the term robot vomit. And that made me think of QR codes as a problem, right? Because you can't read them. So then you'll say, Sri, why do you have the QR code on your presentation? And the answer is that something changed in the last 3 years. Apple built in the QR code reader into its camera. So if you have a camera right now on you, an iPhone, you can just point the QR code, the camera right at the screen, and you will be able to take a picture and get my presentation. So I encourage you to do that right now. If you have an Android, you know to use the Google app to get the QR code reader. So there's a lesson for all of us in this little segment here about the QR code, that even some great company like Apple, which is the greatest marketing machine of all time, even they are bad at marketing some of their own features and some of their own products. So they go in and put in this amazing feature, but then they forget to tell everybody that they have done that. So this is a prime example of why we have to be our own cheerleaders. We have to be our own champions. We cannot wait for other people to do that. We have to talk about what we are doing in business, in work, etc. It's not good enough to be great. It's not even good enough to be good enough. You have to tell people, and people have to know. And that's one of my themes for today. You can see I have my slides on a bit.ly link. You can see right on the screen as well. So the best way to make use of my time with you is for you to do a lot of commenting, asking questions, post questions. That would be great. But also annotate this conversation, meaning take notes. Take a piece of paper or your computer or a file and just write down 2 columns. Things to try now, things to try later. I'm going to throw so many ideas at you, right? We already heard the Otter app, for example, OTTER as just one example. So make sure that you are annotating things to try now, things to try later. And one of the things I tell everybody is to get a bit.ly link, as you can see on the screen, bit.ly. If you have a bit.ly link, then you will be able to see the traffic to your own links. So for example, right now, if you go to bit.ly/3cryo, I can, on the back end, see how many people were able to look at that and click that. And if any of your customers send you a bit.ly link, double click on it because they might be tracking to see if you open their link. So one of the things that I want you to do is think about that. And I'm going to give you lots of actionable items, lots of big picture thoughts, but also lots of actionable, useful tips, I hope. You also have my email address. If I can ever be of help to any of you, please connect with me on LinkedIn, on email, on Twitter, on Facebook. And also, if you are interested in all my tips on one sheet of paper, I have a link there as well, a bit.ly link. And I encourage you to subscribe to my YouTube page, SriNet. I should have said that greetings from New York City. It's a damp, cold, cool day in New York. It's going to rain. And that kind of is the mood that most of us are in. We go out with our dog twice a day. She's doing her part. She used to go out 4 times a day. Now she goes twice. And when we go out, we feel like we're going into Chernobyl because something is going to get you and you don't know what. And that's a terrible feeling to have for folks who are used to connecting and being out there and being with the world. So please take a photo of this or take the QR code and you can then access everything I'm talking about. The most useful thing I can do for you is invite you to my closed, free Sri's social media group. It's a closed group on Facebook. So if you're on Facebook, ask to join Sri's Advanced Social. It's very easy. Once you join, there are more than 9,000 people there who work in social media, who work in digital media, also people who work at LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, all the big companies, all the big news organizations, lots of people from Europe, because I've taught, thanks to Mark, big German, and in Austria and in the UK. So this is a very good, useful place for you to learn things. So please go in there, search Sri's Advanced Social and ask to join, and you will learn a lot, I promise you. And you will benefit from each other's wisdom there. So one of the things I'd like to do is to kind of take your temperature, but not the kind you're thinking about. And what I want you to do is to go to Slido right now. You can use the QR code or go to slido.com and type in Cryo versus COVID-19. That's the hashtag. I want to see a lot of tweets and posts coming in from people. But I just want to say, what's one word that describes how you feel? So if you can do that right now, go to slido.com/cryo versus COVID-19. If you can do that on your phone or other device, you don't want to lose this conversation. We'll come back and take a look at how people are doing. So again, you go to slido.com, cryo versus COVID-19, and there you will be able to tell us how you feel and we will collect your opinion. We have one, I like that, impressed. So Mark, I think we should immediately just quit while we're ahead, right? Now you see people are going to have different thoughts and they're impressed, uncertain. Keep going. Awesome. Thank you. These are good words to feel. And it's okay to feel more than one thing, right? We all know that. And we are all learning here as well. So we'll come back to this in a little bit. Whenever I teach, I start with ABC. Always be charging is the first thing. And of course, charging in money-wise so that your value is always clear. but also I mean charging your phone, charging your electronics. You're in an all-day, long-day session today. Make sure you're plugged in and you've got multiple battery packs with you. I'm always carrying 4 or 5, so I encourage you to do that. Second, always be connecting, a chance to connect with each of the speakers. Connect with me. You don't need me for anything now, but you never know, right? So connect with people when you don't need them so that they're there when you need them. It's a really good way to think about how you can make the most of everything we're doing. So always be connecting. Also, always be collecting. And what I mean by that is today you're going to have seen hundreds of slides and lots of ideas. Anytime you see something good on the screen, just take a picture. That way you will remember it when you're looking through the slides on your photos on your phone. Because by giving you 40 slides, 30 slides, it's like giving you 3,000 slides. You'll never be looking at all of them. So please take a look, take an opportunity to go back and just take slides, take pictures of any slides that might be useful to you. The most important always is always be learning. And one of the things that has happened here is that we now have more chances to learn, and that's what you're doing today. And I salute you for doing that and stepping up and trying to learn. One of the things that I have learned in all of this is that when crisis happens, like that's happening to us right now, we can sit down and be upset and just cry, or we can do something about it. And one of the things we can do is to learn. And how do we get stronger and better going forward? I want to tell you that I am also, just like all of you, I've been affected badly by this. I have had 3 friends who've died, including one yesterday that I learned of. Monday, he was completely okay, feeling a little sick, got a little more sick. By Tuesday, he died, 53 years old here in New York. This is the kind of situation we're in now. So I've been affected by that. 2 17-year-olds, my kids, are learning from home. They had their SAT exam for American colleges canceled the night before. I've lost tens of thousands of dollars in speaking gigs because of things that are canceled just through June. And I'm not saying all this for you to feel pity for me, but just to say that we're all being affected by this, and we all have to learn and double down and be confident that we can make it through this. Otherwise, the only solution is despair, and that is not what we want. The most useful slide to you, all of you, is going to be this one. The scarcest resource of the 21st century is human attention. And this came from Les Hinton, the former publisher of the Wall Street Journal. What does that mean? It means it is hard to get through the clutter. There's too much going on. There are too many webinars now. There are too many Twitter feeds. There's too much stuff happening. And how do we cut through the clutter is going to be really important in what you're trying to do as businesses that are trying to operate. I'm not in your business. I'm not in your industry. But I know that if you internalize this idea that we have to get human attention and we have to keep that human attention, that's how we're going to succeed. So please think about how you are going to do that in everything we do. When I was young, I wanted to be a millionaire, and I'm pleased to tell you that I did become a millionaire, but not in what I expected. It was in unread Gmail messages. And when you look at this list, the sadder number is not even the million unread messages. The sadder number is the drafts, because that means I didn't follow through. So I'm not showing you this because I'm important in any way, but I'm sharing this with you because that's what you have to do. You have to cut through the clutter. But Mark can tell you that what I said earlier about having relationships and connections really matter. As soon as Mark wrote to me, we were on the call in less than 5 minutes, and we planned this session that quickly. So people may have lots of things going on, but for the right people, they always have time. For the right connections, for the right people, the right relationships, they have time. So what are you doing to build your relationships? One of my random things I'm doing every day, I'm calling one of my friends, associates, former clients, and just saying hi. And they're often surprised, but they're also grateful. Not one person has said, I don't have time now, right? We're living in a texting social media world. Email still matters. Phone calls still matter. So making sure you have those connections is a way to do this, and it's very, very useful. You heard a very generous introduction of me, but it wasn't the full story. You are seeing on the screen now how I went through adversity. I was at the Met, having the best year at the Met. I changed that institution with a lot of people. I was having such a great time. I was raising money for them, millions of dollars. And one day my boss came in and said, "You're out because we need to save money." I was in total shock about that. But what did I do? I went in and just went online and said, I'm going to not be broken by this. I'm going to be bent, but not broken. And so I went on Facebook and told people, I've lost my job. Tell me what to do next. And I gave people a Google form. And 1,400 people around the world filled in that Google form and gave me ideas, gave me strength. Some gave me some terrible ideas. Some people gave me good ideas. But in that mix, I was able to find ways in which I could become stronger. And the PBS NewsHour did a whole 8-minute segment on me. They followed me from 6:30 in the morning to 7 at night. It was an amazing experience. The worst moment of my life became the best moment because I got a global digital hug in what I was doing. And because you have my slides, everything you see on the screen is clickable. So you can go in and click and read the article. But I also have a QR code. You can just zoom in and take a picture of that QR code. That is a QR code that goes to a 200 post thread on Twitter about careers, career changes, layoffs, all of those things. And there's someone in your life who would benefit from reading that. There's someone in your life who would benefit from watching this PBS segment if they are having trouble. We have a question that I'm definitely going to get back to. Is it appropriate to do marketing now? Will it help or hurt? I did a segment just on this on my Cryo 19 calls, my Cryo COVID-19 call, my regular COVID-19 call. See, I have Cryo on my brain. That's great marketing, right? But the Edelman Trust Barometer did a study of brands at this moment. And what the head of it, Tonya Reese, told all of us is that people want solutions, not sales. That doesn't mean not marketing, right? They want solutions, not sales. They want you to be relevant in their lives. And that's where we're going to go. I have some more slides about this. So you can you can spend your marketing budget, but don't think of it as marketing. Think of it as reaching out. Think of it as connecting. Think of it as doing what a good businessman or woman does, which is being relevant to your clients. And Kristen says, just use the QR code. Thank you, and thanks for sharing this tip. And by the way, Americans don't use QR codes for the most part. Some are using it, but it's Apple's fault that we're not using QR codes. They fixed the QR code problem and then didn't tell anybody, as I've been saying. As you can see, I've been kind of thinking about this for a long time. I hope you're posting lots of questions on Twitter with Cryo vs COVID-19. I hope you're also posting some Instagrams. We just want you to practice. We want you to get better at social. We want you to activate your social, because I know as business owners, many of you are really good at social and many of you have no time for social. You may have had your cousin doing it. You hired an intern, but this is one of the things you can work on, and that's one of my themes for today.
Shri,
yes.
Just to butt in here, a question from a survey that we took for our participants earlier on. Mark had mentioned it. To start out, if someone is new and not an expert in social media, can you give them some guidance how to really, get started, go in? It can be so overwhelming with all the tools, measurement, tracking, video, emails. What should I do? Can you give them just a few hinters how to get started and
Sure.
how much manpower they should expect to dedicate, since they have so many other things to juggle?
Absolutely. So one of the things that I would love to do is to answer that question right now. And if we're moving into kind of Q&A into the presentation, that's great. I'll just ask our team in the back in the chat room to just make sure that I'm on track and give me alerts as well. I know Danielle, you will do that too. So the question, let's pull up the question again so everyone knows what I'm talking about. The question was, how do you get started? What channels should you be on? If you are a business in the industry you're in, you have to think about your audience and what is your audience most comfortable with. And it's most likely to be Facebook and Instagram, right? Those are probably where people are because they're on their phones all day, they're on mobile all day. And so you can think about how you can maximize the opportunity on those two channels. But remember, that everything you're doing on social is just an extension of your website. One of my former students, Jim Rosenberg, who went out, he's at Jim Rosenberg, he went on to run social media for the World Bank and UNICEF and all of these big brands. He used to say that your social media is just your embassy, while the home country is your website. So making sure that you don't get caught up in all the other stuff, make sure your website works, make sure your SEO is really good so that people can find you, make sure that people are looking at your content, right? So you need your website, which is your home country, and then you have multiple embassies, right? Maybe you're experimenting on YouTube, maybe you're experimenting on Facebook, experimenting on Instagram. Oh, Instagram is good, I'm going to build a bigger embassy there. But it all pointing back to your website or your home country. So that's the way you look at it. The size of the embassy depends on your budget, depends on your interest, where you're experimenting, and then you can think about this. So in my own case, Mark mentioned I have a lot of followers on some channels. I have, but I am now experimenting with YouTube, and that's why I'd love for you to go to my YouTube channel and subscribe. When I started this, I had a couple of hundred followers. I still have not that many followers, but I'm experimenting there. Why? Because in this age of COVID-19, having video really matters. Doesn't mean it has to be on YouTube. It could be on Instagram, could be on Facebook, could be on all of them. But I am going out of my way to learn YouTube right now and really working on my YouTube. So I encourage you to go to SriNet on YouTube and subscribe, and that will encourage me to keep going. So this is where it's my tiniest embassy, but I'm trying to grow it. Why am I working on such a tiny embassy when I have 100 times more followers on some other platforms? Because I want that embassy to grow, because it's a relevant embassy right now, right? I want that to grow. So think about that in terms of your different embassies, as I said. And the question about what manpower do you need? Well, if you can afford it, you should hire somebody, have them in-house so it's not your cousin doing it. But if your cousin's good, your niece is good, they can do it as well. One person for a small business who's working half-time to three-quarters time to full-time can do a lot for you. If you can't afford a full-time person or even a half-time person, lots of good local agencies that you can talk to. Email me, sri@sri.net. I'll help you find one. We have our own team that does really high-quality work, and we have people around the country that can also help. But what I tell people is that you, as a boss, as an owner, you need to learn this. I once did a cover story for a business magazine with the CEO of one of the world's biggest companies in 1994, right? Most important, most prestigious companies in the world. We did a cover shoot, and in the cover shot, there's him at his computer. On his computer are bunches of paper. On his desk are bunches of paper. No computer on his desk in 1994. Why? Because his secretary was doing all the emailing and whatever internal stuff. So he would dictate things. He was using his phone. He had a cell phone, which was unusual, but he was not, as the CEO, he was not involved in this tech stuff because it was not important. A lot of us are like that today. Oh, the social is not important. My assistant will do it. My receptionist will do it, right? But I think you should learn how to do it. You should practice, and that's where you can spend some of your marketing money that's sitting on the sidelines. Spend it on learning, some training, some expertise. Lots of people who can do that, and I'm always happy to help you. So let's get back into the presentation, and as we get more questions, we'll come in, and I'm going to leave some time, of course, for questions as well. So now you're looking at the screen here. So a guy who didn't like QR codes has gone crazy on QR codes, as you can see. And let's see if you can identify each of those QR codes, right? So you can see there's LinkedIn on the upper left. There is Instagram, and there is Twitter, and there is Messenger. That blue one on the extreme right is Messenger. On the extreme left is WeChat. If you work with China, you have to be on WeChat. So important, right? And in the middle there is TikTok. And then I have my WhatsApp, and I have Venmo. By the way, if you like this talk, send me a couple of bucks on Venmo, and I will get that to one of the food trucks that's helping feed the folks who are healthcare workers in New York, frontlinefoodtrucks.com. So just go in. You have my Venmo code now, Srinet. You can send me a couple of bucks. I'm saying that not because we need your money. We'd love your money. They would love your money. But I just want you to practice, right? Practice on me. I can be the person you practice on. Try using all these social media, not all of them. Pick one or two and just practice on me. And I don't mean just now, just going forward. What are ways in which you can learn each of these platforms, right? So I'm a guy who doesn't like QR codes, and look at me going crazy on QR codes because they are relevant and they're useful. I have found the use for me. And does Venmo work outside the US? Great question. And this is where we all, including me, need to be more aware of each of these platforms in other countries, right? So this Venmo I just put up there today, so I haven't had a chance to try it, and that's a good question. But I'm sure somebody in the audience knows the answer. So type in the answer. Does it work outside the US? Otherwise, you can always send me money on PayPal. Sri@sri.net is my PayPal account. But it's not about the money. It's about trying. It's about being experimental. It's about getting excited about this technology. And we can do a lot if we play around with the technology, if we try this stuff. So take a picture of this as well so you have it. But all of this is to say, keep experimenting. I also like how all these different businesses in various industries are trying and showing how they can be relevant. Bitmoji app, you might know, it's a great avatar app, so it makes you these avatars. I like mine because he has better hair than me, and he is about 10 pounds lighter. So I like that. But look how they're being relevant, right? Right in the middle of this, they're being relevant. And that's the thing that you want to check out. Can you be relevant to your audience in the middle of everything going on? I love this experiment. One of the things they teach you is do not touch your face. I'm always touching my face. Do not touch your face.com. Just take a note of it, take a photo of it. It will train you not to touch your face. And that is AI at work. AI, artificial intelligence, that often gets a bad name. This is good AI because it's teaching you not to touch your face. And part of the reason I'm showing it to you is one of the cases I'm going to build for you is the importance of being relevant in your audience's life, right? So if you teach your audience about donot-touch-your-face.com, they're going to remember who taught that to you. They're going to remember that you were helpful, that you were relevant. When I started doing digital media classes and first taught a class on how to use email and then how to use the web and how to use Google, right? I've been doing this for 20 plus years. I used to hide all the handouts. I would not give the handout to anybody. In fact, I didn't even have a handout because I wanted them to take notes. And someone said, Sri, give away your handouts. Put it on the internet. Don't just give a printout. Give it away on the internet. And that's what I started doing. And they said, you will get it back 10 times, 100 times. I got it back 1,000 times because people see a presentation and they think, oh, that's pretty good. That's the free version. Then the paid version must be 10 times better. I don't know if it's that much better, but that's how people think. So be relevant in your people's lives. Another memory that some of you may have who are old enough, when Google came along, before that, there was Yahoo, there was Alta Vista, there was Ask Jeeves, there were all these brands were dominating. Lycos, these are all dominating the search engine business. Google didn't spend a single penny on ads. What they did first is just be relevant in their users' lives. And the users became the ambassadors, right? So they said, we're not going to fool you into staying on our site. We're going to send you out. You might remember they had an I'm feeling lucky button, right? They just sent you out right away. And they said, but you will remember who sent you in the right direction, who pointed to good things. Be a great pointer to great information, and you will benefit, and your folks will benefit enormously in that. So that's something you can think about. Now say it after me, please, all of you. No one knows. No one knows. No one knows what's going to happen. No one has the answers. No one, not even the great Anthony Fauci, the great doctor, or people at WHO, people in power. Nobody knows because things are changing so quickly. I talked to the man in Hong Kong who was the man who found the SARS virus, who helped create the vaccine for the virus, and is now working on COVID-19. And even he doesn't know what's going to happen. They don't know what the future is. They don't know there's going to be a second wave. There may be other things happening, right? There, even today, just before I went on the air with you, I got a tweet that says there is worries that cured people who have recovered could again be transmitting. Like, your brain will just explode if you follow all the news. So instead, know that no one knows, be calm, think about what you can do. There is no playbook, right? You have to make your own playbook. Don't rely on somebody else, not even this conference, not even me. We don't know. But there are some principles you can think of. And there's a wonderful article by Taylor Loren, and you can see she's at TAYLRN on Twitter. And she has, and you can see her Instagram also. And I put a bit.ly link for you there, bit.ly/COVIDSoc1. And this is a great article where she says how to communicate during a crisis. So I encourage you to take a photo of this so you have it. And one of the things she says is provide organic value. Turn your Instagram into a valuable resource for your audience. Focus on engagement first instead of driving traffic by providing extra education through videos, captions, whatever, instead of constantly asking people to buy something. Solutions, not sales. Solutions, not sales, right? And one of the things she's showing is there's a brand called Revolve, which is beauty products and other things. They're doing things like how you can stay healthy, how you can stay energized, right? You folks are in the health business. So turn your entire output, newsletter, email, social, Instagram, everything, website, into how to stay healthy without us, right? So that when the world is ready, you'll come to us first, because you'll remember who helped them now in the crisis, right? One of the things I did was call all my clients and say to them, how can I help you? Don't worry about billing. What do you need right now? And that's an idea I got from Peter Shankman, who's a great marketer and wonderful guy, Peter Shankman, Shankman. And I just said, what can I do for you? I emailed them, called them, what can I do for you? And that should be your message to your clients. We're here for you. It's not marketing, it is relationship building and continuing to do that. I'm also a big fan of working on something. So each of you, you're spending today doing this. You're worried about your clients. You're worried about your business loans. You're applying for those small business loans in America, wherever you are. I hope there are business loans or bailouts or anything that you can get, and how hard it is. How hard it is to get through. The numbers are busy. The website isn't working. It is so infuriating, right? But this is also the time for you to work on something. Pick Instagram, pick Twitter, pick YouTube, and work on it. As I'm doing with my COVID-19 calls, every day I'm doing a video to learn how this stuff works, right? So it went from nothing, an audience of 10 people, to I've had almost 300,000 people watch it. The editor-in-chief of the Wall Street Journal is coming on. One of Bollywood's biggest movie stars, Monisha Koirala, is coming on. So many great people. Joe Lockhart, the former press secretary to Bill Clinton, is coming on the show. Like, how is this possible? Because people want to help you. They want to participate. And I just said, I'm just going to do this. I did it with zero money and 0 followers, right, for this particular effort on YouTube. But by doing it in my first 25 days, I've built it into something. This is not because I'm great. It's because people want to help. People want to experiment. I now have sponsors. I now have people pitching me on doing this. All of you can benefit from this if you think about that as well. So definitely think about going onto YouTube and SweNet and subscribe there as well. When I was at the Met, I was asked, what is your biggest competition? Is it British Museum? Is it the Louvre? And my answer in 2015 is the same as it is today. Before COVID-19, our competition isn't other museums. It's Netflix, Candy Crush, Life in 2020, right? So you have to be active and ready for people now so that they're there for you when you are back. When everybody comes back, they go to you first before they go to your competition. So a couple of quick tips, and then I want to take a lot of questions from people. In magazine covers, it's really important to be clever. And a lot of us think being clever is important. Here are some great magazine covers that you might remember from 1968, from 2006. But in digital, clear is the new clever. Clear is the new clever. So that's something that you always have to think about. in terms of why it is that everything you're communicating, are you clear in your subject lines? Are you clear in every single thing you do? 3 qualities of best communicators for this time: be confident, be transparent, and be generous, right? It's not about just coming back to me and saying, buy my products, buy my products, buy my products. It is about being there for people, being confident that you know what you're talking about. You're transparent and you're being generous. Point to other people. Who's doing a good job? Who's a good pizzeria down the street that's still open? Talk about them, right? When people have so many options, they will pick a few people and say, I'm going to listen to that person, because when they share in a generous manner, not just in a selling manner. And that's what you have to do. So these are one of the things that you can do as you're thinking about this. I'm going to keep my eye on the chat room to see how much time we have and how much time we have for Q&A, because I want to keep this conference going, and there's so much great content from everybody else here. Here's an example of journalists are looking for stories. A pizzeria used a 50,000 line of credit to avoid layoffs during the coronavirus, right? And I had that pizza owner on my show, and then Inc. magazine was watching the show, and they wrote about him and they interviewed him. Like, this is the new world, right? This is why you have to be in the game. You have to participate. You have to go in there. We have a question about tips for your blog. Yeah, a tip for your blog is think about all the things I've applied: clear, resourcefulness, confidence, transparency, generosity. Make sure that you are publishing, you are creating content, that people are still hearing from you, and in hearing from you, they're getting useful ideas. So that's really important as you're going through this. So keep that in mind. It's also not who follows you that matters, it's who follows you that matters. What I mean is, when I say I have 500 people following me on YouTube, it's the right 500 people. Is it better to have 5 million people? Of course. But I'd rather have the right 500 people than trying to chase 5 million people, right? And that's what's important in everything you're doing. The 3 attributes of the best digital projects: make it simple, useful, delightful. Simple, useful, delightful. If you keep that in mind, you're going to be really successful in the digital projects that you do. Be an early tester and late adopter of technology. There's so much tech that's happening that you may not even know about. When everything comes back, Google Maps has this live view feature which shows you augmented reality on the screen like this. It's magic. If you've not seen it before, it's something that I'd love for you to go and check out and find out as well, because that is the opportunity you have. That keep trying things. Also, one of the things that Instagram did was depressurize social. They don't show you they don't show other people how many people like your post. So there's less competition, there's less nervous energy that I need more likes, I need more likes. So think about that as you're doing this. Also, think about how you can be relevant. We're just going to take a look at 2 religion examples. Here's a Hindu temple in the middle of the Kobe Bryant crisis, and after he died, they lit up their temple in Chino Hills, California, outside LA, in the colors of the Lakers, right? Being relevant, connecting. Here are 2 photos from the Vatican on the 2 last papal transitions. And you can see in 2005, there's one guy with a Nokia phone. And then in 2013, look at how the whole world changed. What would change now if I hope this Pope lives forever, but if something changes, what would people be doing? There'd be more live streaming, more tweeting, more social, right? There's going to be more things. Is your business ready? And look at what the Pope did. They gave a reason to follow. He said, you follow me on Twitter, and we'll give you time off purgatory, right? That is crazy that they did that, but that also shows you they're thinking like a business, and that's why they're doing it. So before we take some quick questions, don't be afraid. Be open, transparent, cautious, and measured. Don't be afraid, but be open, transparent, and cautious and measured are some of the things that I will leave with you. I'm also telling you in this moment, with everything going on, make sure you're tracking what is happening in your life. Use the hashtag life highlight when good news happens, when things you want to note. This is one of my life highlights in this middle of this conference and everything going on. Mark Lemke reaching out to me and saying, I have a speaking opportunity for you. I'm going to put you in front of all these business owners who you can help. That is the kind of moment that I want to relish. I also want to give you my social media success formula. All of you can take a photo of this or a screenshot of this. We've also given you the presentation. Just think about how you can make all your posts some of these things, and some of your posts some of these things. Not all your posts don't need to be all of these things when you're doing this. So that's important. And then finally, I just want to show you my Bitmoji that has that we are all blessed, even though business is bad, even though the world is falling apart. Those of us who are still healthy, we have our health. I'm thinking of my family. I'm so grateful. Mark, thank you for having me here. If we have a couple of minutes to take questions, I'm here for everybody who needs my help.
Thank you so much, Sri. I mean, for many of us here, what you're saying is really, the second stage of social media engagement. So taking aside all the tools, I think the key point, what you're saying, is really, really encouraging and important. It's not about the latest tool or trick. It's about sharing. It's about being relevant, providing solution. And what I really like is testing now, right? Not being afraid of making mistakes. And we tested a week ago. We tested Zoom for reaching out, and believe me, I really like Zoom to communicate with friends, to bring the people here together to discuss. But it was clear this was not a tool we could use for the purpose of today, right?
Yes. And by the way, I want to credit you, right? It would be much easier to do this on Zoom. Much less work. Everybody's already comfortable, but we're showing new technology. We're showing more ideas. And look at this great comment from Christian. Thank you so much. I am really grateful. All of us are inspiring each other. We're all learning. I know that when I go to my other clients and say, look at this conference, what they did, what they pulled off, is going to change the way you think it. So you, Mark, have helped so many people by just showing and having an open mind. It's not easy to have an open mind because if you have an open mind, your brain can fall out, right? But instead, let's think about how we can just go back to our core principles, who we are, what is our business. We're in the business to help people get healthy. That's why you got into this business. So let's go in there. And also, healthcare is so much interest right now. So share what people can do at home. All those ideas that I gave you. Alex says, thanks for solutions, not sales. I really think that the true way in the crisis like this, amazing what you do, and learned a lot right now. Thank you. And that's all Mark and his team. And please keep tweeting, and please reach out if I can help you in any way. Solutions first, sales will follow. A very valid point. Antra, thank you for watching. Please connect with me if I can help any of you. I'm here for you. You have my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sri. This has been really, really helpful. And, looking back, I think looking at podcasts, looking at blogs, looking at websites, frankly, at the beginning, it's all a little clunky. It's all a little bit not really smooth. But very soon, things like the website, podcast, blogs became the norm, right?
Yeah,
and be really professional.
Yep.
And if we as business owners start in a year, the level will be way higher, right? If we start now, people, especially this time, will forgive things that are not 100%. And here, a shout out to our friends at MECOTEC who said, look, this doesn't have to be perfect. It has to be fast. It has to be valuable, and it has to be put on now. And, you were the one really coming back within minutes and said, I'm in. All the other speakers did that as well. And I've never organized something like this within just 1 week. So this is due to the moment we experience right now, but also to the technology that is available. And you started your talks with no money, 10 followers. And I really like to have people watch you, what you do the shows on Sunday, every day, the COVID-19 talk. Besides the interesting topics and guests you're having, you can learn a lot. I learned a lot. about how you do it, what you do, and connect with others. With
Thank
that being
you. Thank you. I'll just say to all of your audience that Mark, he will be the first to admit, is not Mr. Technology, but he knows how to listen to people who know about their own expertise, and he has an understanding of it and deep knowledge of other things. And I've seen his own evolution, Mark, it would be fair to say, in the last 15 years. And this is where we all need to be in our businesses, open-minded and just trying new things. And this is the time to do it. We'll all get through this as best as we can, but we'll do it because of this community that we have built and you have built. If anybody wants to do anything like this, please let me know. We are here to help you.
Thank you so much. All right. With that being said, we'll take a little break. A quick reminder that when we come back, we have what Sri talked about. It's about bailouts. It's about finance. It's about legal issues right now. So this is a little bit the tougher nuts we're trying to crack here. But I think with this uplifting, really forward-looking talk about opportunities for us going forward, this is the right spirit to get into that. So we will take a break now and be back in 10 minutes for finance and legal aid topics, right? Quick shout out to Steve and Neil in the back. They are with Sri's team. Tremendous help, you guys. Thank you so much. All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes for legal and financial aid with Jack and Reinhard. See you then. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for staying with us. We will be back in just a few minutes. Please let us know where you're joining us from, whether you're watching from Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube. And welcome again to our one-day virtual conference, Cryo versus COVID-19 2020. And we are back. We have 1 minute left. We will be back soon. Thank you again for staying with us. Please let us know where you're joining us from, and please continue sharing from Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube. We are very, very, very glad that you are joining us today.
And we are back live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. A couple of reminders. When you comment at your city, so let us know where you are. Send us email with resources so we can link it to the virtual conference board. And comment, question for our speakers. The next session, and we hope we can take some of the spirit from the earlier session with 3 into what we are having now. When I looked at the questionnaire you all filled out, or many of you filled out, thank you so much. The number one issue, the most pressing issue, not surprisingly, is aid programs and legal and finance. So a quick note, obviously programs and legal standards vary across the world. We have people from Australia watching, Mexico, Austria. We had to focus. We focus on the US, but luckily Reinhard is admitted to the bar not only in the US but also in Germany, in Europe, so he can bridge the gap. With that being said, Daniela, kick us off, please.
Thank you very much, Mark, and welcome back to our sessions. Our next session is titled Key Issues Brief, What We Need to Know Now, the Legal and Financial Perspective. And our experts will be Reinhard von Hennig. Reinhard is the chairman and founder of Bridge House Law, is an international attorney. He consults clients on US, German, and European law and cross-border legal, financial, immigration, startup, business expansion, and other matters. He's a frequent public speaker, and he was named a super lawyer in North Carolina for international law. Reinhard is president-elect of the CEO Charlotte chapter and of the Entrepreneurs Organization. He will be joined by Jack Notebaar. Jack is the senior account manager at Brickhouse Capital, with 20 years of experience in commercial equipment finance. His firm financed its first full-body cryotherapy machine in 2010, and since then has been a major player in the holistic wellness, fitness, and recovery space. Welcome to Reinhard and Jack.
Hi.
Welcome,
Hello.
gentlemen. Good to
Hello.
see
Thanks, Daniela, for the introduction.
you.
You're
Yes.
welcome. Take
Thank
it
you,
from there.
Daniela. Gentlemen, let's start with something easy because this is going to get tough very, very soon. What has helped you these days to really calm down, to have something others can learn from? Because I bet you both have been pretty busy, right? Ryan, why don't you start?
Sure, absolutely. Thanks, Mark, for the opportunity to be here today. And what really helped me in this moment are what I would call two different things. Number one is life is chaotic outside. So if you are focused on the chaos, you have no time to focus on what your needs are, be it on the family side, be it on the business side, be it on what it takes really to survive. So in a way, to declutter yourself is a part. And I started a routine with my team that every morning, instead of checking in the water cooler, we have a Zoom call with everybody. And starting at 8:45, everybody's online. Everybody has a chance to see. There are kids running around sometimes in the background. There are dogs running around in the background. So just this human touch of normalcy is something which really helped me. And what I'm doing on the business side, I also do with my family, with my kids. When my wife and I are sitting together, we try to be as normal as we can, because in this time, if you focus on the irregularities which are out of your control, you get mad. So focus on what you can control, and you may have a chance to maintain sanity. At least that's my psychological, spiritual thought. Praying helps. But whatever it is, the mental control of what you can control is more important than to be frustrated about what you cannot control.
Very true. Very true. How about you, Jack?
I've been so busy with work, and it's almost helpful. I've got my wife and I've got two small kids. We've spent a lot of time together over the last 3 weeks. It almost seems unnatural to spend time in a yard and in a house, and you can only go for so many walks with your family. I love them very much, and I enjoy spending time with them, but we kind of are getting on each other's nerves. So what we find is, getting out and doing walks and bicycle rides and kind of splitting the kids up, we're in Phoenix, Arizona. It's been in the low 80s here, the last few weeks, which has been wonderful. So it's just, I think getting outside and enjoying the outdoors if you can, getting in some sunlight, taking your shirt off and, hanging out with your family in that way is my suggestion. I feel sad for folks that live in maybe apartments in New York or, and don't have that opportunity. But for us, that's been really helpful. So,
yeah, indeed. All right, gentlemen. Quick reminder to all of us: for questions and resources, comment on your stream or send us an email, and we will link and put this into our virtual conference board. Or also, what Jack and Reinhard will be discussing is not specifically about the cryo industry. Both have very much expertise in that space, but it actually applies to just more than cryo. With that being said, Reinhard, why don't you take lead?
Thank you. And the real ongoing question I hear at this time is, what can I do to make my company survive from a legal point of view? And it starts with so many things where I see my clients are struggling around. Number one, contracts are being broken. Somebody is not fulfilling a contract. How do we figure that one out? And everybody is now using force majeure, and however it's pronounced, as a reason to get out of a contract. If a live conference is scheduled and being canceled right now, everybody wants to get out of it. But how do you deal with individual contractors who rely from their livelihood on that? So it's a balancing of legal concepts. And I'm ready to say that we don't only have a corona crisis right now, and we have a novel corona situation, we also have novel law. Novel law for me is, that's the law how we know it right now. We'll see a change over the next 12, 18, 24, 36 months, where legal concept, how we know it, may be set aside in the interest of fairness. And so with that said, if I talk about enhancing certain contracts and make sure that certain force majeure clauses are better in it, or how to apply the legal concepts of the past for the current situation. I want to keep everybody an open mind that today's concept may be grossly changed in the next couple of days. And that's what we have seen over the last, what I would say, almost whirlwind of several weeks, where in the United States, Congress has changed the law to help small companies tremendously. We have seen different parts of legislation being pushed through the Congress in the last weeks in order to help small companies. And when we had our initial talk, Mark, about what we should talk today about, it was also the question for making aware those companies that you can apply for some state money, for some state loans, which may be forgiven if you follow certain guidelines. And those state loans, those governmental loans, are along the line of giving you a chance to pay your payroll. I believe most of the ones who live in the United States, who work in the United States, have applied for that. If you have not done so, reach out to your bank, reach out to your lawyers, reach out to your accountants, and I would highly recommend to apply right now. My experience is that I have seen applications being right now pushed in the system. The first banks, I got notices this morning from Chase, for example, they are ready to disperse. I've also got notices from other banks that they are no longer taking applications in. So long story short, if you have not applied, apply for it. What is it you can get? You can get 2.5 months of your payroll given as a forgivable loan if you follow a few instructions. Number one is this pay loan is required to be used for payroll. So you cannot do it in order to lower certain long-term obligations. You cannot use it for other purposes. It is meant to bring money into the pockets of the American people. Therefore, it's a payroll protection or a paycheck protection program. Number two, once you got the money, you have now a few months or a few weeks, 8 weeks to be precise, to spend that money. And you need to spend 75% of that money you had received for the same purpose, which is for the payroll. And I hope that everybody applied for this program who qualifies for, because money is likely to run out. I'm in daily talks with bankers who give me different news. The most common news is that if you apply this week, your loan is likely to be still in the system. If you do it early next week, it's the same, but nobody knows what will happen towards the end of next week, which means if your application is not in, you may be out of luck. And 2.5 times a monthly payroll is something where a company would be ready for surviving this crisis if you're not having any income, any revenue, no customers, no client relationships. If your stores are closed due to local law, it is a good way to have 2.5 months of payroll. However, you need to spend it. Which brings me to the second topic, the so-called forgiveness plan. If you put 75% of what you receive into the payroll, which you need to document in case you're audited, then you have a good chance that this will be forgiven. There are requirements that you need to maintain a certain minimum payroll, meaning you cannot fire people and call the new number now the 75% floor. But at the end of the day, it is an amazing plan for you to step forward. There's a caveat to that. It needs to be less than 500 employees in the United States. I believe most of the ones who are joining today are below the 500 number threshold. However, there are certain industries out which is defined by code. This is this NACS code, which you use on your tax return, for example, where you can have a higher number to be still able to qualify for that. A total different topic for United States is that you can apply through the SBA for a disaster loan. This disaster loan is not forgivable, but it has favorable terms. And we've seen our clients in the decision, do I do one, do I do both? And in theory, you could do both. However, you cannot use the disaster loan to pay payroll. Why? Because they are two different programs. And if you commingle the funds, you lose a qualification for the forgiveness. But if you are in an industry where you are likely to lose your materials, where you are likely to have payments being made for raw materials, for your inventory, or whatever it is, these are legitimate uses for the disaster loan. Should we maybe take a break and take some questions at this time about the public funds available? Hearing neither affirmation nor any protest. Jack, do you have any thoughts on the disaster loans?
Sorry, I had to unmute. I think you hit the nail on the head. You were very informative there. You're right. There's a lot of talk about availability of funds. Going for this loan right now, like we talked about yesterday, it's kind of like being in a football stadium with 50,000 people, and everyone has to be in the parking lot in 1 hour or in 5 minutes, and there's only one door. So a lot of people, there's going to be a bottleneck, but you want to get in line soon. But yeah, I think they're great. Both loans are the payroll loan. Go for it. It's free money if you're in and you need it. Go for it. And then you're right, the disaster loan. I think that's 10 years at a 4% rate, which is essentially free when you look at when you look at it. It's pretty close to free. So yeah, I'd suggest if that's available, go for it. It'll help you. You can keep employees and keep things moving along. Absolutely.
So I see a question from Julie Sanchez Lynch, where the bank denied you because you don't have any employees yet. What are other available opportunities out there? The question with the employees boils down to, how do you pay yourself? If you're paying yourself on a W-2, you would be still able to draw that, because this paycheck protection program applies to you if you pay yourself over W-2. There are even rules out where you can apply as a sole proprietor using the Schedule C from your tax return to substantiate your payment. However, it needs to be a payment out. So if you're non-profitable and if you're not having anybody on the payroll, yes, you will continue to be denied. However, at that time, you can switch to the AIDL, which is a disaster loan, as the EIDL means that you can apply for what Jack just confirmed, that you can apply for a 10-year loan at a 4% interest rate. So even if you don't have any employees, you can still get a loan to get your company running. I have seen the legislation out that, unlike past SBA loans, there is no need for personal guarantee. And this is certainly a big difference, where in the past you had to underwrite personally, or you had to ensure that there's certain collateral out. The idea is to get the money out to you fast, even if you have no prior banking relation, even if you may have a bad credit. All of this should give you an opportunity to get the money you need right now over a short period of time.
Yeah, Reinhard, have you heard of any other programs in Europe that are similar? I know there's a lot of in Germany. I'm sure they have a program. Spain. Have you heard anything in Europe, or are you familiar with that program?
I've heard. I am not as familiar as I'm with the PPP. I've heard, for example, that Germany offers a very similar program. Part of this program in Germany is also to ensure losses related to Corona. And that's where I see is a big difference. Whereas in the United States, it is given to everybody to ensure that the payroll is running and the loss of the Corona is, so to say, presumed, because we are all suffering. We are all entrepreneurs. We are all in a different mindset right now. Whereas, especially in Germany, the rules are more picky about that it needs to be an attributable loss to the coronavirus shutdown. Which, if you're in an industry where your business is shut down because nobody come to see you, nobody can come to take your services, it is much easier to argue that you are subject to that. It is much harder if your operation is able to go remotely, to go to home office, and you name it. So in those cases, I've seen in Germany, the cases are denied.
Yeah, unprecedented times, huh? It's amazing that the SBA would that there would be a loan like this, at least here in the U.S., that there requires no underwriting. It's just basically everyone is approved if you have a heartbeat and you have the appropriate paperwork. I mean, that is it's absolutely amazing,
I guess it must be amazing for you as an economist to understand that this helicopter money is being put into play in a way which I have never seen before. I think it was, Milton Friedman in the 1920s or 30s who gave out this concept about helicopter money.
Yeah, and it makes you just really scratch your head, because when it came out, I've talked to people that said, "Oh, great, the 2.2 trillion is here," and I'm just thinking, we don't even have that. So that's another thing. Is for me, I'm just wondering where those funds are. I mean, I imagine they're going to have to borrow and print it here in the U.S. But hey, it'll still spend. It'll still pay rent. It'll still cover some expenses. So I think that's going to be. I think that's important, and it's we have to treat all of this as what it is, and that it's a disaster. It's we're in a war, and there's going to be some unemployment regardless, and there's going to be some casualties, and we all kind of have to do this now to protect our way of life, and that's what a war is about, right? So our enemy just happens to be, very small.
Rather small, yeah. Bridget is asking the question. Thank you for asking that. How long do you have to use the PPP funds? They have to be used prior to June 30th, and they have to be used within 8 weeks of being procured over to you. So the concern, of course, I have is the longer this all takes, the less likely you're able to spend the money on time, which would lead to some kind of creative spending it, because you need to spend it. So let's assume you get the money before the end of April, then you have 8 weeks, which would give you before the end of June to spend it. If out of a sudden the money is not disbursed to you by the end of April, which can or may not happen, we don't know yet. I have not seen a single disbursement paid yet, which means that once you get money in the middle of May, you still have to pay 8 weeks of payroll, 75% of your payroll by the end of June. And Jean-Pierre, no, I have not heard of anybody who had received funds yet. I believe that those disbursements may come out very soon. Initially, under the EIDL, the Economic Injury Disaster Loan, it was discussed that those disaster loans of $10,000 per each company should be available within a very few days. I even heard that it was supposed to be paid within 3 days. Nobody of my clients has received any funds there. And within my network, within the Entrepreneurs Organization, I have not heard anybody who has received EIDL money right now. So that's true for SBA money. EIDL money is the same. So no, I have not heard it. It doesn't mean that it's not happening. It's just a question of you need to have some time, which means also cash is king. If you have anything available, try to leverage that. We are seeing that banks we're negotiating with are willing to give you some kind of breaks for long-term obligations. I've seen banks willing to postpone payments for car payments, for mortgage payments. Jack, do you have any experience in that area? What do you see are banks voluntarily doing, not even though they're required to do it by law?
I haven't heard of any bank or lender that's been denying a type of deferment. Pretty much all of them. I've heard of a few landlords being jerks out there and not offering a deferment for their tenants, but I haven't heard of any banks or lenders. They've all been very good about doing a deferral. We do it just here internally. We've been very busy over the last month helping clients. We've been lowering the payment and just doing a contact payment. Some banks are doing a complete deferral. Of course, all of this goes under the back of your equipment loan. Like that's what we do. But most mortgage companies are deferring. So it shouldn't be difficult. You just need to reach out to your creditor, and they may have a form for you to show hardship. But pretty much all of them are helping. They all know that this is an unusual time. So, I'm very pleased with how the creditors here in the U.S. at least have been responding. So
I see that in other parts, yeah. So what of course is a big concern is how can you run your company if your company is shut down because the local government is telling you you cannot go to work, or the local government is calling your business is not essential enough to be open and out for work. And we see a lot of discussion around that from two different angles. Number one, is your industry, is your company, is your business essential? And I think that's a discussion we could have today. Is the cryo industry part of the healthcare industry, which means it is essential? Is your specific industry exempt, which means you can work? And if you can work, what does it mean? You still need to maintain the social distancing, the physical distancing between you and your customers. You need to maintain distancing between yourself and your employees, or make sure that the employees keep their distancing. Because if you're in violation of those distancing guidelines, and if there's a case in your operation, I believe that we will see what I called earlier novel cases of litigation going around with regard to workers' comp or OSHA, when out of a sudden your workplace is considered to be unsafe to work, which means liability for you. So if you're open because you believe that you're exempt, make not only sure 100%, but 1000% that everything is disinfected and that social distancing guidelines are adhered to. Because what I do not want to hear is in 2 years a case where you are out on the stage, where you are out in a public trial, and where somebody is testifying, they made me come to work and they made me stand next to my colleagues. That is a big disaster to come. And it goes hand in hand. How do you make sure that you can leave even your location? And we have heard from police, we have heard from National Guards, we have heard from different forces being out on the street who are preventing you from pass through. In a way, it is surreal, like from a bad movie, where you are being stopped on the road and being asked, why do you want to pass? It feels like at war. However, if you are exempt and your business is properly documented to be exempt, it is our recommendation that you give your staff a little letter in hand, a little letter signed by the head of HR, or if you don't have a head of HR, sign it yourself. You as the company owner say, to whom it may concern, we would recommend that this person should be allowed to pass because we are an essential industry and this person is required to report back to work. We've seen those letters do miracles in case of being stopped. However, it all boils down to use common sense. And with use common sense, I mean, is make sure that your staff feels that they have the opportunity to stay at home if they do not feel safe. And again, it boils down to the directive of the company. If you force your company to show up at work and out of a sudden you have an issue of sickness, you have an issue of COVID within your organization, I believe at the end, the odds are not in your favor if it comes down to have this case litigated. Do I see those bans being in place for quite longer? I really don't know that. But I see most of those regional bans, most of those state bans have a sunset provision out somewhere at the end of the month of April. It could very well continue, which makes it even more challenging. It could get tougher. Right now we have federal guidelines, what is an essential industry, and I could see that what's called today an essential industry may no longer be called essential tomorrow. So in a way, it is exciting. In a way, it's also challenging, as we see sometimes the law and the application of the law change daily. Or even more precise, this week on Monday, the SBA changed the guidelines twice, once in the morning, once in the afternoon, as to how things are being handled. So just because you hear something today, you read something in the paper, you talk to industry specialists, you talk to your colleagues about something today, do not assume it is still good next week when you're trying to apply that, which is a very challenge for many entrepreneurs to not only run your own company, but also be on top and understand what are the changes coming up.
Yeah, that's the closure. That was a very good legal answer. I'm a little more maverick on the openings. I think I never, of course, I don't always think things through, but yeah, making sure that your own employees are safe and don't, get you later because they felt uncomfortable. Have some documentation letters giving them the option. You're totally right. But I really think that, if you're in cryo and wellness, I think I'm not going to say you have an obligation to stay open, but if you really believe that it helps people and it makes them stronger human beings, I think you have a good case to at least apply and push the envelope with your local authorities. You have the research, say, for cryo. We know that there are papers on cryo that do support a healthy immune system. So let's put 2 and 2 together. Does the traditional medical establishment agree? No, cryo is so new; it hasn't really been through the decades of double-blind studies. But I think if you're a cryo practitioner and you've had a business, you probably started this business because you yourself had some amazing results and it helped you, and you decided to start a business because you wanted to help people get better. Well, here's that time more than ever that I feel recovery business should be able to be considered an essential business. So, I've heard of cryo studios staying open in defiance of the ban in their local communities. I don't know if there's really a COVID police that comes out and busts you. Is there a law, or is it just a statement from your local government that says you have to be shut down? So, you should look at those in your local community, but, with your employees in mind.
If you talk about business, Jack, if you are not sure if you're open or not open, if you're open right now, but you realize everybody wants cryo services, I want to buy new equipment. What are your thoughts here? Are the markets open for new equipment? Can you buy new equipment now? Even though if you order it now, shipment would likely take several months. So what are your thoughts about buying now versus delaying?
Yeah, I think, the last 3 weeks have been kind of an unusual time because it's been all bad news. But I think we're going to start here. I've actually told a few of our customers to just hold off. They've been ready to go and let's do this. And I've actually said, let's just, before we even go to underwriting, let's hold off and let's see some good news before we do that. Because, underwriters are kind of reacting to, the news as well. And when it's grim, they tend to, hit the decline signature. And so I think this is universal across all countries. And I think with Germany, I heard news in Germany, they're actually going to open up next week. And so that's a good sign. And we're going to see some declines here. So I think I think the light is shining in the tunnel, and we'll see it next week, which means if you have to do it, next week would be the time to apply. Now, if you are looking for a full body chamber and, it takes 3 months and you need to get it going now is not a time to apply for financing, because at least you can work with the lender to get, your paperwork in and get it set up and maybe apply next, month. But, are we going to see the same kind of large credit window that we saw 30 days ago? I don't know if we're going to we'll probably see it again, but I don't think it's going to be a few months to let this thing play out before we see, startups getting approved the way they were, a couple of months ago or a month ago. And a lot of the terms, we're going to see a smaller credit window for sure.
I've also heard, Jack, and that's the question, if you picked up the same news, that the SBA is willing to give you a special loan forgiveness if you buy a company. The traditional 7A loan would get 6 months of loan forgiveness right now if you have a current one. But if you're right now acquiring a company and you need a loan for acquiring a company, and if this loan is in place by the end of September, 6 months are being paid through the SBA. You don't have to pay for that. Did you pick that up as well, or what are your thoughts?
Wow, that would be, yeah. I mean, I would love to learn more about that, because there may be someone that wants to exit the space and get into something else, but has a viable business with clients, and you may have an investor and maybe needs a little additional cash to finish the purchase. That may be valuable information for anyone that wants to get into the wellness recovery business.
What's your thought? What could a small business do in this shutdown environment?
Well, I think cutting expenses is key. A large part of that's payroll. So unfortunately, cutting employees is probably going to be the quickest thing you can do. And then obviously working with your rent and your creditors, a landlord should help you here. They shouldn't be charging you rent if you don't have anyone in your business right now. So, cutting payroll, working with your landlord and your creditors to cut your expenses, cutting expenses with all of your bills. You should get on the phone and see what you can work out. But that's all you can do right now. And then applying for whatever available loans are there. So, that's all you can do right now. Reinhard, hold on. Go ahead and chat for a second, Reinhard. I'm going to go get my power cord. I'm about to die on some power here.
Okay.
But I'll be right back.
I saw a question from Bridget, actually. Do most cryo insurances have a business disruption clause? But while you get your power cord, I could probably answer this question also from a general legal point of view. All the business disruption clauses I see are business disruption clauses where it boils down to acts of God, force majeure, where it really is a question of how much this business disruption was not expected. And I see that many clauses boil down to disasters, as in environmental disasters, hurricane, tornadoes, storms, high water, floods. I see that related to fire. I see that related to labor arrests. I see that also related to strikes, where all of a sudden equipment can no longer be pushed through harbors because the staff, the workers at the harbors are no longer loading or unloading or blocking you here. What I see right now is uncharted water with regard to a global pandemic, and most clauses, I believe, have not been really tested. So check with your insurances how those business disruption clauses work. We have seen business disruption clauses being out there and being not applied for because the qualification is rather high. First of all, you need a state of emergency, which we have, if not in almost all states, but I've seen business disruption clauses based on an emergency declaration being denied. We have that right now, so that's easy. But the other part is whether there are really clear exclusions in there which allow you to say it was unforeseen. And therefore, I believe each policy is different. And what I also can see is if you get denied right now, that you could potentially try to push this up and litigate it later in order to create some novel insurance law here. Jack, you're back now. So one of the questions is just popping up. I'm not sure if you see it as well.
Yep, I see it. So the question is, what are the trends over the years you've seen in terms of the equipment technology you've financed over the years? We've just seen more and more holistic health equipment lately, I think, than I've been doing this 20 years. And I think there's been a shift where there's so many people seeking therapies that are not traditional, seeking infrared sauna, heat therapy, light therapy, cold therapy. And so, I've seen these machines, come out and get tweaked to be better and better and maybe more efficient. It's all been just a kind of an upward, it's been beautiful. It's such a pity that this virus came into the world when it did, because there's so many good things going on in the wellness and recovery industry. And I think it'll stay around. And I think we'll continue to see people want to see these therapies. So, it's been great.
I saw one of those questions being asked, are you supposed to pay staff that is on unemployment? And in a way, I would probably try to balance this out. If you have staff, then the staff is not unemployed. If you have staff that is on unemployment, it's no longer your staff. So I believe the question comes down from, how do I make my payroll if I reduce my staff significantly that I can no longer pay it out? And at that time, the bad news is you cannot really apply for the forgiveness part of the PPP, the Paycheck Protection Program. You can still apply for it and get it. But if you are not able to qualify for the forgiveness plan because you had terminated the staff, it means that then after 6 months of no interest, you're then pushed up to a 10% schedule of a 4% interest rate, which means only the forgiven portion is gone. So in other words, staff, which you do no longer have because it's unemployed, you will not qualify for the forgiveness plan. And the rationale behind this to rehire as many as you can, and actually the current policy is how we see it, would encourage you to rehire to make sure that payroll rolls again.
And I see another question here. I think someone asked it earlier. I think it's pertaining to calling your creditors or reaching out to your creditors about getting a deferment on a loan. The best thing to do is to call. I would do both. I would call and email in writing, your creditor. And if they don't respond immediately, I would just continue to call them twice a day. until they, are able to register that they took care of it. Some lenders are just reaching out to their own clients and offering a 60 or 90-day deferred. Some of them are just making the change and not even letting you know. They're so swamped with requests. You got to think of like an equipment lender. You may have, let's say it's 1,000 equipment loans and you have an office of 5 people. When everyone calls in all in the same week, you have to handle those. Plus, you also have your normal, the normal business that you're running. So that's kind of a small scale, equipment lender. Banks are, could have tens of thousands of loans that are dealing with this, and that's so many industries. So be patient and just make sure you connect and continue to reach out to those creditors to get the modification if that's what you're going for.
And I'm seeing, I think, a follow-up question from Paul as well. So if you get your money, can you rehire them? That's the answer in theory, yes. However, you need to make sure that the hiring numbers, your number of employees, match the current numbers. So if you use 2019 as a qualification, or you use the first 2 months in 2020 as a qualification, and for whatever economic downturn you may have let go of certain folks earlier on, you need to match either one of those deadlines or either one of those qualifying timelines. Then if you are oversubscribing, meaning you already had lowered it at the beginning of the year because you saw COVID coming and you had lowered your payroll already, if you are now going higher above what it is, you will not get extra credit for this. So in a way, it's very hard to give the answer right now where every fact pattern is different. But the quick thing to remember is if you have the same number employed right now than you had a year ago, then you are likely in good shape. If you had a downturn, you had let go of some folks, make sure you match the same numbers, and then it should work as well for the forgiveness part. Again, qualification is different from the forgiveness part.
I wanted to add too about the loans from SBA, and I've seen a lot of questions about when will we get funded. Of course, no one really knows, but if you're expecting to have money next week or the following week, I just don't really see it happening anytime. Yeah, I don't see it happening this month, to be honest with you. I've been working with the SBA on some capacity, but in a lot of times I've been working, SBA has been a competitor of mine for many years, and SBA, great program, great rates. They'll do a 10-year term on a lot of their equipment loans, but getting approved traditionally has always been difficult with them. And then the processing time, has always been 90 to 120 days. So when I think about this program coming out, I think about just in general with dealing with the SBA over the years, I just don't see the money coming very fast. So, be patient. If you don't see it next week or the following week, and if you're hedging any type of deal that you're working on, or hoping to use the money here soon for something, don't be surprised if it doesn't come here in April. It could come in May, could come in June. It's just no one really knows. You'll hear a lot of rumors. There may be some businesses getting some funds, but just be patient.
What are the opportunities? Interesting. So for me as a lawyer, the opportunities are, I think, different than the industry. Jack, do you have any industry insights about the opportunities?
Well, like I mentioned earlier, this is if you're in the wellness business and you're into helping people, which I think most, cryo or wellness, practitioners are in, it's a great opportunity to get out there and advertise some of the benefits to your body and to your health about some of these holistic therapies. Now's a better time than any time. Even the baby boomer generation now, and if you're in your 60s or 70s, are starting to say, do I really need this pill? This is what my doctor says. And they're starting to seek other therapies. They may continue to take the pill, but they're willing to listen to other things. And so now is a great time. We're seeing, people with, having difficulty with, lung issues and heart issues, and they're not ready to take this virus because they were never in shape, to deal with it. Now is a great time to get in front and to spread the word.
Yeah, I can only add to that. I mean, Jack, what I've seen is whenever there's a crisis, in my professional career, I saw the .com bubble and September 11 bubble. I saw the 2008 crisis. To my biggest surprise, it took a while for the industry to go up again. It took a while for certain things to go in the pre-crisis mode. But once the economy kicks up again, it's rather a very steep acceleration. It's more exponential than anything else. And I believe those companies who are right now there to start their rethinking, where do I want to be tomorrow? Where do I want to be next week? Will be the ones who are likely to survive. I challenged my team the other day with the question, what is the ventilator in our industry? You know that General Motors and the other car makers, Tesla, Ford, they're building ventilators right now, be it on voluntary basis, be it because the Defense Act was invoked. However, they're building it. And they're building it because right now there's a demand for that. And I think it's a question we as entrepreneurs can ask ourselves, can ask our teams, what kind of thing can we develop right now in order to get over the monetary shortfall, how we can use this time right now to develop a new product, which may be successful at the end, which may be our main business, who knows? But right now, I think it's an opportunity to do something, either to work with your operating procedures, enhance your business model, or do whatever it is, or even think out of the box, what is it which customers may need today and may give money today to my operation so I can survive. Cash is king.
Absolutely. And that's going to be for lending, at least, that's going to be the future. Let's see your liquidity. Let's see what you have in the bank. We're going to see a lot more of those requirements. If anyone's curious to know what the future looks like, it's definitely going to be, especially if you're a startup, they're going to want to see personal liquidity, see that you have some retirement, maybe see that you have some savings. If you don't have any of that, you might be able to get a small loan, but you're certainly not going to be able to obtain a large machine or finance a business. So that's absolutely 100% going to be in the future.
And the lawyer in me, of course, always says, get your contracts right. I see so many of my clients right now stuck in a world where they send out an email, it was responded to, and there was this email chain of offer and acceptance, whatever it is. But nobody really took a look into how are the contract terms defined? How does my website have the proper disclaimers? Do I have the proper warranties on my website? Do I have the proper warning advice, especially in the medical field? What is my language I put on my website to tell everybody that there is a risk, be it as small as it is? But it is right now an opportunity to say, I take the opportunity to change it one by one contract at a time, my employment contracts, my contracts with my insurance companies. There may be a slip and fall situation. There may be an application form which everybody has to sign, a waiver. If you don't have a good one right now, take it, make it work, so you are stronger and better prepared for when the new time kicks in.
Yes, absolutely. I would certainly consult with an attorney when you start a business, make sure you have your operating agreement in place, and your business is tied up. Hi, Mark.
Hey, gentlemen, thank you so much. Let me ask a couple of follow-on questions we had in the questionnaire. Do you see any type of new ways of financing machines, like a pay-per-use style that are more popular in other industries? Is anything new, or do you see anything new on the horizon?
I've seen a few ideas have been thrown around about maybe doing short-term rental arrangements where it's structured in a way to where someone can obtain a machine at a very low monthly payment for a short period of time with a very large balloon at the end, and the idea being that the machine will probably move somewhere else, but maybe it's there's some situation that would warrant that, or maybe they want to try it out. A practitioner wants to try it out in their business for 12 months, and then, that machine moves on, and then a new one can be put in once they've, tested it. But really, it's just the traditional 36, 48, 60-month terms is what we're seeing here. And they're mostly, lease to own with a dollar buyout at the end of term. And that's going to be the easiest to underwrite as well.
Okay. I mean, I have two questions. One is about the underwriting that you said earlier. There needs to be good signs. So I wanted to ask, what are the good signs? But first, if people are thinking about selling equipment that are currently, let's say, underwritten by you, what's the process of being able to sell equipment?
Well, you'd have to look at the contract and see, what the buyout is going to look like. If it's a lease, many times, you're responsible for all the future payments, just like a car lease. And so if you are, halfway through a 60-month term, you could have 30 months of payments remaining. Typically, if you're going to sell equipment and you bought it new at that time, depending on the aftermarket value, you could still have a sizable balance due to the creditor, and then you'd be responsible for that. Your business would be responsible for that. And then, of course, if you sign a personal guarantee, then you'd personally be responsible for that. Now, will the bank, negotiate with you? Depends on what the situation is. A lot of times they'll give you a discount usually if you buy out early. But it all depends. Also, some equipment loans are set up kind of under a traditional sense where you just buy out for the net investment. That's a little bit more closer to like how a mortgage would be set up. It all depends on the lender. And in that case, sometimes it's a little more favorable, the buyout, but you would be responsible for, basically the balance due on the loan. So, I think selling, if you can find, the later you sell within a term, so if you're on a 60-month term, for instance, and you sell on month 50, you're going to be much better off, I think, than if you sell on month 12. You could have yourself in a pinch. But yeah, it's a good question. We're going to see kind of what there may be more secondary, there may be more used equipment on the market here coming up in 90 days. Right. It'll be interesting to see. So.
What do you see, as you said earlier, good signs? What would be good signs for underwriters? What do you think?
Well, I think emerging out of this situation, seeing states and economies open up again. I think today was one of the first signs of good news that I saw when I heard that Germany, and I don't know if it's true. This is just my wife telling me this morning as I was pouring myself some coffee that Germany plans to open up after Easter. So that's a good sign, and it would be it's going to be a good sign when we hear the president here in the U.S. or whoever the authority is that business will open back up April 30th or even sooner. That's a good sign. And so every time we hear those things, I think credit kind of in their mind, you'll see more success in approvals. When you hear more news like, well, there's going to possibly be we may have to extend this 2 more weeks, or there's another. That's not good news, and that's not a time. I don't think that's a time to apply for anything. With the exception of the SBA loans we talked about, or any government loans.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, let's finish this off with Rob's question, and a question I would ask you both. How do you think the terms are changing? Legal terms, financing terms in the COVID-19 landscape, after COVID-19 landscape? Reinhard, do you think, you said that earlier, that legal will change? Any idea how and what does it mean for the industry? And then we give that same question to Jack.
I see 2 complete different areas in this question. The one question is, how will our world change when right now we took it as acceptable that our civil liberties are taken away where we cannot leave our homes in certain areas, where we are restricted in our movements, where we are restricted from a point of view, how can you gather together, how can you form a group. All of it is kind of like willfully accepted because we are seeing the rationale behind. But what does it mean on a longer landscape if all of a sudden governments take this as an opportunity? I have no idea. I have no idea what does it mean for the elections. Do we have now electronic elections? Will the elections be set aside? There is no law which requires us to have election in November. The only law which defines in America is that the term of the president has to come to an end. So long story short, what will happen there on the public policy side, I think is wide open for speculation. What I see in the industry, what I see in legal terms are few areas to move forward. Number one, I believe we see a lot of litigation and therefore also a lot of change of contracts with regard to what is an act of God, what is a force majeure, what is something which is out of your control, what is a business interruption, what was an expectable scenario. If we have right now a pandemic situation, if you are in a pandemic situation 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, it is no longer a novel concept. And in the future, your business deals will be measured on the knowledge which we have right now. So I really would warn for the human factor of forgetting it once you're out of it, and to say it is now a time to make sure that your contracts will stick in case of a next pandemic. Will it never happen? That's good, but it's now a good way to do that. Number two, I can see a lot of claims being litigated about payment and about non-payment, where the traditional answer would have been, you have to pay. There's this good Roman principle, 2,000 years old, pacta sunt servanda, which is Latin. It means you need to honor the contract. So I can see right now being attempts to be made to get out of a contract, which is good for certain operators, which is bad for other parts of the deal. But that's where I would see novel law to come out, where you have a very narrow defining scale. What is law? Law is there to create peace in the society. And if the peace is not there anymore because you have so many economic interests, the society needs to redefine that. So for me as a lawyer, it's fascinating to see those trends coming. But for me, it's too early to see really where it is. But my advice is check your current contracts now. So when the next crisis hits you, you're better prepared.
Thank you so much, Reinhard. Jack?
The question, I think it was a gentleman asked, what are we looking for? What are lenders looking for? What was it? What advice for startups in the process of applying? And again, key I think for the future is going to be liquidity. So, obviously having good personal credit, having a little experience helps, and that can be, if you're going into cryo, that can be anything from any type of wellness or medical background, fitness, anything like that. That will help. So have certifications, have some experience if you're going to be a startup. Two, liquidity is going to be important. So, have some cash. Typically, if you're looking, say, at $150,000 equipment loan, they'd like to see for a decent program that you have almost a 1-to-1 ratio of cash. So if you're going to get $100,000 in equipment, and this is more 30 days ago, if you're looking for $100,000, say, in equipment, they'd like to see that you have $100,000 in working capital cash available, whether it be through a retirement plan that you can convert to cash or any other savings. And they like to know that you're not wanting to dig into that, and that you're wanting to borrow to protect that. That's a good scenario. Of course, also, personal credit. Do you own your bills? They like to see that you have home ownership, that you've purchased property in the past. So I think if you're going to start a business, you want to make sure you have all of those items lined up. If you don't have those items lined up now, maybe it might be time to work on those. Work on your credit, get those things cleared up with here in the U.S. we use Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion. Get those things cleared up, and maybe save. Maybe it's time to start saving that cash and build up that account. So when you do want to take a shot at doing this, that you're all ready to go. And you can always call my office and talk to me about what you need to do. But you just want to be prepared and not go into this without those things looking great.
Let's segue into our break. You can find Jack's and Reinhard's contact details in our virtual conference board, both there, emails as well as telephone numbers. And as Jack said, he might be busy as they all are. Try it twice, and then there's a better chance to get him. With that being said, we are making a break and taking a break now for about 10 minutes. And then for those of you who don't want to get to lunch, who don't want to have their evening dinner yet, there is Marta coming with her 24 minutes of karma. And then we'll go back into a comparison of US practice and European practice. And I'm really excited to see Dr. Massimo presenting Longevity Suite. With that being said, we'll go into break. See you later for Marta's session. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for staying with us. This is our one-day virtual conference, Cryo versus COVID-19. We will be back in 5 minutes. We will be back in 2 minutes. Please let us know where you're joining us from. And don't forget to share if you're watching us from Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube. And again, welcome to our one-day virtual conference, Cryo versus COVID-19. We will be back.
Welcome back, everybody. I would like to welcome Marta back to the stage for a session of mindfulness training. Before we begin, here's more about Marta. Marta is the founder of 24 Minutes of Calma. She is a dedicated practitioner and instructor of mindfulness, meditation, and yoga. She has been teaching and leading international retreats for over 12 years. Marta continues her never-ending path of studying healing melodies as well as exploring ways to achieve calm and happiness. Marta, the floor is yours.
Hi, thanks so much for the introduction. And welcome back for those of you who are still here, who I saw before. Big hello to everyone who is watching now, who just joined. Lots of great information so far during this day. What we're going to do now, as I promised before, we're taking the time to letting all of that settle, and we're going to practice mindfulness. Why is it, especially now, so important to practice mindfulness? Especially in times like these, with a lot of uncertainty going around, a lot of unsettledness, of course, anxiety, basically not knowing what will happen next. It is of vital importance to practice being present, to stay connected to the moment right now, because never before have we been so uncertain about what's going to happen in the next moment, in the next day, next whatever. So it really helps us right now to practice being present and experiencing the moment the way it is. For that, I'll invite you to join me on this journey of looking inwards, of exploring our mind a little bit more. We're also going to be moving, we're going to be breathing a lot, but all of that, I'll talk you through it as we get into it. So we're going to start by just, as I said, getting into our bodies. The first part of basically creating mindfulness of our body is to move it, so that we reconnect to the way we are, the way we're feeling in our bodies. So for that, from wherever you are, just take a moment, inhale, lift the shoulders up, take them back and let them drop down. Good, do that 2 more times. Inhale, lift them all the way up, take them back and let them drop down. Good, once again, inhale, lift your shoulders up, take them back, let them drop down. Very good. And then now, as we're going to do a combination of breathing exercises together with movement. So as you inhale, very simply, you reach your arms all the way up. And as you exhale, you lower the arms down. So what this does is it creates breath awareness, inhaling as you lift the arms up. And as you exhale, you lower them back down. This lengthens your breath, kind of slows your breath down. Inhale, reach the arms back up. And exhale as you lower the arms back down. Very nice. We're going to continue warming up our spine a little bit, just to get out of, I don't know if you've been seated all day, but we spend, especially right now, working from home, spend a lot of time in this screen posture, so getting out of that a little bit. If you're sitting on that chair, you may use your backrest, just twist over one side, really twist the spine deeply, looking over that one shoulder. And then as you exhale, come back to center. And inhale, twist over the other shoulder. Same thing here. If you have a backrest, I don't have a backrest, I just have a wall. You can use that or whatever else you can reach. Just really twist. Good. Let's do that once again. Inhale, come to center. Exhale as you twist over one shoulder. See if you can take your head along with it. Inhale, come back to center. And then exhale, once again, twist to the other side. Very good. Come back to center. Take a deep inhale here. And as you exhale, you let your head tip forward. So just the head, the whole weight of the head resting forward, keeping your shoulders nice and relaxed, heavy, just hanging off the sides of your body. Really feel the weight of your head. Your head is pretty heavy, about 25 pounds on average. So really feeling that tip forward, letting go of that weight that you're carrying all day. And from here on your next inhale, slowly let your head roll over to one shoulder, keeping the opposite shoulder away from the ear, and then to the back. And as you exhale, allow the head to roll over to the other side and back to the front. You can totally do this with your eyes closed, shutting down your visual field. You don't need to be watching anything. You can just follow along. As long as you can hear me, I'm still on. So inhaling, the head rolls over to one shoulder, into the back. Exhaling to the other side and back to the front. This is one of the most relaxing exercises you can do throughout the day because it involves very little muscle movement. It realigns all the nerves running through your neck so that you can think a little more clearly. Good. Next time your head comes forward, unwind. Go the opposite direction. Same thing. As you inhale, let your head roll to one shoulder and then gently to the back. As you exhale, allow the head to drop to the opposite shoulder and back to the front. So just some very slow, gentle neck rolls, releasing any tension in your neck. The neck and the shoulders is where especially long-term stress kind of accumulates. Good. So it's important to release that regularly. Next time your head comes forward, very slowly lifting it back up. Very nice. Just take a moment and check in and notice if you can already sense a slight difference within you. Maybe you can feel a little more settled, maybe a little calmer, maybe not. We're going to move into the next part, which is our breathing exercise. Our breath is really the most important part when it comes to influencing our internal state, our mind. So the way we're breathing and the way our mind is working, functioning, internally connected. So you might notice when you're stressed or triggered by something, your breath is very shallow, short, or you might not be breathing at all, kind of stuck. Whereas if you're relaxed, your breath is really calm and connected and full. So this effect of the breath completely correlates with the way your mind is working. But of course, you can also change that. So by taking a deep conscious breath in and out, you can completely calm the mind. So we're gonna practice that a little bit. As I said, especially in times like this, it's really important to have this strong connection to our breath because it can immediately calm us down when we're spiraling off a little or when we're feeling a little anxious, unsettled. So the breathing exercise that we're doing, the breath pattern, is called square breath or box breathing. And the reason for that is because it basically looks like a box, like a square. The way this works is we're going to inhale to a count of 4. Then we're going to suspend the breath to a count of 4. We're going to exhale to a count of 4. And we're going to hold the breath out to a count of 4. We're going to be doing this for a few cycles altogether, and then I'm going to leave you up on your own. So from wherever you are, just start by completely exhaling, and then inhale 2, 3, 4. Hold the breath 2, 3, 4. Exhale 2, 3, 4. Suspend out 2, 3, 4. Inhale 2, 3, 4. Hold 2, 3, 4. Exhale 2, 3, 4. Hold the breath out 2, 3, 4. Okay. Inhale 2, 3, 4. Hold 2, 3, 4. Exhale 2, 3, 4. Suspend 2, 3, 4. Continue like that in your own rhythm. You can, of course, breathe a little faster if you need to, a little slower if you'd like to. But see if you can keep the same pattern of inhaling to a count of 4, suspending the breath, count of 4, exhaling, count of 4, holding the breath out. This creates really nice stability of mind, kind of primes the mind for meditation. So remember, it's inhaling, count of 4, holding, count of 4, exhaling to a count of 4, holding out to a count of 4. After your next cycle, once you finish the exhalation, then just return to a natural breath. Good. From here, we're going to move into our guided meditation. As I said before, for the ones that are new joining, there's basically nothing that you can do wrong in meditation. It's called the practice because we're constantly practicing, training, and regaining our attention, our focus. So just to set up, make sure that you are in a seated pose if possibly. Of course, you can also lie down if you've been sitting all day, or do the standing up, whatever you'd like. But if you're seated, you might want to make sure that your feet are flat on the ground, so your legs are not crossed. That's just a nice way to ground yourself. And then make sure that your spine is somewhat upright. So it's basically the optimal point between relaxation and effort. So you're not rigid, but you're also not too far leaned back, because then it's too easy to just take a little power nap. And that's fine too if you want to do that. But from here, your hands just resting wherever they rest, in your lap or on your thighs. If you'd like to, you can close your eyes, or you can just lower your gaze. As I said, it's kind of nice for the eyes to not take in information once in a while, especially if you're spending a long day on the screen, taking in news information, following this conference along. So now's your time to shut that down, close the eyes. And as I said, meditation really is looking inwards, it's turning inwards. So for that, let go of the visual. We're going to start with a little body scan. So just scanning through our body. It's the most tangible part of mindfulness. We're creating that high resolution awareness of our body. So starting by bringing your awareness into your feet, into the soles of your feet. Resting on your ground. Maybe you can sense the fabric of your socks or your shoes, or maybe your bare feet. Feeling the weight of your feet on the ground. And then bring your awareness into your legs, your knees, to the part of your body that's seated, your sit bones. Feel the weight of your body on your chair, resting, feeling the gravity supporting you. See if you can settle in a little deeper. If you can get a little heavier, letting go. And then bring your awareness into your belly and your back body. Up to your shoulders being completely weightless, heavy, just hanging off the sides of your body. Then move your attention down into your arms, your hands, and into your fingertips. What can you sense here? What's the temperature? Maybe you can feel a little tingling, or maybe nothing at all. And we're not trying to analyze or wonder or trying to change anything, but we're just taking notice of what is. Just scanning our body, checking in with our body. And from here, bring your awareness into your neck and all the way up into your head. Your head just resting effortlessly on top of your spine. Your face being completely relaxed. No frowning, no clenching your teeth. Maybe you can feel the weight of your tongue resting in your mouth. And from here, bring your awareness even deeper into your heart. What can you sense here? What arises when you check in with your heart? Any emotions, any feelings? Maybe just allow them to be there, to arise. Again, we're not trying to chase them away or change them or analyze whatever comes up, but just noticing it, just acknowledging it, observing it. And then from here, we're going to find our breath. Wherever you might find the breath the most vividly. This could be the slight movement of your chest or your abdomen. Or it could be at the tip of your nose or the top of your lip. See if you can connect to that part of your body where you can feel your breath, the physical act of breathing, most vividly. And see if you can hold your attention here in a gentle way. And now if you've noticed that your mind has wandered, it's gotten distracted by something that came up, then just notice that. Let that go, whatever took your attention away. Find your next breath and reconnect to that. No need to get upset. You didn't ruin anything. You didn't fail. This is what the mind does. The mind is made to think. And that's what it does. And we're training it. We're training it to be present by always regaining our attention to just the next breath. Inhaling and exhaling. Being present, being still. Resting in this sense of calmness. If it helps you, you might use counting the breath as an extra anchor for your attention. So with each exhale, you might count 1, with the next exhale, 2, and so on. And if you've lost touch of your counting, then just start with 1 again. Inhaling and exhaling. following the breath in and out for just a moment longer. If you notice that you're getting a little sleepy, that you're kind of drifting off, then maybe sit up a little more upright. It helps the body, it helps the mind to stay alert, to stay focused. And see if for just 2 more breaths, you can really follow the breath in and out from the very beginning of your inhale all the way to the end, in the same as you exhale. Do that once again. Notice the difference that just one very focused breath can make. And from here, I invite you to take a couple deeper, a little more physical breaths. In and out. You can bring your awareness back into your hands, into your feet, sensing them. Maybe squeezing your hands a little, gentle little movements, just to gently transition back into this space, this virtual space. And then whenever you're ready, in your own time, slowly allow the eyes to open again, or your gaze to lift, returning. And instead of seeing this as the end of your practice, I'll invite you to see if you can take the same sense of presence into whoever's up next, into the next speaker, and see what it feels like to focus in that same way on that. Thanks so much for your participation. Honored to be here.
You know, when we were planning this, someone told me you have to have yoga and meditation. Every nice conference has yoga and meditation now, and especially in times right now.
A wise person.
Right, and I'm truly surprised how good it felt, right? How helpful it felt. And
I'm glad.
you're not only doing this for us, but you said you're doing it for a company that's once a day getting their employees together to such a session, right?
Yeah, right now I'm teaching my 24 minutes of karma practically globally to countries on all five continents, and it's a beautiful feeling to be able to make a difference from, as I said, my tiny home studio, to be able to reach people and help them stay connected and calm in this pandemic.
And how can people book you? What's the best way?
The best way is to go to my website, which is karma.us. So it's CALMA, as written right here.
Okay.
.us. Also, I'm on Instagram fairly newly, which is the 24mins_karma. But my website, CALMA, karma.us, really has all of the information.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mate. We'll take a 5 minutes break, and then we kick off the afternoon with a comparison of best practices in the US and in Europe. See you back in 5 minutes.
We will be back in 5 minutes. Go ahead and take some time to grab yourself something to drink or some snacks, and we'll be right back. We will be back in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Feel free to and get ready for the next session with questions for our speakers to answer. Thank you.
And welcome back. Welcome to Cryo versus COVID, our completely online business conference for the cryo industry. For the first time, we're coming together in difficult times to help each other, to share, to have a hand, and bring the industry together to be faster out of this and stronger out of this. Quick reminder that we have the Trello board, the link to our virtual conference board in the show notes, as well as the section where you can find more information about what we are trying to do at this moment. Quick, another reminder, we will do with all our guests, wherever you are, we'll do next week a follow-up call where we can go over the findings of today's various sessions and hear from you other inputs. Ideally, we will have a document together where we can then share further inputs and recommendation while we go through these difficult times. All right, this would not be possible without a number of partners that I'd like to mention once again. We have the Alliance of International Therapy Professionals run by Antra Getchov. She was on this morning. You can listen to her on the various social media streams, and her session with Tara and Alia, very helpful. She's also running the community on Facebook where you can watch this, so make sure you check that out. Starting off this morning was US Cryotherapy run by Kevin Kramer. He's one of the principal founders of the industry in the United States, having established the first retail treatment center in California in 2011. Thank you, Kevin. Longevity Suite, and we have Dr. Massimo Golerzi on in a moment. He is the industry leader in Italy, and he will show us his concept, his best practices. And then Restore Hyper Wellness and Cryotherapy, run by Jim Donnelly, with more than 50 locations and another 100 planned. Restore Hyper Wellness and Cryotherapy is the largest operator in the US. Thank you so much, Jim. A special thank you to our underwriter, MECOTEC, for making this possible today. Thank you to Kata. Thank you to Enrico. And we heard Enrico this morning and have Kata up around 2:30 for a little wrap up together with Jim. All right, next up, as I said, a discussion about best practices in Europe and the US. Please comment, share widely. Let us know what initiative you are taking at the moment. Feel free to copy anything you see on here, anything you feel that is helping you, share that with the community, share that with the industry. We are stronger if we go through this together, and we'll be stronger when we are out of this because we are sticking together right now. This is a learning exercise for all of us, for me especially, doing a completely virtual conference. So learn with us. This is an invitation, learning together. All right, with that being said, Candice, can you kick off the next session, please?
Yes, Mark, here we go. Okay, we're moving on to the next session on best practices moving forward in Europe and the US. I would like to introduce our next speakers, Dion, and welcome back Dr. Massimo. And with him will be Susanna. Dion is the founder and president of Cryothletics. She is a sports therapist and cryotherapist. Dion is dedicated to integrating sports recovery with total body and mind wellness. Dr. Massimo is a renowned cardiologist, author, and founder of the Longevity Suite, a medical spa chain located in northern Italy that focuses on the holistic anti-aging treatments through cryo, sports, and nutrition. Susanna is a cryospace manager at the Longevity Suite and firmly believes and the potential of integrating medicine and nutrition. Let us welcome our speakers to the stage.
Hello to the three of you. Hello to Milana. Hello to Boston.
Hi.
Let's start with Boston. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
Good. It started to rain here. How's the weather in Boston?
It's gloomy. Today it's gloomy. It's wet. That's okay. It makes for a good day inside.
Any better in Milano?
In Parma, there's
so much better.
Yeah.
All right, let's kick this off. This is really, really interesting, especially what the leader in the industry, frankly, not only in Europe, but maybe beyond Europe even are doing in Italy. So really looking forward to that. But Dion, you have a very, very unique perspective as you know both worlds. Why don't you kick us off with what you see in both worlds, so to speak, on both sides of the Atlantic? Go ahead, please.
Okay. So yeah, I've definitely seen both roles. So coming from Ireland over to Boston in the USA, I was able to see, essentially when I first moved here, cryotherapy didn't exist at all really in the industry. And I had moved here just to be a sports therapist. And in Europe, you really have to have accreditation behind you, some sort of a degree behind you and a background to be able to function in this type of industry. And here, it's more of like a retail space. So when I first moved, my main focus is sports therapy with athletes. So when I was doing sports therapy and cryotherapy wasn't available, I was like, I need to make this available to everyone. Why isn't this here? And really, there was no barriers to entry in America versus what there would be in Europe. And I see a major gap in the industry when it comes to that and true education and knowledge behind the actual function of cryotherapy. So I did have a presentation. I know it's not going to be up on the screen, but if you see me looking down a lot, I'm just going to be reading it from my phone. I really want to talk about the industry over here, and I know that there is a gap in the industry where we could really follow the medical practices that go on in Europe and bring that over to the USA, which is what I've been trying to incorporate since I moved here and since I developed my company. I developed Cryothletics as a completely mobile company to start. There was multiple reasons for that. There was a lot of less overhead for me as a startup, which really helped me. It was really with the athlete in mind as well, because athletes already have enough going on their plate. Even the athletic trainers with sports teams and stuff like that, they already have enough going on. So in my concept, it was very much like, why don't I bring cryotherapy to their facilities with the expertise of a sports therapist behind them, so I could really communicate along with their athletic trainers in the same exact language. And then from there, I developed the mobile brand of cryotherapy. But and then I think in the last 4 years, the cryotherapy industry over here has really grown tremendously. But again, because there's a lack of barrier to entry, and it has been more of a free space for people to be able to start up wellness studios. And then with that, the development of the Cryothletics brand has turned from just service provider to actual educator as well to other professionals. Whether it's within collegiate programs to other professional organizations. We're working on a certification right now, actually, to be able to really empower other wellness facilities. Because I think one thing that we're going to see is a lot of people really want to feel safe going into these spaces, and they really want to have a feeling that there's true expertise behind the facility that they're going into. So that's something that we're working along with a lot of different others to help enable. To get started too, I want to talk, Dr. Massimo, I'm going to talk first over here about the industry, the points of discussion. I have the industry before, in the low functionality, best practices maybe now when we have this break going on, and Susanna, and the rebound. So best practices and how we can kind of rebound out of that. And then maybe we can discuss sort of the similarities and how we can all like combine that together, and hopefully bring over a lot more of the European practices to US, because I do think the technology and the education is far ahead over there compared to here as well. So the industry before over here, like I mentioned, it was mostly retail locations, wellness, and it's not really seen as a necessity. Under cryoathletics, the name in itself, cryoathletics, we definitely have brought in the sports therapy aspect, anatomy and physiology, and really focus on true education for everyone, for our clients and professionals and anyone we hire in as well. But really, from an industry standard, there's only been manufacturer and distributor only protocols and training. There's been nothing really beyond that. And then there's overall like blanket statements throughout the industry. Of course, you know, it helps reduce inflammation, and there's many, many forms of inflammation that present in the human body. But it's sort of a blanket statement that cryotherapy can help all those things, or majority of those things. So I think the bandwagon approach, which a lot of us cryotherapy professionals are getting maybe a little frustrated with and disappointed in, is it's becoming less effective in terms of, you know, trust in the industry. You know, is it really effective? Which is where true expertise and scientific studies would need to be performed, or we can really access the European market for that as well. I think there's been a basis of quantity over quality in some cases in the industry in the US. Sales driven, which of course sales is always needed to make a business function. Personally, I've always went off of core values first, which in turn then really helps your business in the long run, which is, I've seen an interest and effect from that in a situation in a climate like today. And until this point, and congratulations on this entire conference, but there has been minimal collaborations or lack of accreditation and certification in the industry in America. And then so to move on, then going on into the lull. So what can we do now? We're in this climate. Everyone's in the same boat, right? So we're all, I think it's kind of a unique time. Pretty much everyone across the world. Dr. Massimo, you're in Italy. I'm over in Boston, the USA, and across USA it's the same as well, where we're in this lull and we're all sharing the same feeling of we pretty much don't have a business that we're functioning on right now. So I like to look at things personally that there's like a silver lining in everything, and I usually like to take opportunity of why is there this pause. Of course, there's tragedy going on, and it can't be ignored. But in that, I think we're all having the ability to be able to reimagine and reset how we can do business, how we can do cryotherapy business, and really start to readjust what might have not been working before. So here I wrote down a few points. So shift with the world. That's the one thing. I think we're also panicked and maybe losing out on money. Of course, it's a terrible situation, and really struggling with the concept of what's going on. But I think what we could do is we can really take a focus and a step back and really look at how it's affecting everyone and how can we shift with that. So this is even the playing field across the globe. So you could focus on a foundation of core values versus sales, because your sales are going to be limited to none at this point. How can you add value and really reach out to your target audience and your entire overall loyal clientele before this all happened, and really set in core values? So that usually comes from me with my personal core values, whether that's from family, living in Ireland, coming from the knowledge and expertise of my degree, and continue to pump that out into your industry and into your networks. Do you have a pivot point? So scaling down in the lull, consider less overhead costs, targeted cryotherapy versus whole body cryotherapy. There's different things. Like I've had different machines as well. Nitrogen, there's electric cryotherapy machines out there now. There's CO2. So really, I know some machines can cost more to function than others, especially when you're considering large nitrogen consumptions and stuff like that. And there's a lot of places that's brick and mortar. I personally don't have a brick and mortar. I went off of mobile cryotherapy and pop-up stores, which is beneficial for me in this climate right now. I don't have that problem, but really being able to scale back, and what is your pivot point? What can you do? How can you reach out when things start to go back? Can you do targeted cryotherapy? Maybe it's easier and less costly to function than a whole body machine. What will differentiate you though? So certification, ongoing learning, science-based protocols, education, training, and association. So like I mentioned, one thing that we're really focusing on, and I'm really focusing on here, is providing some type of certification and online learning for everyone to be able to help them continue forward. I think it's such a good time to be able to take a step back and really expand your knowledge and expand your mind. And this has proved to provide a perfect platform, to be honest, to associate yourself with other people and other professionals that might have that scientific background that can teach you more, or that can help you in those areas if you can't access those things yourself. So I'm sure there's much help out there. That's something that we're definitely working on for everyone. But the ongoing topic that I've seen with a lot of the speakers today, and an ongoing recommendation after we come out of this, is to really have a backup of true knowledge and expertise behind you and certification, and to be able to associate yourself with other brands or professionals in the industry that can also help you do that. Digital marketing. So I think I could probably speak for most people. I saw the term guerrilla marketing coming up earlier, where there's clothes companies and whatever it is offering however many percentage off and discounts on gift cards and stuff like that for when they reopen, and that's fine. But I think everyone is still in the panic mode. You might want to, instead of feeling like you're joining that whole group of, like providing discounts and bringing people back in, I would say scale it back even more to a human level. So connect in with your clients, connect in with your local community, and start to show a different side of you, or maybe a more personable side of you, before you can go straight back into business and you're just asking for people to come in and get them to invest their finances with you again. And then, show empathy and compassion. I think we're all being taught how to really operate on a human level again, which I think we were probably struggling with to begin with. And then marketing your business and devices goes beyond your service or product. In the lull, you can create trust with your clientele and align with your core values and really start to partner up in the industry. And it doesn't feel like you're really going to, be panicking when you come back in, even though everyone is in that same state. So, Margaret,
Jans, thank you so much. So it's a lot what we heard earlier about values, about being personal, connecting, but it's also on a different layer about concept, about methodologies, about how your operation works, right? And with that being said, Suzanne, Dr. Massimo, can you introduce how you're doing it, how you set up your practice, and what have you learned, and what are you learning right now?
Yes, I think I'm going to speak on behalf of the Longevity Suite, and I completely agree with what Dion was saying, because we strongly believe into a scientific approach. So we do adopt a scientific approach as well. All our employees have like a scientific-based degree, because we don't want the wrong communication with cryotherapy. We don't want it to be perceived as I don't know, something to play with, or just like a fun experience to do. We want it to be scientific. We want it to be appropriate for what the clients want. And we also adopt an integrated approach. So we put together different things alongside cryotherapy. So we've got nutrition, like detox nutrition. We've got exercise. We've got an holistic approach. So the person is followed 360 degrees. And I think what this experience, like this weird time, is teaching us is how to take care of our clients 360 degrees. So not just when they're healthy, when everything is fine, but also now their needs will be changed, and we have to change as well, I guess. So we've got protocols that we tend to follow, and these protocols, of course, will be different now after this pandemic, because people are going to be different.
Yes.
I think this answered your question.
After this period, I think that people, our client, will claim most than before they want to be healthier, and nobody comes to us only to make Cryo a wellness Cryo. So I think that till now we have to operate in a most efficient and scientific way with the right protocol, because we have to face client that need to be helped and need to empower their health and their immunitary system. We are writing some protocol to empower immunitary system, starting from Cryo. But I think that no therapy can work alone, and so I think that we need to put the cryotherapy inside of other, together with other therapy, and we have to stratify our client and to propose them a particular pathway to in which they can walk in and they can resolve their problem. We use detox. We have studied a lot this method. We call this in Italy longevity method, and we have some products to detox the body, some protocol to make exercise in appropriate way, some method to relax the mind and to discharge from the stress, and then some protocol to make Cryo, because what I see is that everybody makes Cryo in a different way. There's not a right protocol. How many minutes we have to stay in the Cryo, how long we have to stay in the Cryo, how many times in the week, for how long we have to stay. We are testing a lot of pathology, autoimmune pathology, inflammatory disease, inflammatory chronic disease, and we are now scientifically testing how much time we have to do this therapy and to obtain our goal. So it's important to share with all the therapists, all the Cryo manager around the world, because we can exit stronger than before from this period only if we have a coordinated opinion. We say the same thing all around the world, so we can be more credible, we can be more attractive and more scientific. The last point is the certification, because I think that we have to do a common certification with the distinguishing US and Europe, but we have to certificate the operator and to speak the same language when we talk about cryotherapy, because this is the basically important thing to speak about a therapy. If everybody use therapy in a particular way, in his particular way, is not a real therapy. Everybody around the world use the drug in the same way, and we have to use a drug not off-label. Cryotherapy is like an off-label therapy, but we have to have rule and to use this period to make this and exit from this period with straight rule and to manage after this period.
And just to add on to that, I think that this is the only way to increase the awareness and then make it an essential. It was a big point today, make it essential. So people perceive it as essential only if it's scientific, basically.
Right, exactly.
I would like to show some slide about our, okay. Can I go on? Because, okay. No, I would like to go on. Okay, go on. Again, I tell you when you have to stop. I'm speaking with the, okay. Okay, again. Again. Go on. Go on. Okay, this one. Because I would like to focus, because I think that because I'm a doctor, I would like to spend some minute on this slide, because it's very important to understand for everybody who would use cryotherapy what this pandemic disease works in our, or what leads in our body. Because COVID-19 is very dangerous for whom people, like 20%, who have an abnormal inflammation and abnormal response to this infection. We saw that the worst prognosis, and maybe also sometimes death, occurs to the patient that have abnormal response to this infection. And these 20% are characterized before the infection to have higher level of inflammation in their body. Can you go on, please? This is due from our lifestyle, better lifestyle that contemplate not perfect diet, junk food, higher sugar, and sedentary lifestyle, sleep disorder, stress, and smoke. This cause in the body a high level of inflammation, and in this person, COVID-19 leads a worst prognosis. So we have to treat this kind of people. But COVID-19 is only one of the dangerous virus that we have to face in the next year. I don't want to be pessimist, but I think that inflammation will be the cancer of the 21st century. And if we look at the indication for which we use cryotherapy, is the same reason that characterize the person at higher risk from our prognosis during COVID inflammation. So this is a great point, because if we concentrate on it, we can extrapolate our future, because in the next future we have to concentrate on inflammation and on immunitary disorder. We have to claim, we have to say to our client that this therapy can work on it, can stop inflammation, can potentiate the immunitary system, and in this particular moment, they can also be stronger against this virus, but in the life, they can be stronger against the degenerative illness that are the real cancer now in our society due to lifestyle. Can you go on? Can you go on again? Can you go on? So we are faster. This is a slide that I love very much, because in every meeting I go, I show it, because it contemplates our needs, physiological needs. And this represents also the needing of our client after coronavirus, after COVID-19, because I think that after this infection, this pandemic, I think that our client step back to a lower level of this pyramid. Before, we are all interested in self-actualization, in make money, in have a lot of business, okay? But after this pandemic, I think that our client will be more interested about the physiological need, safety need, that means healthy needing. And we can offer it only if we integrate our cryotherapy in protocol that can offer to our client this kind of feeling that our client feel now. Go on, please. So I think that I'm not afraid, and I think that customer will come back to us, but there are some if. I think that they come back to us if we create a network. Now we have to create a network like today. We have to face one another and say the same thing, because if we create a network, we can approach all together the problem in the same way. Then we have to have a scientific support, and I feel the needing to have a society, an international society that represent the cryotherapist. And I'm in Italy. I'm building a structure that it was already done in reality. Is the Italian Society of Regenerative Medicine that can hospitate our sector inside, and can also be the teaching leader of our formation, our training center. So, but we need a scientific support. Even in other way, we can go out of our center. And then we have to communicate correctly to the people, because if we have a strong scientific message, we can go out from our center and communicate to our client a strong message, and a message of that say that inside of our center they can treat the pandemic, but not the pandemic like virus, but pandemic of inflammation. That is more important at this moment, the virus infection. Can you go on, please? And the last point is the same that we have already said. We have a holistic strategy. So we have to put together some of the most important lifestyle situation that can slow inflammation. Can you go on, please? To slide, the next and the next again. Okay, I think that we have to put together cryotherapy, detox system, because with a detoxing system integrated, we can make our cryo work better, and the rejuvenate. Rejuvenate, we intended not only the external aspect, but rejuvenate our soul. In this way, we can decrease in an integrated way our inflammation. Go on, please. These are our program, and Susanna can explain to us, because I think that there are some important problems that we have imagined to offer to our client, especially after this period.
Yes, of course. As I said before, we have some structured programs in our clinics, in our centers. And for example, during this time off, we've just started the Strong Immune one. This is a program we didn't have. All these programs integrate various things. Let's say that the main thing is cryotherapy, but then there are more other things, from detox to mindfulness to exercise. And as the awareness for having like how important it is to have a strong immune system has increased, we had to create another program to target all those people after this time off realize that they want to be not just healthier but stronger into an immune system way. Our other programs include Naturally Slim, so for people that just want to lose weight and feel better with themselves. Mind and Body Detox, so not just about your body, how you look like, but also about your mind. And then Advanced Rejuvenation, obviously the name of our company is longevity, so we work a lot with decreasing aging, both on a cellular level, on a mental level, on a physical level. So Advanced Rejuvenation targets those type of clients. And then we've got the programs for better sleep. This also includes cryotherapy and detox, and then the Energize programs. So for those people that walk in and want to be more energetic, they want to feel more alive. We studied these protocols obviously around our clients. So this target most of our clients, and we apply them to all our centers. And then these are the main points that we believe are very important in this time. So for example, to reinform and invest, to go back to a balance, find back your balance. Don't let this time let you down, and then engage with families. As we said today a lot, we need to engage with our people. We need to engage with our clients. They're not just clients, they're people, and people want to go back to people. So if we keep a relationship with them, then they will come back to us. And then maintain our core values and manage our strategies. Exactly, as I said, we believe a lot in boosting the immune system and slowing down time. This is one of our videos which show basically, our core values: cryo, detox, and rejuvenation. So we work with cryotherapy alongside our other therapies to decrease cellular aging, and this helps loads of things, in particular inflammation, which is the main cause of a lot of diseases. I think the presentation is right. Yeah.
Wow, this has been awesome to see what you're doing. And while we getting up some question, let me pick on a couple of points, please. Dr. Massimo, you said a lot of things about inflammation and what this will be in future for us. Can you expand a little bit on that?
Yeah. On inflammation?
On inflammation, yes.
If I can, what? Sorry, the voice goes away.
All right. So you said a lot that inflammation we will have to deal in one way or the other more in future. Can you expand a little and say a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I think that inflammation is the real thing that damage our body, and is the I said that is like cancer, because in the 21st century we have found some therapy against cancer, but we haven't already find no therapy against inflammation, and we can neither test it because there's no blood sample to test inflammation. No one can know how inflamed you are, but there are only some sensors that you can feel during your life. If you don't sleep in a good way, if you also feel tired, if you are always hungry, if you need to eat sugar, if you are too stressed, if you have some problem in your skin, this is all signal that you are inflamed, or your bowel, inflamed bowel. No, there are signals that you are inflamed, but there is no blood sample, blood test that can ensure you are really inflamed. We are disposing some device to test this kind of inflammation, like oxidative stress, and we are proposing this test to do to all our clients before entering into the center and before offering a particular way. So if we see that they say they are inflamed because they have some of these points that I mentioned to you, and if they have a strange or a bad oxidation and BEX or low antioxidation level in the blood or in the mouth, we can treat in a particular way. Inflammation is the consequence of our bad living, a bad lifestyle, and this can bring us to have this illness that are called hypertension, diabetes, hypercholesterolemia, and then all the problem like stroke, infarction, and so on. But not only cardiovascular problem, because inflammation is at the basis of all degenerative problem, neurological one, bowel one, and also rheumatic problem. And I think that we have from our end a very strong therapy that is cryotherapy, but we have to use it in a perfect way, because if you use it not in a perfect way, we lose our opportunity to said an important thing to all the world, that we manage. We have to we have the therapy, the gold standard therapy to reduce inflammation. And I think so. I think that cryotherapy is the real gold standard therapy for inflammation. But before to say to the people, we have to demonstrate scientifically with works, and not only with works that I've been doing in 20 years ago, because scientific level have to be demonstrated every year, and not only facing the works done 20 or 30 years ago.
Right. A reminder, if you are interested in more the scientific aspects of cryo, we will get to it in the next session. But let me bring in Dane for this one. I mean, you all, the three of you, have developed pretty sophisticated concepts. What do you think has worked particularly well if you are starting out, if you're not that advanced? Where do you think people should start?
So I'll go first. So are you saying if people don't have like a background in anatomy or physiology before they start?
Well, that's one point, but let's rather put it to the business side.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you have that background, I think you are in a better place than many, right?
Yep.
So that helps. But if you have that background, if you have a business concept, right, and you would like to bring that to the next level, which are the 1 or 2 points you feel are most important and you would recommend to start with?
Like you said, the knowledge is key. Being able to get that out there and having other tools in your box. So I've seen a couple of comments on the survey that you posted out. People were massage therapists and PT, and they really want to incorporate cryotherapy in. And then starting, don't feel like you necessarily have to, especially coming out of this situation, don't feel that you have to have like a brick and mortar necessarily and go big. Start small. The different equipments that are out there, like you guys are able to provide with, and then go off of your knowledge and background and being able to provide cryotherapy. And like Massimo and Susanna said, and I follow this protocol too, it's not a one-stop shop. Usually it fits into everything. There's a lot more things that's involved in that, like diet, exercise, meditation. You guys provided great meditation today. That all helps in the process. So showing yourself being well-rounded and overall, and don't be afraid to start small with the baby steps and go from there. Don't feel like you have to jump into big loans and get going first, which is what I did. I started mobile. I started pretty small and built my way up from there.
Right.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Massimo, where would you start? Susanna, maybe you next.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I think you need to start small and then see what your clients are interested in, because this is a big thing. I mean, if in Italy something works and you do in the US, it doesn't certainly mean it's going to work, because people are different, clients are going to be different. So I think the most important thing is to start small and then build from there according to what you are interested in, what your abilities are, and what your clients actually want. So we've seen that with our clients, what we're doing really works, but we've built that around the clients. So it doesn't mean it's going to necessarily work with everyone else in the planet. So I think starting small and going with baby steps and just take one step at a time is the key. Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Here's one last question for you, Dr. Massimo. I don't know if you can see it. Can you see it? I read it to you. I understood your cryo center is still open for medicine. In kind of measurement, do you take to be able to continue to work? Are people scared on Corona before they enter the cryo cabin? What are the risks for containment with the next patient goes into the cabin? I'm afraid even after lockdown, people will be scared. Also, as exploited, you want to work safe for your patient. I think a great question from Christine. Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, now we are locked down, but the next week we open and we restart to make cryotherapy. I think that some client maybe will be afraid to enter in the cabin. I know, but we have a perfect procedure before make enter the patient, because we test the flu, we wash the hand, we ask some question, and in our center we are able to do the test of COVID-19, and so we make enter only the client that are negative to the test. This is why we are a medical center, so we can do it. But in the not medical center, I think that for a rather again, so 2 months we'll face the problem, but we have to separate the client, each other, to slow the rhythm of our work. And I think that we are clean, we respect the procedures, and we are in a safety mood of work. I think that after that, people need to do cryotherapy, because it's the only one method in this period that can potentiate immunitary system, and the person, I think, that are more interested in be powerful for their immunitary system than is afraid to enter in our center. So I am optimist. I think that if we are clean, if we respect the procedure, we will the client will return very fast in our center.
Thank you so much, Dr. Massimo, for this very positive outlook. I'd like to thank the 3 of you. And if you are out there and really interested in more about the scientific aspect, what we're going through right now, and what are the effects of cryo can have or cannot, please stay tuned, because next up we have Professor Christoph Hauswirth and Dr. Bill Emmendorfer. And I'd like to ask Daniela to kick us off while we stay. Thank you again to Dr. Massimo.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And let's continue with the next session, which ties in nicely because we also talk about the science. The session is titled Cryotherapy and Recovery from Science to the Field. And our experts will be Dr. Christoph Hauswirth, PhD professor. Dr. Christoph Hauswirth is the CEO of B-Scored Institute, which is a new center that helps companies to validate their products used in a sport and health context. He was previously the head of the scientific and medical department at the Moratoglu Tennis Academy, and used to be the director of the research department at the French National Institute of Sport for 20 years. He is joined by Dr. William Emmendorfer, CEO of North Spring Center for Rejuvenation. Dr. Emmendorfer combines his passion for sports, health, and wellness with his dedication to his community by providing alternative therapies to improve a person's wellness and vitality. Welcome, both of you.
Yeah, welcome, Daniela. Should I start?
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Good to see you, Bill.
It's good to be here.
Fantastic. Gentlemen, this will be a deep dive. And for people out there who are not familiar with the specifics of the science you're going to talk about, I will let them know that you can always see that on YouTube again. So even if you don't understand things here, there's a way to watch it again. But please do ask questions. And if we are not able to answer all those questions right now, we will get back to you, and you can directly connect to Christoph and Bill for this. With this being said, gentlemen, I'll ask the same question I have asked all of you. Aside from the presentation during these days, what has helped you that might help others going through this? Christoph, if you might want to start.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. It's a good question for sure. In my opinion, the main lessons we should learn from this crisis could be the fact that there is some key factors, especially which really exist to boost the immune system. I'm completely agree with Massimo, the previous speaker, because the immune function is the stress, how to decrease the stress. It's to limit the low energy availability in the organism. It's also to increase for sure the quality of sleep, and to manage the sleep the disorder and disturbances, and to limit also the heavy exercise. And for me, it's the 4 key points we have to remember after this crisis, because it's the real boosters of the immune system, and you can prevent many things, and also health for sure.
The biggest thing I think is that I've gotten out of this is we've kind of got to reset society as a whole. The whole world is kind of shut down, and we've moved back to a slower time, a time when we can relax, when we can think about what we're doing. We can only be concerned about what we can control. My wife does the best job of saying she's not going to deal with things that she can't control. We need to eliminate the stress in our lives, and then look at our industry and see how we can take this as an opportunity to move forward. Because I think we have a great opportunity both in holistic wellness and how we treat disease processes and how we enhance performance. So this has been a great time to reset, because the fast pace that we all live by, we've been forced to sit back and reflect on where we are and where we want to go.
Yes. And Bill, it wasn't, months ago that we met, and we have a mutual friend who, after we met, got infected. He was admitted to the ICU. He's better now. I hope it turns out for him and for others okay. But we are now getting into it, and Bill, we talked about that you are working on a couple of interesting studies that maybe see how cryo can help patients dealing with all kinds of issues. And the same thing is Chris doing in France. Maybe Chris, you can walk us through your presentation where we stand right now. That would be great. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Mark. Well, in this particular context, today my talk will focus on the whole body cryotherapy and recovery for athletes. I will do my best for sure to approach the basic elements associated with WBC and in only 15 minutes. Then, first of all, I've got a question for you guys. Do you know the link between WBC exposures and 7%? Unfortunately, I can't check your answers now, but if you write whole body cryotherapy, especially in PubMed, you will receive about 660 articles, meaning scientific publication, in less than half seconds. And then the 7% here means that at the end, you will have about 90 articles linking WBC and sport as well. In a sport context, WBC and more generally cryotherapy, it means including, as you can see here, the cold water immersion, cold water therapy, ice pack, all cooling methods representing almost, as you can see here, 50% of strategies to speed up recovery, showing the relevance in using these recovery methods at the end. In the fields, and especially in top elite athletes, I heard since now more than 10 years that WBC is considering as the ultimate strategy. It means miraculous cure. The one athlete would like absolutely to use in their daily recovery. And the science confirms particularly that W exposures decrease, for example, the pro-inflammatory action, decrease the DOMS, it means the delay onset of muscle soreness. We showed previously that it improves the sleep, the quality and the quantity of sleep. And of course, it increases the antioxidant status and the immune function as well. And then, of course, it hastens recovery. And what are the physiological effects of a single WBC exposure? The first impact of WBC is to induce the thermal shock first, due to the cold chamber, of course. Skin temp will decrease, as you can see here, and inducing a peripheral vasoconstriction and stimulating the cold receptors. And then the ANS, the autonomic nervous system, will be stimulated through the secretion of catecholamines first, especially the noradrenaline in particular. And in response to the peripheral vasoconstriction, the blood volume will be focused on protecting the core, and consequently the stroke volume and blood pressure will increase, increasing the muscular blood flow here by a vasodilatation mechanism, and the muscle oxygenation as well. And finally, the muscle pain, muscle damage will be reduced, and then it could increase for sure the recovery. It means have a better recovery at all. The presentation outlined today will focus mostly on our published studies, some specific data, especially conducting on cold therapy, use an acute exposure, and also the chronic exposures during, for example, high training load sessions and after training load sessions. Let's start with the acute recovery now. One of our first study focused on the effects of exposure to different cold temperature on skin temp and catecholamines responses. On this slide, we have an example of 4 subjects immediately before, it means in red one, the left side, and after a 3-minute exposure to minus 110 degrees in green. And with the right hand side, a scale of temperatures from 0 in black to 35 degrees in red. And one 3-minute WBC exposure is sufficient, obviously, to trigger sympathetic stimulation thanks to norepinephrine release. And then the main results indicated a stimulation of the ANS, we can see already, with the predominance of the parasympathetic tone. As a result, there is, in one way, a sympathetic activation periphery, and also a parasympathetic activation at the core itself. Then, in a big study we conducted with some PhD, we tried to determine the most appropriate recovery strategy for running-induced muscle damage. We decided to compare WBC session as a recovery for 3 minutes, the passive recovery, we did nothing, for 30 minutes, and the fair infrared methods, it's 30 minutes as well. And on symptoms of the exercise-induced muscle damage following a strenuous simulated trail running race by about 50 minutes with uphill and downhill performed by high trained runners. And as expected, the results indicated a significant decline of the maximal voluntary contraction by almost 10% following the running session, which is a little bit less compared with the ecological races we published already. And the first interesting finding is that the MVC was recovered after the first WBC session. It means 1 hour after the trail exercise, we've got exactly the same maximal voluntary contraction after the WBC session. And while it took, you can see here, it took about 24 hours for the fear method and wasn't recovered after the passive recovery. Perceived sensations of pain, tidiness, and well-being were also significantly modified by the acute fatigue. The pain was removed in blue, was removed after the first WBC session, while it took 48 hours with fear and wasn't removed in the passive modality. Concerning the tidiness, was also reduced after the first WBC session when compared with other modalities. Well-being was also restored earlier with WBC when compared with the other modalities. Then we can say that WBC was the best recovery strategy in our experiment to lower the DOMS. It means the delay onset of muscle soreness, thanks to the beneficial effect of cold reducing inflammation and the nervous activity as well. Then we decided to replicate the famous 50 minutes trail running race. And we analyzed in this new study, we analyzed the inflammation markers using WBC or not after the race. And first, we decided to study the concentration of the pro-inflammatory markers like the interleukin, the IL-1 beta, as you can see here, the IL-1 beta, and also the anti-inflammatory one. It's the IL-1 RA. It means it's the receptor antagonist. As you can see, IL-1 beta was significantly increased 1 hour after exercise, but only in the passive group in gray here, while the IL-1 RA was increased only after WBCE in black, revealing a significant effect of WBC reducing inflammation after a single 3-minute exposure. There is no more effect recorded over the week. And finally, a unique WBC session should be sufficient to reduce the inflammation after this severe exercise. And to sum up, this is the first study analyzing the beneficial effect of WBC on recovery from exercise-induced muscle damage. And WBC induced first to recover the MVC 1 hour after an exertive exercise and decrease the pain and tidiness 1 hour after. And also we observed a decrease in pro-inflammatory parameters and an activation of anti-inflammatory parameters. For practical application to the field, we can remember that one session of WBC can be programmed to maintain force generation after severe exercise. After sport, when we want to improve perceptual recovery, it allows better well-being, less DOMS, and less tidiness as well. And it's beneficial for all sports involving muscle damage, eccentric exercise. Let's finish with the chronic recovery using WBC. And sorry. In this study, we investigate the effectiveness of daily WBC session as a post-exercise recovery strategy during the periods of intensified training. The same population, it's elite synchronized swimmers, but using a chronic recovery methods, which is a little bit complicating to plan. After 1 week of normal training here, we name the base situation, the baseline. The swimmers perform the 2 14-day IT. IT means intensified training periods in a randomized order. One, it's IT con, it means intensified training control without any recovery. And another one, mean IT WBC. It means, of course, daily WBC after the high training intensity. And the 2 IT periods are separated by the 9 days with easy training. The heart rate variability analysis revealed heightened indices in parasympathetic activity after IT-CON, as you can see here, compared to baseline. And after the WBC, however, these parameters did not change significantly from the baseline, meaning that the WBC helps maintain a normal autonomic modulation of heart rate over the 2 weeks period of IT, even increasing the cardiac response to the orthostatic stress. Let's have a look on the swim speed now. It's the graph on the left side. We've got a significantly decrease of the swim speed after the intensive training in control, but we maintain the same swim speed. It's been the same performance for the 400 meter speed with the IT WBC. We've got a decrease in the salivary alpha amylase. It means the adrenergic effect for the IT-CON, and also the lactate are decreasing. But all the variables are got a steady state. It means not significant difference in IT WBC compared with baseline. Since an optimal sympathetic drive is required to maximize performance, WBC may help in maintain the normal autonomic activity during intense training. And we obtain a maintenance in sympathetic response during exercise with WBC and almost the same swim performance, and the low level in blood lactate in IT-CON compare with WBC, the key point of the lower performance obtained. Then with the IT-CON period, there was a significant decrease in the actual sleep time, as you can see here, by 20 minutes. And we've got an increase of the sleep onset latency by 11 minutes in the IT-CON situation. But we've got a steady state in terms of quality and quantity of sleep for all parameters we have measured with the actigraphy. It means that WBC helps in maintaining the quality of sleep for all swimmers who are faced to a high training load, and by 30%. Then the last study, it's combining WBC, daily WBC session exposure and running performance. It means that we have increased the training load by 40% during 3 weeks, and you can see here the changes in the running performance. The performance here, the performance supercompensation magnitude was very likely, we call it like this in statistic, greater by around 98% in WBC than in control group with a moderate effect size. And these results suggest that the fatigue washout during tapering was greater when using WBC, allowing peaking performance sooner when using this technique, especially for high trained triathletes. Then the performance supercompensation after overload training period is greater using WBC in a chronic way this way after the overload period, and increasing training loads by 25% to 40% can lead to an optimal tapering 1 week later when WBC is daily used, and WBC can be used during the tapering phase before a competition. That's really important, and we try to apply this for many sportive athletes. Then to conclude, some questions still remain. For example, I asked a question how to periodize the recovery treatments such as WBC. Do you mind if I'm asking about physiological adaptation and the impact of cold therapy on the organism itself and the adaptation theory? What about the acute recovery? Should WBC could be used only in acute recovery? And what about chronic recovery? And we show that we can use maybe in chronic recovery as well. And the last question is for you guys. Does the perfect recovery exist? In accordance with my background, it's really difficult to answer this question, but I think that you need to insert recovery in your training program, and especially WBC as well. We need to program the recovery. It means that we need to program also WBC sessions. And now, just to finish, if you want to go further on this topic, especially on WBC, you can be connected soon to our e-learning platform. Please ask for login details and information. You've got the email here. And now I would like to thank you for all your attention, and stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chris. Let me right away bring Bill into the discussion. Bill, you are working on similar things, and you are doing a couple of things with athletes in your area, right?
We are. And Chris has gone over the science of it, and we'll go over more the practicality of the protocols we're using and what we're doing with athletes. But before I get into the athletic performance, we truly believe that cryotherapy is in three fields: sports, in medicine, and in wellness. And we kind of break them up, and our protocols are a little different on how we approach it. We have clients that are everywhere from school athletes to adult athletes to collegiate athletes, professional athletes. But then we have people like senators and CEOs of organizations, judges, and people in their 80s. So cryotherapy has a broad base, but today we're dealing with sports. And I think when you look at cryotherapy in sports, you have to look at how we get to maximum performance for our athletes, particularly our elite athletes. And first of all, the theory is that under pressure, we don't rise to the occasion, but we sink to the lowest level of our training. And cryotherapy allows the athlete to train at a higher level. We believe that cryotherapy is really a new frontier that gives an elite athlete the competitive advantage over other athletes, and it's an advantage in both how hard they can train and how they recover. Training is the difference between your elite athletes like Federer and Nadal and Justin Gatlin and Tom Brady. They train harder and get more out of their training. And by using cryotherapy, it makes a lot of difference in their ability to train and also in how far they can push their system. So when you look at training and you look at cryotherapy affects every system in your body. And to be at optimal performance, the athlete has to be in balance, mind, body, and nutritionally has to be in balance. Cryotherapy affects all of your systems in your body and takes them to a different level. It affects our circulatory system. It helps blood flow both to the muscles and helps blood flow to the skin, which helps our cooling mechanisms. Our musculature systems work better, both quick twitch and slow twitch muscles. Our nervous systems work better in that we can tolerate more pain. Our endocrine systems work better, than it improves our sleep and helps our cognitive skills. And our immune systems are improved too. So holistically, we're affecting the whole body. How does this affect the ability to train? Well, training for maximum performance is a complicated process. It affects the ability to train for an athlete to train longer, harder, and to recover quicker. It affects the consumption of fuel by the body and by the muscles. It reduces pain in the muscles and joints and the connective tissue. It helps with the elimination of waste and byproducts from muscles from exertion. It helps our REM sleep, and it helps us physically and mentally. It improves one's outlook on life. We do different protocols for different sports, and by that we customize it for the athletes. For example, we may do something different for our football players than we do for our tennis players. We have softball players that have specific injuries that we're dealing with. We have basketball players that use it. Just recently, the University of Louisville was using cryotherapy through Cryo Lounge in Louisville, Kentucky, and the head basketball coach said on ESPN that his list of injuries, of sports injuries, went from 4 pages to 2 pages with the implementation of cryotherapy. So it makes a big difference. We've had weightlifters. We have a junior weightlifter who set an American record, and he attributed a good portion of it to his cryotherapy during his training session. I have an Ironman who came into the Ironman competition and improved his best time by almost an hour. He did that in a protocol that we put together for him, which was very specific, by preloading him before the competition. In a regional boxing contest, we had recovery came well for a boxer who ended up winning the contest in the Southern Regional Golden Gloves. So we use cryotherapy in some sports every day, in some sports every other day during the training process, but we use it in training. In competition, we like to use cryotherapy before competition leading up to it. I mentioned the triathlete. With the triathlete, I did cryotherapy once on Thursday, twice on Friday, twice on Saturday. He competed on Sunday, and we did a recovery session on Monday. It enhanced his performance. In other people, we do it differently. The tennis teams like to use cryotherapy because it helps them deal with the heat. It helps them accommodate the heat, particularly in extreme hot, humid climates like we are here in the Southeast, and then they use it for recovery after their matches. So we do it both ways. During competition, it enhances endurance, it raises the pain threshold, and it improves one's mental attitude. You know, I've got CEOs that come in because it improves their cognitive skills during the course of the day. But with an athlete, it helps them to think and react better during the levels of competition. And then in recovery, we feel like that we need to get into cryotherapy as soon as possible after competition, because it reduces the inflammation. It helps them both systemically and locally. We use it in conjunction with other therapies, whether it's medical massage, acupuncture, extracorporeal shockwave treatments, physical therapy, or compression therapy. And we think that it works best in conjunction with other therapies, and we get a synergistic effect. So we use it both we've also found that we've been able to use it since we use a full body chamber. We've had some significant help with acute head trauma, with concussions. And we've established a protocol that we're doing there. And that's something that's been very exciting, and something that we're working on establishing some studies. We're doing some studies on chronic traumatic encephalopathy, but that doesn't have anything to do with cryotherapy. But we're looking at how we incorporate that with those studies with cryotherapy, and what we would maybe do to deal with that in an acute state. So those are things that we do. And then we deal with local and whole body cryotherapy with specific injuries such as high ankle sprains or plantar fasciitis, shin splints, tendonitis, joint injuries. And so we coordinate the two, both local and whole body cryotherapy, plus other disciplines, to hasten the healing process. And we've had really good results about getting athletes back into competition quicker when they sustained injuries like that. So that's a quick overview. I know we're short on time, but that's a quick overview of some of the things we do. But we customize the protocols for the athletes in the sports, and we do that for other disciplines too when we're dealing with either wellness or medicine. So we try to do it in a different manner.
I mean, thank you so much. Fascinating stuff, really, from both of you. And we're getting a lot of comments in. Yes, you're right. We're running a little bit over time, but I think this is a very, very productive and fruitful discussion. So let me get right into a couple of questions, and then we'll finish up. Do you see? Can you see the discussion? The question here from Danielle. The question: why the doctors are reluctant to recommend it?
I think we've done a poor job of informing them. There's an information gap. One of the things I've run into with both collegiate and professional trainers in level, and the same thing applies to doctors, is they don't understand the implications of what we do with cryotherapy. One of the sports medicine trainers, one of the major universities in this country, said to me, well, we probably won't use it much. We'll just have a few athletes sit around in it, and we won't use it much. They don't understand, and we've done a poor job of selling them on the total package of what cryotherapy can be. It's not just a vehicle for recovery, but it's so much more. and we have done a poor job. So that's on us. That's on us as an industry. But we've got to sell that to the medical community, and then we've got to coordinate with them, whether it's a rheumatologist, whether it's the orthopedist, whether it's a neurologist, on how cryotherapy can be an effective adjunct in coordination with their treatment and the protocols they're using on their patients.
Thank you very much. So you're saying, it is our job to teach and to explain and to inform, right? Maybe Chris, can you talk and take the next one about the frequency of protocol that athletes and patients should be using?
Yeah, it depends on the input itself. Okay, the input means the energy demands. In fact, it depends of the if it's eccentric contraction, the duration of the exercise itself. It means it depends on the federation of several sports, and we can't have a unique answer. But I'm talking about science. But if I have a look on what happened on the field, exactly on the field, we try to manage the. I just saw the post-operative recovery. For the post-operative recovery, it's very easy. It's twice a day. And we've got also many visual analogic scale in order to determine if what happened with the daily onset of muscle soreness, for example. It's really important, the tidiness, the level of fatigue itself, or the level of the pain. It's really important to have also scales in order to do some measurements. It's not blood sample. It's only just a mental scale in order to see what happened inside the organism, because the answer of an athlete could be a little bit different compared with another one. Then at INSEP, we try to put on the table the twice a day WBC exposures during 5 days, and then we've got a washout during the weekend, and then we start again the next the next week. But we have also to compare the results and the feeling of the athletes.
Okay, we have one final question, and then we wrap up with Jim and Kata. I think this is, Chris, another one for you, but also for Bill, because Bill has a pretty good overview of the science and studies being conducted at the moment in the US. Where do we find these?
Yeah, we've got actually about almost 10 really interesting studies on the immune system. We've got some Italian one from Giuseppe Banfi, one of my colleagues. We've got also some Polish studies from Ania Lubkowska, really interesting one. And we published 2 studies on in 2011 and 2012 on PLOS ONE as well on the immune system.
Thank you so much, Bill. You have an overview of the studies conducted or currently underway in the US, right?
The studies in the US have been lagging behind and haven't had the numbers. That's an area that we've really got to focus on, because cryotherapy has not been accepted by the Federal Drug Administration in the United States, and that's because of lack of specific studies that we need to do to justify the use and to justify it in the medical system. It's different in Europe and as part of the medical system. In the United States, it's not.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you so much. It sounds to me there's really an opportunity here, but also a lot of work to be done. And maybe this is the time to think about how we approach that collectively. Thank you very much. Thank you to Europe. Thank you to the South. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Chris. Coming up, we have some of the most interesting concepts in the US with a deep look into how Restore Hyper Wellness and Cryotherapy is doing their approach to expand. And let me say this, when we reached out, a number of you said, we usually don't speak on stages. We don't have to speak on stages. There's no particular benefit or advantage for us. But this time it has been different. We have got a yes from all of you immediately, and that's why, and only that's why, we were able to put this together in just 1 week. That being said, as I said earlier, there will be a follow-up call in a week from now, and we are using your registered email to send out the details. With that being said, let's get over to our last session and have Daniela introduce our speakers.
Thank you very much, Mark, and thank you for the previous session. It was super dense and wonderful. I would now like to introduce you to the last session, which is entitled Why I Am Investing in Cryo Now. Our two experts will be Jim Donnelly. Jim is a serial entrepreneur and former athlete. Recognizing the need for new, healthier, and more convenient options for pain management, longevity, and performance optimization, Jim founded Restore Hyper Wellness and Cryotherapy. His firm is now in 50 locations and has 100 under construction. Restore was recently named 113 on the prestigious Inc. 5000 list of fastest growing private companies in the United States. Jim is joined by Kader Heine. Kader is a German-American CEO and co-founder of MECOTEC US. Kader is a serial founder, entrepreneur, and investor, and he's running several businesses in various industries in Europe and the United States. With his years of experience in advertising and banking, Kader oversees MECOTEC's strategy and operations in the US market. Welcome to both of you.
Hey, welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for doing this. Gentlemen, this is the last session, and for you guys, the same question as I asked during the day. What has helped you? What is something, maybe a small thing, that you can see others might benefit from as well? Jim, maybe you start.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just about being positive. I work an incredible amount, and I'm on the road quite a bit. This has been the nicest time to spend with my kids and family that I've had in probably a decade. And to be quite honest, I'm looking at it as a gift. I'm looking at this as something that's going to help me reboot my priorities a little bit. I'm still going to work hard. I'm still going to do all that kind of stuff. But you know, every night we have a fun activity with the family. After that, I read a good book. I've read 10 books in the last 2 weeks, and I probably hadn't read 10 books in the previous 5 years. So things like that. But just a positive attitude has really helped me kind of appreciate what we're going through.
Yeah, yeah. Kader, before we give it over to Jim, how about you? Kader, your mic, you need to unmute. Yep.
Better now?
Yes, fantastic.
Thank you, Mark and Carmen, for the kind introduction. It's been a while since I heard someone speaking so nicely about me. And well, this is, of course, a good question, Mark. I think we are all in that it is a completely new situation, one that we haven't seen, I think, since World War II. And it's not easy to answer. I think what helped is to know that we're all in the same boat. And what helped me is the exchange, talking to others, that I have experienced solidarity and openness that really helped me. It's not the practical advice that the lawyer gave us or the tax advisor, is that, you know, the communication, the exchange that helped. And I could encourage everybody to keep on doing that. Just, you know, pick up the phone, talk to people, and that helped me a lot.
All right, thank you, Kader. Thank you, Jim. I leave it to you, Kader, to set up Jim, and I'll be back here for the final wrap up whenever you guys are ready. So, Kader, Jim, please kick it off.
Jim, would you do me the favor and start, please?
You did here. Yes, for sure. So, you know, I'll provide a little context, and I'm going to talk a little bit about Restore because it's the best way that I can instill confidence in the industry. We are still open. We are in all of the hotspots in America, and the vast majority of our locations are open. So we are in the communities, we are helping, and that does provide us a really good feeling about how we will come through this. We are still going forward with all of our growth plans. Matter of fact, we sort of look at this as an opportunity. Leases will be more approachable, landlords will be easier, contractors will cost less. There will be an amazing amount of wonderful talent out there. So as I sort of go through the presentation on Restore, the context for me is nothing about this crisis has dimmed the long-term potential of this category in this industry. And we're going to make sure we put ourselves in the best position to come out of it in a very strong way. And I would encourage all of you to sort of lay the foundation to come out of this in a strong way, because this is actually, over the long haul, going to make people more cognizant of the things that we're doing and the modalities that we use to help people. So I think there's a presentation. I'm not sure how best to get that up. Does that come up automatically, or do I need to share that? What is the?
Should come up in a minute. While we are getting the presentation up here, could you, Jim, explain a little bit more? You said you are still open, right?
Yeah, so our business does have cryotherapy, but we talk about hyper wellness, which is a category that we've trademarked and built in the United States. That's a category that includes lots of different modalities. So we do IV therapy, we do hyperbaric therapy, cryotherapy, compression therapy, infrared saunas, diagnostic testing. So, our business goes beyond cryotherapy. It's the things we do in the medical space that allows us to be open and be what they call an essential business in the United States. Having said that, our message to our customers and our message to the communities is that things like cryotherapy, red light therapy, these are more important than ever. You are fighting things in the environment that you need to be at your optimal immunity. And if you stop doing the things that have kept you healthy up until now, that's the worst thing you can do. So having the medical capabilities as a part of our business, it allows us to stay open and continue to be an advocate for things like cryotherapy.
Okay, thank you. So we have your presentation up. Please go ahead.
Okay, so now, do I say go to the next slide, or do I do it myself? I can't figure out how to move it. Okay, here we go. How do I move to the next slide? Well, I'll let them figure out how to move it to the next slide. The first slide talks about the mission of Restore. So once again, we do cryotherapy. We have these modalities. We do very little talking about modalities. We talk about what we can do for people. We sum it up in the notion Restore, do more. Restore means something different to a lot of people, and do more means a lot of things are different to people. We don't necessarily want to focus just on the pro athlete and rich people. We want to be the most affordable, accessible place for hyper wellness in the country. So when we're in a crisis like this, we are not dependent on the athlete. We are not dependent on a small segment of society. And I'll show a slide later that shows you our customer base. We're probably one of the few businesses in the world where we have as many 14-year-old boys as 74-year-old women. It's pretty amazing. So we're not that old. Go ahead.
Jim, quickly, we're running your backup slides on our end. So just say next slide, and then we'll turn it for you. All right?
Sounds good. So one thing I wanted to put as a little history on Restore, we're not that old a company. We started in 2015. We really didn't become a real business until 2016. We're based in Austin, Texas, which is a wonderful community in the U.S., lots of talent, lots of entrepreneurial activity. We did our first franchises in 2017. We now have 50 locations around the country that are open. We have another 100 locations under construction. So when I say the coronavirus crisis affects us in a big way, I can't overstate that, because we've got 100 construction sites around the country right now that we have to keep moving, and 50 locations full of employees that we need to keep employed and keep helping the community. So next slide. So this kind of shows our footprint in the United States. We are truly the only national presence. There are a few other companies in the US that do cryotherapy and a few other things. They tend to be very specialized and not have the whole range of services. And certainly no one has a footprint like this. We are truly a national company and actually working on some international locations as well. So next slide. Our approach is simple. We're very transparent. We educate our customers about everything that they need to know about how these things affect their body. We make everything affordable and accessible. We do cryotherapy sessions in the United States for as little as $25. When you do things like that for $25, suddenly you can bring in a whole nother segment of customers as opposed to charging $50, $60, $75. And our environments are fun, engaging, and transparent. We say we're the antithesis of a doctor's office. If something starts to look like a doctor's office, we immediately cut it out of the system. Go to the next slide. The foundation of our business is that we always address major issues. Of course, we do sports performance and recovery. The reality of it is that's only 15 to 20% of our business. Pain management and inflammation reduction are the far bigger segment of our business that drives what we do. And we're doing a lot of things in the anti-aging area as well. I'll get into that a little later, but the knowledge around genomic stability and cellular health has progressed exponentially in the last few years. And we're doing some things on the technology front to show people how what they're doing in our shops have immediate and long-term effects that do sort of change the aging curve and the health span curve. But about 80% of our business right now is pain management and inflammation. So go to the next slide. And by the way, I would encourage all of you, focus on the big picture in a time like this. Don't get into the myopic little things of the nuances of this cryotherapy machine and this modality. Focus on the big picture of why people need to come to you. Just because we have coronavirus doesn't mean that people don't have pain issues still. We had a woman drive 3 hours the other day because the hyperbaric chamber facility near her closed down. So she drove 3 hours to come to our facility. So in the United States, we have a different medical system. Out-of-pocket spending is growing significantly. Alternative and preventative medicine is the fastest growing area for out-of-pocket spending. People now spend more on out-of-pocket healthcare spending than twice the amount they spend on auto spending in the US. So once again, we're going to come through this, and we're dealing in an area that has massive amounts of activity, massive amounts of growth, massive amounts of spending. So go to the next slide. We always say pain sucks unless you're selling to those in the market. Pain doesn't go away. And no matter what happens in the world, dealing with the pain that you have as a human being is one of the things you will always prioritize. So take solace in the fact that what you're doing in the cryotherapy business is helping people with one of the most seminal things that they have to deal with. So in the US, over $80 billion is spent annually on back pain alone. Annual cost of pain management in the US is more than the cost of diabetes, cancer, and heart disease combined. 20% of adults have arthritis, $120 billion spent on arthritis annually. These are massive categories and things that we address. Go to the next slide. This is something interesting. I hear a lot of cryotherapy businesses pigeonhole themselves into sort of the athlete bucket and the sports performance bucket. This is where I go back to, we have as many 14-year-old boys as 74-year-old grandmothers. Very few businesses in the world can say that they're 50-50 male and female, that they have an average age of a customer of 41 and a 25-year standard deviation on both sides of that. It's pretty amazing. And the only reason there's sort of a dip at the end of that age distribution is because the older consumers in America have been conditioned to go to the doctor for everything. That wave is moving forward, and nothing is going to stop this wave. So you have the ability to interact with virtually every single human being in the United States that's over 14 and under around 80. Next slide. This just goes to show that if you work on things that help people, and we always say one of the main principles of everything we do in Restore is a customer walks out feeling better than when they walked in the door. So that leads to stats like this: 68% of our customers are a customer a year later if they come in a second time. That is unheard of retention in the retail space. We have a net promoter score of 75%. Guess who else has a net promoter score of 75%? Apple and Apple stores. So if you do it the right way, if you treat your customers the right way, if you emphasize the right things, look at the big picture, you can form a wonderful, wonderful business that has super strong fundamentals. Go to the next slide. So for us, 2019 was the year we laid our groundwork, and we looked at 2020 as a rocket ship sort of year. We still think that way. Just for perspective, our month of March was the same as our month of February. We were literally within 5% of the revenue that we generated in February in March. And that's with coronavirus taking over the world for 20 days of the month of March. Go to the next page. So we wake up every day and we think of three things. We think of those three things a year ago, a month ago, 2 months from now, 6 months from now. Every one of you out there should have your version of this. What do you wake up and think about every day? So everything we do is about being the market leader in wellness. We want to build defensive barriers around our business and deepen our relationship with the customer. And 3, we want to accelerate growth as fast as we can manage. That is our singular obsession, those 3 things. So if you go to the next slide, this is what it leads to. We're going to provide 750,000 services in 2020. We have over 25,000 customers. That footprint will more than triple by the end of the year. So those numbers start to get really, really astronomically high. Go to the next slide. So we will open a record number of franchise. We'll open a record number of store, system-wide sales. Every metric that we look at, despite the coronavirus, will be exponentially higher than last year. Go to the next slide. And this is, ultimately not just us saying this. We are the number 4 ranked company in Austin, which is one of the entrepreneurial hotspots of the United States. We're the number 11 ranked Texas company, which once again is a big state. We're the 13th ranked health company in the United States, and we're the 113th fastest growing company in the United States, private company in the United States. So when you start to think about how am I going to come out of this, there's a reason that we're all of these numbers. It's because what we're doing is meaningful. It's important. It's not discretionary. It's essential to people. So go to the next slide. You can just scan through these next slides. This just kind of gives you a picture of, we do cryotherapy in many forms. We do cryoskin. Go to the next slide. We do compression. We do hyperbaric therapy. We do infrared sauna, IV therapy. We do red light therapy. We have a stretching business. So we're and that doesn't show everything we do in the stores, but we're a holistic approach to hyper wellness that has all of these modalities. And just as importantly, we have what we call Restore Labs. We are constantly innovating. We are constantly looking towards what's next. So we test every machine, every modality, every IV combination. Nothing that's happening in this space doesn't get tested in our facilities. We now manufacture some of our own equipment. We have become a very different thing because of this testing approach. Go to the next slide. So at the end of the day, we want to be a defensible business where we're the market leader. We want to have an in-store experience unrivaled. Every one of you should be thinking about, how do you improve your in-store experience so that your customers love you? We have an at-home experience with what we call Nurse on Demand. We have an app that people can request us to come to their home. We have a corporate wellness initiative. We go to big companies, small companies, medium-sized companies, and we completely transform the workplace for them. And then finally, we have a technology overlay that we'll be launching this year that brings all of this to a format that takes the things you're doing in the store, converts them to sort of outcomes, and algorithmically shows you what the long-term impacts of those are. So we're thinking about this in a much deeper way. So go to the next slide. So how do I think about this crisis on a macro level? I'm not going to take credit for coming up with these 4 trends, but these are the 4 things that I continue to read about that people say is going to be the long-term impact of this pandemic. And by the way, 3 of the 4 of them are really good for our industry. So I take solace in this. So number 1, virtual training's here to stay, the Pelotons of the world. You know, people like it. They're going to keep doing it. That's going to hurt some health clubs and fitness offerings. But, you know, there's still going to be people that absolutely want to come back to the fitness offerings that are not virtual, but it is going to be a little different. Consumers are going to continue to have fear and anxiety. They're going to be very discriminating about the places they go to. Clean places, sterile places, safe places, places that understand what they're doing, can talk about the science, can get beyond the sort of superficial athletic recovery stuff. You got to go deep and really know what you're doing and create a safe environment. Digital and telehealth will see widespread adoption. You know, this might not impact a lot of you, but for us, we have a national telemedicine platform. That's what powers our locations. So we are one of the biggest telemedicine businesses in the country. So this is a good thing for us. And then number 4, this is a good thing for everybody on this call, in this conference. Preventative care will continue to transform healthcare. So what we do is preventative, natural, non-pharmaceutical. That is what people will be looking for. If they don't get sick and they're not sick, they want to stay that way. And what we do keeps people healthy. So most of this is really good news for everybody that's in this conference. So go to the next slide. So a lot of this is redundant, but I'm just going to give you my 4 steps for how we handled the crisis. Number 1, we immediately went into financial triage. We made sure we had as much liquidity as possible. We tapped our credit lines. We talked to all of our investors. We negotiated with vendors, landlords, and partners. We cut off all of our spending that was somewhat discretionary. We're not spending money on marketing right now. That is completely pissing money down a black hole. And we figured out our government and bank options. For perspective, they launched the PPP program in the United States less than 10 days ago. We have already received funding from that program. So we have received a massive check from the US government. So get in line. And I said to all of our franchisees, don't be a dumbass. Be first in line. Because if you're not first in line, you're at the mercy of the process and it takes longer. So go to the next slide. Step 2, secure your supply chain and key relationships. This has been one of the most frustrating parts for us. In some instances, if we were to stop buying things from certain suppliers, they would go out of business. And it's been very disheartening that some of those suppliers have come to us and asked for some ridiculous things and basically said, well, we have other people that we sell to that are causing us problems, therefore we need you to do this. And my response to them is, listen, I'm your best customer. Don't treat me worse. You need to treat me better. And so when you do have a little leverage, use it. Be prepared to negotiate. Understand that many of these companies are going through some really tough times as well. So you might need to compromise and do a little bit more, but have a plan B. If you don't have a plan B, you really are vulnerable at this point. And then finally, don't be a jerk. We are never a jerk. We don't wield our power indiscriminately. We try to help everybody in the industry. We know that a strong wellness industry is good for our company. We know us being a strong player makes the industry better. So we always say, don't be a jerk. So next slide. Connect with your best customers. You're going to need them. Once again, I said, don't do a ton of marketing, but reach out to them personally. This is a time when you send letters, believe it or not. This is a time when you get on the phone. This is the time when your social media activity goes up. But make sure that when you're doing it in a way that's community over profit. Nobody wants to be dealing with a company that's trying to profit from the coronavirus crisis. And so we are very careful about making sure when we do connect to our top customers and the people that are feeling very nervous right now, that it's not about driving revenue and profiting. It's about helping. We have lots of community projects. One project, for instance, is what we call Donate a Drip. Our customers can buy an IV for first responders and the nurses in the hospitals. And so they would rather, in a way, buy that IV for a nurse than come in themselves because they know that that nurse needs to be supported and helped. Go to the next slide. Prepare for the dawn, so to speak. It's coming. There are signs that there's light at the end of the tunnel. The flattening of the curve is happening. We see it in the country, in the cities and states around the U.S. where we're actively in the community. We have a store in Kirkland, Washington, by the way. It's 2 miles from the nursing home that was the very first epicenter of coronavirus in the U.S., where 50 people died. That community is absolutely rebounding and getting back to the point where it's ready to be close to normal again. So focus on yourself a little bit, take care of your own needs, do all the things you haven't had time to do. Every good company has a list of things that they want to do. They haven't had time to do it. Once again, don't be a dumbass. If you come through this and you didn't take care of those things, then when are you ever going to take care of them? Prepare your post-coronavirus marketing plan. We have a whole array of things that we will do the day we feel it is appropriate, and we will phase those things in. And you need to be prepared to do that. Don't wake up in 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 months and say, all right, now I got to start working on how I'm going to go back out into the market, and then be prepared to pull the trigger. You might say that you're going to do it in 3 weeks. The reality of it is you have no idea. You can't control it. So you've got to be prepared when the conditions warrant it. And then finally, to the last slide. So once again, thank you guys very much. I'm honored to be a part of this. This was an easy decision for us. I am super busy. I have very little time for anything discretionary, but this was the easiest decision I've made in the last few weeks. And I say good luck to everybody. If you need any help, my email is jim@restore.com. And obviously you can go through our Instagram handle and get in touch with us. But good luck, stay healthy, and let's come out of this in a really strong, wonderful way.
Thank you so much. The very encouraging presentation, talk. A lot in there that is helping us through this, frankly. Kata, would you like to take it from here?
Yes, thank you, Jim. You made a lot of good points here that I was about to make, but I'll be as brief as possible. I share your view on the market, and if I see the projections before the crisis, it says that the market is about to triple in the next years, and this might be, the growth rate might be delayed, but I see that there's still a demand, like you said, for pain, for sport, for recovery, and this demand is still there. So maybe even a bigger demand after the crisis, because I think people will take more care of themselves, and their awareness of being healthy or restore their health or remain their health will grow. We, in the middle of the crisis, we want to make a role model here. We want to be a role model. We just bought, as MECOTEC US, we bought a warehouse, a 10,000 square foot warehouse in the middle of the crisis. We hired 7 employees in the past 3 weeks because we think the market is slowing down and we are facing difficult times. But the product, the idea remains the same. It's good and it's very important as a contribution to health and to pain and to beauty as well. So that's a signal that we wanna set. We wanna be close to our customers. We wanna be in the market. We are investing like Restore does on a smaller scale, but we think when this crisis is over, there's light at the end of the tunnel, and then we want to be there when the recovery process is about to start. And what we will be offering is help, service. We will help smaller business with financing models, with better pricing, with service on site, and so we reach out to the ones that are in need now, and this is basically what we are planning on doing. And this is basically why I think how we can survive the crisis and come back strong.
I admire everyone on the front lines of this crisis, the people in the hospitals, the doctors, the nurses. They are absolute heroes. And anyone who says otherwise, I don't have much time for. But what I will say is I don't know that the traditional medical response to this is going to necessarily breed confidence with people. I actually think that people will once again realize I have to take a proactive approach to my own health, because if I rely on traditional medicine and I rely on the structure that is out there, I am going to be caught short at some point. So, once again, it's a horrible tragedy, but for this industry, for the people that are doing what we do, this is like the biggest advertisement for why human beings should take care of themselves, get back to the basics, do holistic things, do alternative things, cold therapy, heat therapy, red light therapy. I mean, there will be a massive unleashing of number one, pent up demand, and number two, people coming to the realization that the traditional stuff, it just doesn't get you there. And I don't want to be dependent on it. I don't want to lose all control. I say this from a business perspective to all of my partners and franchisees: don't lose control. Control the dialogue, control the dynamic. When you lose control, you're in trouble. That applies to you on a health level even more. When you lose control, you're at the mercy of the system. You're at the mercy of the doctor. You're at the mercy of the hospital. There are wonderful doctors. There are also not wonderful doctors. You don't get to pick a lot of times. Take care of yourself. Be healthy. That message is going to resonate so strongly with people around the world. It's going to be unbelievable what that does to the people in this industry.
God, you want to add to that?
No, I'm fine. This is it's a perfect line.
Well, we can talk a lot about today and what it means for the industry, what and how it helped people. But I feel, Jim, your words are so important that I feel there's very little to add. And I give back the floor to you once again for a final thought before I then bring up the team and wrap up the conference. But let me just ask remind people of two things. There will be a follow-up call on Zoom this time. I'll send it out probably on over the weekend to invite you, and this is then your time to tell us what is and what was important for you and what are the priorities going forward. The time is now to prepare what's next. We can't change what is, but maybe we can change and improve a little bit what's next. With that being said, a final word and start from Jim and Kater, please.
Kater, why don't you go first? I don't want to take all the oxygen out of the room.
Jim, I'm having a follow-up session with Mark. I'm wrapping up the whole conference. So I have time to speak. Please, you go ahead, and then I have the final words later in the conference. So you go ahead, please.
Sounds good. Yeah, I would say I am struck by one thing about this crisis. I had a lot of people that I know in business and in this category that, literally 3-4 days in, they were already raising their hand. I'm in trouble. I'm not going to make it. So I would throw out a sort of a cautionary note. There are things that are going to happen beyond your control. So whether it's the coronavirus crisis or something else, you do need to focus on building a little bit of slack in your capabilities so that when bad things happen, you're not in a crisis mode a week in, 2 weeks in, 3 weeks in. So I would just caution everybody, maybe a little less money in our personal bank accounts and a little more money in the business, and go out and form the partnerships and that you need to make sure you've got a little more ability to go deeper. Then having said that, once again, hold on. If you can hold on and you can get through this, there is a wonderful thing happening on the other side. There is nothing about this catastrophe that isn't positive for this industry in the long run. There will be some folks that fall out, unfortunately, and I have the utmost empathy for anybody who's put their life and money into a business and they don't make it. We do a lot of things to help people. We have all kinds of programs. We have a no-fail policy at Restore. We literally will not let a store go out of business. But I have a ton of sympathy for empathy for people that are going through a hard time right now. But use this opportunity to sort of buck up and be prepared for the next crisis. But also be optimistic, make lemonade out of lemons, hold on. And there is going to be such a wonderful outpouring of activity and support for what we do. It's going to be unbelievable.
Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you, guys. It was an honor to be a part of this. I loved what you guys did. It was very, very well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. All right, we move on, and this is really get a final talk, a final thought to wrap us all up, because you and Enrico were the one who started this and says, let's try to bring the industry together in a way we can. We won't be able to help everybody. We won't be able to support financially all of the need that's out there. But when there's one thing we can do is bringing the industry together. And this is today the result. So let me throw it over to you for some final wrap-up thoughts, please.
Well, thank you, Mark. Well, first of all, I think on behalf of everybody involved, speakers and participants, I would like to thank you, Mark, and your team for organizing this amazing event in no time, with almost no budget. Thanks to your team in New York, in Los Angeles, in Atlanta. I think this was an unseen event. It was new to all of us, and you made this happen. Without you and the effort of your team, none of that would have happened. Thank you.
Bring the team up in a minute. So enough of the praise, but please go on.
Okay. And I would also like to thank Enrico for being the underwriter of this event. We came up with this idea, but he made it happen. And by doing so, he proved to be a real industry leader, leaving all the competition behind and think and act as a global player in our niche market. I think this is very important, and this is a very good signal these days. And a special thank to all the speakers, followers from all over the world. I mean, I was impressed this morning when I wrote the text messages from all over the world. I think 5 continents from Singapore, Europe, North America, Panama, Paraguay. That was incredible. That was when we were sticking our heads together and thought about it. I have never expected that to happen. I'm very proud and grateful. What will come out? I think we need to communicate. We need to keep talking. And that's what I mentioned earlier when you introduced me. I think we need to be aware that we will be facing very difficult times, and some of us will not make it through the crisis. We have to be aware of that, and we have to be open. And I think that there's a need for the industry to gain awareness and recognition and make clear why cryotherapy is needed now after the crisis more than ever. And I have one final remark that I would like to make, and this is a story that happened 3 weeks ago when we had a conference call with international MECOTEC partners in London, Paris, Zurich, Singapore, and everybody, and we discussed the consequences of the crisis and drafted action plans and so on, until our Italian partner spoke first-handedly about the dramatic situation in northern Italy. And his voice broke. He's an adult man. Several times when he reported about the death announcement that he was reading in the newspapers, and the military trucks bring the corpse to the cemetery, crematories. And that was when I understood that it's not only about the business and in the industry, but it's in the first place, it's about the people behind it, our colleagues, our clients, and about our friends. And I think that it's important that we speak, Mark, and you mentioned that we will follow up with you and make sure that, that we continue to talk and stay together. And the one thing came into my mind, it's Maundy Thursday today. Folks, this is the day that was coincidentally chosen. We didn't pick it by chance. It's the day of the Last Supper. But this is not a symbol for our industry. I think the opposite is true. It's a symbol to stay together and caring for each other. And now let me finish, Mark, with the final words that I'm proud and grateful to be part of this. And please, everybody, stay healthy and care about the ones in need. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kata. All right, before we bring the team up, and that's then the final, just a reminder that we will send out an invitation to a Zoom wrap-up call next week, where we ask you for what's most important, what you are doing to highlight a few initiatives that are out there and help others. The other thing, we already have a volunteer for a next call after that. So in 2 weeks from now, it's Amir Amizaket, who is running one of the largest service and maintenance units in the US across technology, across competition. So he has said that he will help together with us to share some best practices on maintenance and servicing equipment now. With that being said, thank you very much to everybody. Thank you very much to our sponsors. Thank you very much to the speakers and partners and the people who have been following you, as Kata said, from all over the world. Let me bring the team up for a final questions. Here we are. They're still here with us. Kata, you see them all, please. You can stay on. That's fine. If we go around, maybe starting with Candace and then Frank, and then we go to Khan and Daniela. One highlight, one thing you mentioned that came up in the last 6 hours.
We have a lot of resources that are coming in for those people who want to check out our resource board on Trello. And I also want to just highlight that I'm so happy to see how many people have tuned in from around the world to watch our conference. Thank you guys very much for being a part of this.
Frank?
Yes, Mark, I think I want to take something away from what Jim just said in a previous session, which is community over profit, where he's saying basically, we have to play our cards right, but we have to also play them mindfully, meaning that the stronger the community is, the more we can build upon it and everybody benefits at the end from it. So I think that was very interesting to hear, which is certainly true for many other industries as well. Building onto that, Bill mentioned earlier that, we still have a lot of work to do educating the community, the industry, decision makers, lawmakers, basically everybody who's in that field. So it leaves us with a lot of work to do, but a very positive outlook throughout, I would say. It's maybe even community over everything at the moment. As Kate said it, it's about our colleagues, about our clients and friends. So I think that's what the message is after all for me, I think.
Yes. One thing, we're seeing a lot of comments here and praise. We really love praise. This is fantastic. But the key message is this is rather to see that people are out there wanting to connect, wanting to learn from each other. So skip away the praise. We'll love it, but that's not the point. The point is that people these times really are grateful for bringing people together to share experience, advice, and help. Carmen, what about you?
I'm very, very happy to be part of this as well. So every aspect and input throughout the entire conference, I think was very informative, very helpful. Like Frank said, not only to the cryo industry, but all other industries as well. We hope that they can actually find some kind of resources as well. I found the focus on self-care very positive and very enlightening.
Thank you, Carmen. How about you, Daniela?
Yes, I thought the whole presentation today was just eye-opening. It was just mind-blowing. I learned so much about cryo, and I also see that the dots are not connected yet, as Frank mentioned just now, and as Dr. Bill Emmendorfer elaborated on. There's so much education to be done. I think people do not recognize the potential that it should really be an essential service for people to, do more self-care, but not just little things, but that they can tap into the science and take care of themselves. So I think there's a lot to be done. And I hope this was a good beginning for everybody.
And as Jennifer is saying, we may be physically distant, but we must remain socially connected. Right? With that being said, Carter, anything from your end?
Nope. Thank you.
All right. So one man is missing. He's been running the show from the back. Let me bring up Alban. Alban, you have been running the show. Man, this was a great show. I know. This has not been easy. And let me share a quick story with you. We had what I call our Hollywood group here together for a supper on Saturday. It was a virtual round, and they work in big U.S. media companies, right? And I asked them, they're anchors, and I asked them, how do you do that at home with your studio, right? And you know what they said? It's really tricky running these things from home. So we go in socially distanced from our producers and all the others, but working all different phones and devices is really tricky. So Alban, great job. Thank you so much for doing this. And we have 1 minute left for final thought from you.
Yeah, I think everything has been said. This was a really eye-opening conference, very informative, and I'm just hoping that people in the cryo industry just get even more connected now. I think that's what matters.
With that being said, thank you so much, everybody, and please stay tuned for the follow-ups. Thank you.